Good morning and welcome to a massive finals day here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Everyone's been down here nice and early this morning, and as you can see, everybody enjoying it, from the hounds to the fans to the surfers. We are expecting a massive day of competition here. The swell's increased, the wind's a bit colder, and it has been an amazing week here at SURFEST. Sally Fitzgibbon's getting ready to get out in the water. She will be in quarterfinal number 1 this morning. She'll be taking on Sophie McCulloch, and the conditions have improved overnight. A little bit more energy in the water. Like I said, a little bit colder, and it really does feel like we're in for a pretty special day here at Merewether. My name's Stace Galbraith, joined by Jessie Starling in the booth. Good morning, Jessie.
Morning, Stace.
How good?
So good.
Got a coffee this morning and watched some amazing sets pour in. Everyone's been warming up and getting ready, and we've got a massive finals day on our hands.
Oh, absolutely we do. And the 16 people we have left competing today, they've been some of the standouts of the entire event so far, and competing through a lot of different conditions, and to come up to finals day and it's pumping is a really special reward for them. Yeah,
it's a real treat. We had a pretty good forecast on offer all week, and yeah, like I said, I think maybe even a little bit of a surprise here with finals day, which sure, why not? We've earned it.
Oh, we have, absolutely. When I walked along Good Boy Mile this morning, there was really fun waves. The wind, like you mentioned, that little bit colder, but there was always this factor that the swell might drop off on finals day, but we got the complete opposite. And there's 2 banks that we can choose from today, so I'm really interested to see where our surfers decide to go and compete.
Yeah, I agree. Let's check in with AJ McCord. Good morning, AJ.
Good morning, Stace, Jessie. I can confirm the wind a little bit chillier down here this morning. Kika Veselko coming up in quarterfinal number 3 later on today. You had a free surf. How did the water feel?
Yeah, it's pretty cold out here, but the water is really warm, so it feels like you just defrost once you get in the water. And yeah, today is really fun. It's a great day for finals day. It takes a while for the waves to come, but when they come, it's perfect. And yeah, it's exciting.
I was going to ask a little bit more about the waves themselves, because they look like they've been pumping since we've been down here at the beach. With the free surf under your belt, coming up in a few hours in this quarterfinal, what is your strategy? How are you going to attack these waves?
Yeah, there are 3 peaks out there, so it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to play with that, but I feel like the outside wave is connecting a bit better. And yeah, just pick the right waves, stay calm, confident, and let's do it.
And 3 Portuguese women are in the quarterfinals today. Every single one of them telling me they feel like they got a little home field advantage. Feels a little bit like Portugal out here, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Especially these long rides. Portugal has a lot of rides, and even in the Challenger Series in Ericeira, we get a lot of these offshore mornings, and yeah, it feels comfortable. It feels like home, and yeah, I'm really proud to be in the quarterfinals with 2, with Teresa and Yolanda. Yesterday was a really exciting heat for Yolanda. She made it through in her last wave at 8.5, and we were all cheering here, and we were super stoked. We even took a group picture, all the Portuguese crew. A couple left, but yeah, what matters is that the 3 of us are in the quarterfinals, and yeah, we're feeling good.
Looking forward to seeing you guys later today. But first, we have an all-Aussie quarterfinal to get us started. So I'll throw it back to the Australians in the booth to call it.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you, Kika. And look, it's no surprise to me to see that the Portuguese are so well represented here in the women's quarterfinals. If I think back to, as Kika mentioned, the event at Ericeira, Ryan Callanan, Jackson Baker, Morgan Sibilic, they've all performed really well there, and it's because they grew up surfing waves like this. So to see it return the other way makes total sense to me. Here's our quarterfinal brackets, and we will see Kika Veselko coming up later in quarterfinal number 3. And we will get our day started this morning with Sally Fitzgibbons and Sophie McCulloch. Jess, what one stands out to you there?
Yeah, definitely the Sally Fitzgibbons, Sophie McCulloch. But looking at that, we have the potential to have an all-Portuguese semi-final with Kika Veselko and Yolanda Hopkins in the back half of the draw. So potential for a Portuguese female in the final today. It's 8 really talented surfers, and I really don't know who those top 2 ladies are going to be.
Yeah, everyone's had crazy form. I've been loving watching Amuro Suzuki. I think she's been looking really sharp and really suits these waves, as do these 2 competitors here. Sally Fitzgibbons in the red. She's the highest seed coming into this event, and it's no surprise to see her here on finals day. She's been surfing really strong. Sophie McCulloch is her challenger this morning, and Sophie, one of the most amazing free surf waves of the whole week. It was captured on film too. How good. Nothing like a clip to back it up.
Oh, you're just putting that straight on the gram.
Oh, 100%.
It was just massive, big, deep tube, and it was just so open as well. It's one of those ways where you do just stencil it in your book as a kid, or that's exactly what you want when you're traveling to places. And, you know, chatting to Emma yesterday, he said he hasn't seen it this good in about 3 months. So we really have just rolled into a great week of surfing down here at Merewether, and we're finishing the week where we started, which is on these rock banks.
Yep, yeah, exactly. Like Peter said, you could see the peaks kind of move around during the day just with the tide and everything. But the good thing is that the swell height's definitely there. The period's kicked up a little bit overnight, which might lean into that inconsistency being a factor. But when the waves come, they're looking really groomed and really, really good for some high performance surfing. So we look forward to see our opening exchange here from these two ladies. Getting back to Sophie though, she's such a quiet, sort of reserved character. You know, I could see her coming in from a surf and not even really mentioning that wave. And then all of a sudden that wave just pops up on, you know, the broadcast or on Instagram, and you're just like, what? How did you not tell us about that?
She's just so humble, and she's such a quiet achiever. I mean, she's got a degree as well. She's incredibly intelligent, and she's so resilient. I mean, we think back to a couple of minor injuries, a broken back.
Yeah, mellow one.
Absolutely tore her ankle to shreds as well, and unfortunately missed out on the start of the year on her championship tour. For her to be so resilient and to be back here against probably one of her idols in Sally, it is a real standout to the type of character that Sophie McCulloch is, and she puts in so much time in the off-season stace, and it's no surprise that she's here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, big time. It's a great result to start her campaign on the Challenger Series and the pathway back to the World Tour. Here's a Stone and Wood slow-mo replay of Soph's barrel the other day. Oh my word.
I want to see this like 5 times today. This is just the sickest wave. She is so deep in that tube. Comes out after the spit. Maybe our judges would lick their lips at that wave if that was in competition.
Oh my goodness, 100 points for that thing. That was unbelievable. That's irrespective of how you do on the comp. After you catch a wave like that, you've had a good trip to Newcastle.
Win. That's a win.
That's a big win. That's a huge win. Sally Fitzgibbons unfortunately relegated to the Challenger Series, and she kind of, you know, has made light work of these events the last couple of years. Just so experienced, so talented, and just unable to put it together on the championship tour this year. She had a couple of strong results through the Australian leg on the tour, but it was just that start to the season that just let her down. She's as fired up as ever though, Jess.
She's got an unbelievable strike rate here on the East Coast. She has placed 3rd in every single Challenger Series she's competed here on the East Coast. Except for last year at Narrabeen, she got 2nd, so we'll let that one slide. But she comes back to this Challenger Series, and she just sets the benchmark for competitive headspace, just classiness of what it takes to be an all-round competitor as well. And I know it's not where she wants to be, but as far as benchmarks go for someone to work towards, there's always that one person who really does lead the pack. Thinking back to Cole Hauschman a few years ago, he just had this competitive mindset on the Challenger Series that everyone was like, wow, that's the benchmark. And I do really feel like Sally brings that for the women's side of the draw. And like I mentioned, it's not where she wants to be. I don't think she realizes how many people use her as inspiration and someone to look up to.
Oh, big time. Like these junior surfers, not that Soph's a junior anymore, but thinking about that younger crew that are coming through. Just to have a heat with Sal, or to see her watch her compete, she's an absolute professional, and yeah, I think she brings a lot to the tour. It's one of those things, like whether you're making heats on the tour or making heats in the Challenger Series, a heat win's a heat win, and that always feels good, you know. So she's come back here and started really strong, and she'd be looking to really eye off a big result here. Here's our Bonsoy board caddies fired up in shorts. That is tough.
They're just getting ready for a big day ahead. It was pretty cool to see them give off the jerseys yesterday to the Legends heat. That would have been a pretty sick moment for these juniors.
Oh, big time. Yeah, they got shorts on, and they're ready to roll. Acted any second. Sophie McCulloch holding the inside here of Sally Fitzgibbons. Sally really hasn't even looked to challenge Sophie at the moment, both sitting on this rocks section here at Merewether. And rest assured, when these waves come through, they have been really, really fun. Periods kicked up a little bit overnight, so we will see some bigger waves coming through than yesterday. It's just with that new swell kind of filling in, it's just figuring itself out, and consistency might be an issue here early this morning, and it'll make executing, Jessie, really hard. When those opportunities come through, you got to make sure you perform.
Oh, definitely. And it's interesting today, especially being back on this rock bank. It acts like a point break, really. We've spoken about this all week, Stacey, and the thought of this first exchange having the inside on a bank like this, it'd have to be pretty important.
Yeah, big time. Even just the first, like I said yesterday, you don't have to go the first wave that comes, but just having that choice is so important. And just under 24 minutes on the clock here. We're going to take a look at some past champions here at this event. On the women's side, some massive names there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ellie Harrison going down yesterday. She was looking to back up her title here, and it was Yo-Yo. She got a pretty sick last-minute wave, but it's Sally going for her 4th title here this year. She won back in 2016, 2019 there, as you can see, and a couple years back, 2012, Dimity Stoyle. She won in 2013 as well. The list is just incredible, but it has been the Aussies who've really dominated this event over the years.
It has been, and it's not through lack of the internationals signing up and coming here. Particularly on the women's side, they would all use this event as a bit of a warm-up for the first CT event of the year, which was in those seasons up at Snapper Rocks. So, you saw Joanne DeFay, Coco Homer, Leah Manuel. They've had some success here, but you're right, it was the Aussie girls that have just absolutely dominated.
You could see Timmy Mack on the screen before as well, working with Soph McCulloch, and pretty cool support crew there, India Robertson, Liam O'Brien. It pays to have a squad who's been on that level where you want to get back to as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It always helps to, particularly on a day like today when you first heat, just have a bit of extra intel. Make sure you're seeing the same thing as everyone else. I think earlier in the week, the ladies, as you mentioned, they would have started on this bank, but then the last couple of heats they would have surfed up more towards Dixon Park. So positioning on the rocks here this morning, crucial as we see Sophie McCulloch, first ride of this event. There won't be a restart. It'll be a 22-minute heat. With the first wave being ridden here, winding down 8 minutes on the clock. It's a nice setup carve to get going. Unfortunately, that wave just running off on her and wasn't able to get a major turn through the middle part of that wave. She'll be hoping to make up some points on the inside. She'll get the big end section finish. And that's exactly what we expect from Sophie McCulloch. She's absolutely crazy.
She goes for it, that's for sure. I mean, you just even saw that tube the other day. She's definitely not scared, but we've seen that inside section get almost all of our competitors this week. But this was just a starter wave. Bit of a swoop there. We know she can really hold that rail longer than that, and this just felt like, all right, let's get the heat underway. A lot of downtime from start to finish. You can tell that they're surfing on one of those southern banks. You heard Kika say there's 3 spots. I feel like they're probably in that middle spot. This wave, she stuck with it. She wanted just to get some extra points on the board. A lot of water to work with on that end section, and there was even a step to get over to come down. So Soph went for it, but it would have, I feel like, taken a bit of a miracle to get over that step in that section.
I mean, it was absolutely worth it, even though she didn't get anything done on the middle part of that wave. That turn on its own would have seriously added some big points to that score.
Yeah, we saw Ellie Harrison hit a pretty big end section like that yesterday. She got herself a 7. Look at this end turn. Free falls out of it, and as she falls, that whitewater hit a second step, which just would have ramped the power up on that wave so much more. She seems fine, her board seems fine, and it's just a small score. But we're not going to have a restart in this opening heat. No,
it'll be, like I said, it'll be from when she rode her first wave, about 22 minutes on the clock. So, unfortunately unable to get the second turn completed there. Just didn't quite have the board speed once she come across that dead section to really kind of, project out in front of that wave. But if she had, that would have been a great start to the heat. So a little bit of points gone missing, obviously. However, that was an extremely difficult section to deal with, so she'll get back out the back and then look to try and get under the skin now of Sally Fitzgibbons, who sits out there with first priority and is waiting for this next set.
Couple of stories going down here today, especially in that women's side. We spoke about having 3 Portuguese women in the quarterfinal. Sally going for her 4th title here, which make her the most winning surfer at this event in history. Right now she's tied with, I'm pretty sure, yeah, Pam Burridge, who also has 3 titles at this event. It's a pretty cool person to be tied with.
Absolutely.
Pam won so much in her day. And then Tina Zabrowski could potentially become the youngest female to ever win a Challenger Series at just 14 years old, and has a pretty solid chance of doing so.
Yeah, that's a pretty wild stat, that one. And yeah, when you look at locations to win around the world, obviously you'll take a win anywhere you can. But when you look at that previous winners list and how many greats have competed here and how many greats have won, certainly a good one to have your name on, up against some of the biggest champions we've seen in the sport. This is the quarterfinal brackets here of what we can expect to come up later in the morning. Quarterfinal number 2 will be Teresa Bonvallo taking on Amuro Suzuki from Japan. And for me, on paper, that's one of the best matchups we have in this round. Quarterfinal 3, the American Kira Pinkerton taking on one of 3 Portuguese surfers in this draw, Francisca Veselko. And then, as you mentioned, the 14-year-old phenom Tina Zabrowski will take on Yolanda Hopkins, who would have absolutely slept like a baby last night after that buzzer beater. That was an amazing heat, an amazing come-from-behind victory there.
Yeah, it was stressful, definitely towards the end. And you could tell how elated she was and how much that win meant to her. You can see the Japanese contingent down here. There are so many of them getting behind that girl, Amuro. She's coming up in that next tee. And the Japanese surfers have all become pretty much like family. And
Yep.
just, they've spent a lot of time coming here to Australia as well, especially through the regional tour. We do a lot of co-sanctions events, whether it's here in Oz or throughout Asia. And feels like it's kind of become a second home for them as well.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, they do a lot of exchange programs out here as well and spend a lot of time at the schools up and down the country, and they're all such, lovely people and love having them out here surfing. They're all super gnarly. Ryaru Itu there in the foreground. He recently won the backdoor shootout over there in Hawaii, and they're super humble, super respectful, but they're absolutely crazy in the water. Some of the best tube riders in the world and just all-round surfers. So they'll be stoked to see Amuro put on a show this morning. And no doubt hoping that she can go a long way into this draw and get herself back on the championship tour where she absolutely belongs.
Can never go past that red hair of Keijiro Nishi.
Oh, yeah, so good. It looks like he updates it almost daily. Everything's popping.
It is so good. And he's repped that for so long, and it became kind of his lucky charm, especially through the Japan national tour that they have over there. Every time he dyed his hair red, he won an event, and it went on to be another factor in a Korea QS in the wave pool a couple years ago. Re-dyed the hair, got the win.
Love that. Love that. You got to stick with your superstitions. Bit of a slow moment in the water out here at the moment. While we wait for the action to pick up, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Stay tuned.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years of automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community.
Welcome back to Newcastle SURFEST. It has been an amazing week so far. We've seen some great action underway, some amazing free surf days, and some sensational days of competition. Got to call a spade, Jesse. The horn has cursed this heat. Sally Fitzgibbons is sitting out there going, come on, let's play. Give me a wave. Give me a couple of waves. Sophie McCulloch, a 2.33 on her first ride. One of the biggest wipeouts of the week at the end of that wave. But as we alluded to earlier, as difficult as that end section was to finish, just getting those completions today is going to be crucial. The waves are good when they come, but just with that new period and the increase in the swell, it is just kind of playing also into that inconsistency piece as well. So when these opportunities come, being able to execute on not many attempts, that's where we're going to see the success today.
Definitely, and this heat is just screaming that right now. It was absolutely cooking all morning. We saw heaps of waves start to roll through, and it's just unfortunately one of those mornings where it's just taking a quick break right now. It's definitely fun when they come through though, and taking a look at this pulled back shot, it does seem like there's a couple lines that we do have this afternoon, some pretty strong offshore winds that are supposed to factor into competition as well. So that will be something that a lot of the competitors will take into consideration, maybe consider where they're going to be surfing and how far out they're going to be sitting. We had this conversation yesterday, and we saw someone like Eve Wong unfortunately lose priority not getting into a wave because of that offshore wind.
Yeah,
it's definitely going to factor in, and you can see out the back it's pretty windy right now, but on this inside bank it looks fun. It's just quiet right now.
Yeah, when those waves come, they are fun, and as you mentioned there, the wind is meant to definitely stay at least this level and potentially pick up a little bit throughout the afternoon. We have seen throughout the week the surfers move between the rocks, the ladies section, and also Dixon Park area. So it's just coming off a high tide this morning at 6 a.m. with a low tide close to midday around 11:45. So typically the Dixon Park bank favouring the low tide, and that's when we got to see some amazing tube rides and some amazing rail surfing.
Like we mentioned earlier in this heat too, it's both of these competitors so resilient and just so dedicated to our sport and competing. And as Sophie McCulloch, unfortunately last year broke her back at the box, so bit of a Bond University athlete health check. Like I mentioned, Sophie did one of the more major breaks in the body. It's your back. It's pretty important. It was in a brace for months, and it worked so hard to get back to fighting form this year, and to be back after all of that and make a quarterfinal in the first event of the year, it just shows how determined she is to be back where we know she belongs. And thinking about her back to her first ever championship tour event, once she qualified, she got a quarterfinal there. Katie got her in the last 20 seconds of that heat. Sally though, up and riding here.
It's live action. Sally Fitzgibbons' first wave of our finals day here on Sunday, working the board across that flat water. We do know that the sections on the inside have been standing up for our surfers, as she gets a little 2-for-1 there to start her heat off. It's not going to be a huge score, but hey, you've only got to win the heat you're in, and I think she got the best start of this heat.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was a lot of downtime at that start of the wave. You can see how hard she was working her board just to keep speed and generate speed. It did not stop for the first 5-10 seconds of this wave. Then she decided to start to swoop back, steepens up here, slashes it in the pocket, and comes back up for a foam climb on the end there. So got a bit of steep wall there, and just showing that it is good today. The slowness of this heat isn't showing the quality of the waves that we have here this morning. Stonewood slow-mo on that last foam climb there for Sal. She knows it's not her best surfing, but it's going to better the 2.33 that we saw of Sophie McCulloch.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the best wave of the heat. I do wonder now, though, we've seen not a lot of major scoring potential out the back, but the inside Shorey bank, it definitely has like a lot of steepness and a lot of punch to it. I wonder if we might see our surfers just position themselves in a little bit just to make even those medium-sized waves available to catch, because only the set waves are really breaking out the back. And they're not really getting much damage done out the back anyway. So I think if you went bang, bang in the shorey, 2 quick turns, I think the judges would lap it up. They don't need to see you on the wave for a long time. They just want to see you ripping right in. And, you know, both with Soph's waves and with Sally's wave, the best section was right on the shorey. So we'll see how the rest of this heat plays out as we have a bit of action heading our way.
Well, we spoke about this yesterday. It's not the amount of turns you get done, it's the quality of them and how close they are together. And I feel like if you're sitting in the same spot for 21 minutes and you've got a 2-3-3, and we'll see what Sally locks in, it's probably time to think of a rebrand for this heat. It's probably time to go, all right, I've got a 2-3-3, or if you're Sally, I've got a 3-1-7. It's clearly not working, and Sally identifying that right now.
And that's just the heat IQ that someone like Sally Fitzgibbons has, you know, just straight away realising, okay, there's no real point in me going back out the back and just go and sit next to Sophie and waiting my turn. She can pick away on the inside here and maybe hope that one of those medium-sized waves just goes underneath Soph. Tricky part about this bank is just the rocks on the inside there. You've got to make sure that you're essentially trying to surf away from that part of the wave. As we can see, the end of these waves, if you don't ride them across the sandbar enough, it can be a pretty hectic finish.
Thinking back to 2022, I'll get back to this in a second.
Live action, Sally Fitzgibbons sitting a little closer to the shore here, but she's found some steepness. Beautiful first turn, easily the best turn of the heat so far. Combos that up nicely. Should be hoping to put a bow on this one. Doesn't get the link up she was hoping for, but she's doing her thing. She's trying to get some more points to this total and leaving it back up to Sophie, who's out the back.
Really nice first turn, just kicks it in the pocket, comes back around. She's going to put it on rail, and then this one just hit a bit of dead water through this inside section, but hey, she dodged those rocks that we were talking about. Stone and Wood slow-mo here, best turn of the heat. Really drove hard off that back foot, just really tight in the pocket as well. It's a really nice move for Sally to make her way to the inside and try and get a better score right now.
Big time, as we see some sets rolling through the lineup there. Sally Fitzgibbon's not quite back out the back yet, so Sophie could have a look at that wave, no worries, and not worry about losing priority.
The situation is pending.
As we see Amuro Suzuki getting ready for her heat now. As a competitor and as a coach, these are the moments that are kind of petrifying.
Definitely.
You're looking at the bank and you're kind of going, all right, I know it's pumping. There are waves coming through. We had a great warm-up this morning. Where have the waves gone? And where are the best waves, and how can I ride them? And that question would be weighing heavy on these competitors going out in this next heat. Live action here, Sophie McCulloch. This is her second ride, an important wave here. She had the fall on the first one. She'll be looking to clean it up here. As we said, when these waves come, they are about as fun as you could hope for on a right-hand point this morning. A couple of beautiful carves there from Soph. Should be looking for a steep section to finish here and really add some points to this wave. And she does. She gets the completion. I'll leave that one up to the judges, Jess.
That's what she's been waiting 25 minutes for. That wave just had that shape that we've been seeing come through all morning this morning. That just looks fun. And especially through that midsection where the wave really did start to steepen up and bend back up towards her. We just got to see Soph lay the rail as well as we know she can. Let's take a look at this replay here. Thank you, Burton Automotive. She comes around, set wave. We've been waiting a long time for this one. Just brings it back to the power source. This one here puts it on rail even harder. Starts to bend back at her through this section. Big bottom turn. Beautiful carve. And just classy surfing from start to finish here from Soph. She starts to just take her time with this end section. She knows it's pretty gnarly after that first wave. Gets there early. Lets the wave push her back down. I feel like she's probably going to get the nod. She was out and up for a little bit.
She definitely got out in front of it for a bit there, didn't she? But then just got bowled off her board. Nevertheless, a couple of beautiful swoops at the start of that wave, Jess.
Yeah, just love the way she pushes really hard through her turns. She really doesn't leave anything else for questions or anything. She gives it her all. And Soph comes to this end section, gets herself a nice turn. I feel like
Slow-mo looks good.
Yeah, slow-mo looks great.
Slow-mo looks good. Real time, not too sure. Sally Fitzgibbons now, she's going to lock in her best wave from that ride earlier on the shore break. It was a 4.17. Now we're expecting Sophie McCulloch's score to eclipse that on her next ride, but she is chasing a higher score. She is chasing a 5.01 with 4 minutes on the clock.
It's the best wave of the heat, hands down. I mean, the quality of those calves and how hard she pushed through them, but this happened when we were going through the replay.
Important ride here for Sally Fitzgibbons. Lovely swoop there, nice big set wave, and a beautiful big snap there, and a nice vertical section. And that's the kind of steepness these ladies have been looking for all heat. Sally already has the jump on Sophie's earlier score. We expect Sophie there to better her situation, but looking at those 2 rides of those last 2 set waves, I think Sally's going to get the nod there again. So it will be Sophie McCulloch chasing a score, and she would know that. A couple of nice turns on the inside here. She'll need a big finish.
Nice. Yeah, the beach loves it too for that one, and that was smart, Stace. And you called it. She doesn't have the highest scores of that early opening exchange, but just to be on that inside, identify a bowl where she can just lay the rail twice and then really kick into a finishing turn there is really smart surfing, because you're going to have to think she's going to get a pretty good score for her last wave. Sally is definitely going to better her situation. So with those 2 scores from Soph, it's going to put her right back in this heat in a really smooth and smart way. This is this smaller inside wave, but it had a really good shape to it. Starts off with those calves we really love from scruff, then she really pushes hard all the way back to the source, and that was a really nice finishing turn. Navigated just the big end section kind of wobble that comes towards you. Love that one. Really brought it all the way back to the pocket, takes her time, and pushes hard through this end section. Sally here.
Live action from Sally Fitzgibbons. We are owed a few scores from our panel. Sophie McCulloch's last ride has come in at a 7.17, so Sally's going to have to really put some scores on the board here. We are expecting another big score from her. And there's another one to back that up. Very, very well surf wave there from Sally Fitzgibbons, particularly given the context of this heat.
Wow. We waited a long time for this action to come in this heat, and it's really delivered. I mean, these sets, we talked it up this morning. We said the period's bigger, the waves look so fun, and kind of did us dirty for 20 minutes here, but these waves looking so beautiful. Sally just surfing it with a lot of just experience and really classy stuff. I love that turn, just nice and tight in the pocket. This is where she really starts to use speed and just drive into that finishing turn for Sally. And she's waiting on a couple of scores, and we're still waiting on another score for Sophie, and it's going to be tight here, Stace.
Yeah, I reckon the horns are going to go without the girls knowing what they need, so they've really just got to keep surfing here. Sophie McCulloch's owed a score, and Sally Fitzgibbons is owed 2. Sally's next ride coming in here, 7.33, so just higher than Sophie McCulloch's 7.17. However, that leaves Sophie now chasing a 4.34
on that last wave. But then Sally is probably going to have a score that's going to better her 4.17, so Soph's going to need another wave.
I'd agree. And I think that as a competitor, you kind of have to go to worst case scenario. And even though you're not probably going to hear the scores until the horn goes, you've just got to think, okay, cool, I've got to get myself on the next best wave and ride it. But that is hard as a competitor, particularly if you're Sophie right now. Do I sit on Sally, or do I try to better my score? How do you play it out? And this is where, a coach or a friend can kind of help you out here if you've got a little hand signal. They've seen the waves. We think it's pretty clear cut. Sally Fitzgibbons needs a 4.84. We think she's going to get it. And, like I said, with 30 seconds on the clock, Soph's just got to try and surf this one out here.
Well, it's well better than a 4.17 that had that really tight slash in the pocket and then a carve before the wave died out. It's well better than that. Yeah. So it's definitely going to be that 4.84. And Sophie McCulloch, I saw she was doing a runaround. I don't know if she's back out the back. There's been no priority rewarded. So you'd have to think she's probably not there. She's still on this inside section. She's got a couple seconds to try and get to her feet.
Whoa. Sally Fitzgibbons' last ride there, a 6.17. We will wait to see if the judges deem this ride up or not. Looks like Sophie might think otherwise as she looks to pull in there on the inside. She was chasing a 6.34. And she wasn't really owed any scores there. Her second to last ride, the 3 nice turns on the inside, only came in at a 5. And it was Sally Fitzgibbons who was just found herself on the better waves there, Jess.
Yeah, that score was always going to be there. And Sally just was in really good flow at that back end of the heat. And she's going to be our first semi-finalist of the day.
There we go. Sounds about right, doesn't it? Sally Fitzgibbons through to the semis. She'd be stoked. It was a interesting heat. It was a really short one, really. You know, the first couple of rides obviously didn't count there in the end, and other than Sophie getting a wave at the 22-minute mark, all the rest of it came in the last sort of 8 minutes, and it ended up being a flurry. And as you can see, when the waves come through, they're super fun, stiff offshore, and just great canvas for just classic rail surfing.
So Sally keeping up her standard that she set for making a semi-final on the East Coast in the Challenger Series events. She's done it again, Stace.
There's our final results there. Sally Fitzgibbons victorious over Sophie McCulloch. We're going to take a short break here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Quarterfinal action just around the corner. Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. And what a week we've had here in Newcastle, Jess. The waves have been firing. The food's epic. Plenty of social activities going down. The night's got up. Doesn't get any better.
It doesn't.
Sally Fitzgibbons there celebrating another victory. In quarterfinal number 1, she was victorious over Sophie McCulloch there. She'll find herself in the semi-finals a little later on this afternoon. Got the women's quarters out in the water now, followed by the men's quarters. This is quarterfinal number 2. Teresa Bonvalot out of Portugal, taking on Amuro Suzuki from Japan. And as we mentioned earlier, Jess, I think both of these ladies would have been watching that first heat going, okay, where am I sitting? Am I still sitting here? And that they both elected to hit this rocks bank here this morning.
It's one of those emotional roller coaster heats where you watch, you go, okay, I'm gonna sit further in and try and get, you know, just a couple waves to kick off my heat, and then you watch the back end of that heat and it was cooking. It's just
heaps of opportunity.
So much opportunity. So it is one of those being like, oh no, I'm not sitting on the inside anymore. I'm going out the back. But it looks like we're starting this heat off in a pretty similar way. It's just a little bit quiet right now, but when those sets come through, we know how much quality is with them, and we're stoked that the Japanese contingent is down here. They bring so many vibes to the Challenger Series Tour.
I think they're sending out some good vibes now to Amuro. Teresa Bonvalot holding down the inside there, not looking to give up an inch at all, as the ladies have identified some sets coming through out the back here.
Interesting enough that these guys have competed in so many events where they've both been in, but actually never met up head-to-head over the years.
First battle.
From Challenger Series events, Olympics, yeah, the first battle we're going to see, and pretty cool to have 2 Olympians in the water right now.
Yeah, big time. And Amuro Suzuki medaling at her home Olympics in Tokyo 2020, taking home a bronze medal. No doubt an achievement she'll cherish for the rest of her life. Such an awesome opportunity to surf at home in front of your home country, but then to medal, that's just a cherry on top.
It's actually out of control.
Out of control.
Imagine the Olympics was at Currumbin and you've got to get out there and win a medal, and everyone's on the beach.
I'd be water. Wouldn't even get out the back.
That is so nerve-wracking, and she got herself a bronze medal in the first ever Olympics too. I mean, everyone was figuring out it for themselves for the first time. Just incredible to think that she's just got a bronze medal hanging on her bedroom wall.
So good.
So
good.
cool.
So cool. We've been talking about it all week. We've got a fantastic schedule on the cards for this year's Challenger Series. All the men and women's events will be together, starting here in Newcastle. And we're off to South Africa in Bolido, back over to the US Open at Huntington Beach, up to Portugal, Ericeira, Brazil, and then the big standout one there for us, Jess, Pipeline, January 28th to February 8th. A great window to hold that event in. Great time of the year for Pipeline. And then back here to Newcastle to finish out the year. 7 events on the schedule. Top 5 will count. And that'll get you set up for a big year on the championship tour if you can find your way through the top 10 in the men and the top 7 in the women.
It's a pretty dream Challenger Series just schedule. I mean, it was dreamy before, but then to add Pipeline to it, and then now to come back here to Newcastle, which has really just put on an absolute show over the last couple of days. I mean, we had that one big day and it was a bit wild and woolly, but there was a couple incredible sections. Thinking back to Josh Kerr's 817, the amount of excellent scores we've had in this event this week, it's through the roof.
It has been, yeah. The surfing's really matched the waves, and it's been a great display all week. And as you mentioned, we've had a bit of everything. We've had a couple of fun days on the rocks here, some wild and woolly stuff out the back, and then yesterday was just straight up pumping. Amazing conditions for surfing competition, and a really, really great canvas. And I think that's why you see the quality of the surfer that's now in the quarterfinals. They've really had to make their way through some pretty good surf to get here, and that's not going to change today. We've seen some great flurry in that first quarterfinal. This heat yet to get started, as we see Amuro Suzuki just position herself a bit further to the inside. Just out of position for that wave, but you can definitely tell she's eager to get things going here.
And looking like a little lump starting to roll through here. It's Teresa out the back. See if she's far enough in to get on. And it looks like she's going to be here, Stace.
Absolutely. Almost similar timing to the last heat. 22 minutes on the clock. Teresa Bonfalo here, live action as she rolls into this wave. She would have paid attention to that last heat, noting there's big points to score on the inside. Jams it. Oh, my goodness. And looks to hit the eject button there. She finds herself on the rocks and she gives us the thumbs up. It's one of those situations where you've kind of got nowhere to go and you hope you can get your footing right to jump over that wave.
We've seen so many surfers on those rocks.
I reckon it was worth it. I reckon it's going to be a pretty good score.
It was so worth it. This inside section, she got a lot of damage done. This turn in particular, just vertical airdrop out of it. That rock came up on her so quick.
Maybe not worth it. Yeah, you never pictures that you like to see. Those rocks do come up on you pretty quick there.
She seems to be moving quite quick on these rocks, and she's running, so she's going to be okay. Potentially a board change on this one. She's running, so she hit the rocks, but her body seems to be okay.
She might be all right here, just doing the old run around back to the gutter here to get her sort of taken back out a bit easier than having to climb over those rocks. So we take a little drone angle here.
Fair enough. I wouldn't want to figure out those rocks. Yeah, you can see she kind of got dragged back by that one along the reef, but it kind of put her in a pretty good position to get back to the beach pretty quickly. It's not ideal to be dragged over the reef, especially at the start of a heat. But going back to that last turn had a lot of points in it.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's gonna be worth it.
As long as she's all right, didn't hurt her board, I think she'll be stoked to hear that score. Someone else who's stoked to hear some good scores is with AJ McCord. AJ, take it away.
Thanks so much, Sally. That was a heat that tested a whole lot of things, not just your skills in the water, but your mettle as a competitor when it starts so slow like that. What do you tell yourself?
Oh, there's a lot of calm for myself in those situations. I think the CT grooms you for that. We go to a lot of locations where it can ice you out for a good 10 minutes. I was thinking a lot about Bells this year, even Honolulu. And then, yeah, you just got to trust your surf and back yourself. It was an interesting puzzle, though. Like, it's not as if when the set comes, you can 100% guarantee it's going to be an excellent score. So, yeah, there's a lot of little pieces. Yeah, such a thrill to compete. And when it all comes down to the last 5 minutes and you get it done, oh, it feels so good.
And that last 5 minutes was a flurry. How did you start identifying, okay, this is the wave I can pick my moment on, this is the wave, to where you managed to get those scores and lock your ticket to the semifinals?
Oh, I think, yeah, it's like you've thrown some jabs and then there's just like, you can hear the bell about to ring, and I think that's when like you just start swinging and obviously just trying to eye off like one significant section here on the point just to make it sort of stand out a little. So yeah, stitch together some of those moments and hopefully have a little more continuity in the next one. I'm that psyched to get another opportunity.
You landed some critical blows in the quarters. We'll see you in the semis for the next ring of the bell.
Can't wait. The atmosphere down here is really good on the Sunday, so enjoy.
Send it back to you.
Thanks, AJ. Well done, Sal. Yeah, some great memories that she can draw on there, and as we said, her experience is second to none across the men's and the women's draw here. Sally's she's seen and just about done it all, Jess.
Sal just leaves you with a smile on your face. She just brings such good energy, whether it's a post-heat interview. You always see her taking photos with Groms down the beach, win, lose or draw. I know I said it earlier, she's just such a great representation of an athlete, and just being that type of person that, yeah, you lose a heat and it sucks, or yeah, you got knocked off tour and it sucks, but after that she was still down the beach signing autographs, taking photos with fans. Someone else who comes to mind like that, Mick Fanning, he's just the epitome to me, and so is Sal, of a great athlete.
Yeah, so giving with their time and happy to have a chat with anyone, and yeah, just really taking it all in her stride this week. As you said, she's usually always good for a semi-final or better here on the east coast of Australia, and this week's no different as we take a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay here, Jess.
Body on the line mentality here for Teresa Bombala, but it was worth it. A 6.33 to open up her campaign, and it was pretty much all based on these last two turns. Got some steep section on that one, came back around, but this is the money turn. Really vertical in the pocket, fins drifted up and over the coping of that wave, pressed the eject button very quickly, showed the judges she rode out of that turn. Unfortunately got drifted along the rocks, but I'd say it's worth it with a 6.33.
Amuro Suzuki here with first priority, her first wave of this quarterfinal. Beautiful bottom turn there. She carves and swoops that one back to the source, and she's driving down the line here, sort of similar to Sophie McCulloch's first wave that just ran away from her, but it did offer a big end section. Not the case here for Amuro. Slightly unlucky there, as we see behind now Teresa on a better looking wave. And she was able to get two turns done there and very quickly ejects as if to avoid any more oncoming rocks. Enough of that for one heat.
Yeah, enough of that. She's covered all bases though. I mean, her body looks good, her board looked good on that wave. Two waves to break down here. That bottom turn is just so textbook from Amuro Suzuki. Unfortunately, didn't get to open up on this wave like we know she can. Did run off. But it did showcase that the swell has come up. That was a pretty solid wave, one of the biggest ones we've seen of the morning, but this one had the tempo, had the pace to it that she was really looking for. Great first turn in the pocket here for Teresa. Comes back around, goes more vertical, and whips it really quick back towards the beach. Like you mentioned, Stace, got out of that one before any rocks crept up on her, but that's going to be a great backup score. Potentially even not to go alongside that 6.33.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a good score for her to add to her total here, particularly with this amount of time on the clock, and she will regain first priority as well. So she's going to have the two best scores and priority, which is exactly where you want to be positioned on a day like today. I think Amuro there, I think if she had her time again, there was probably two quality turns on that wave. I think she just got a little bit excited about what was on offer down the line, but by the time she got there, it was all over. I think it's a hallmark of any time you surf on a point or a longer wave. You're always curious as to what's going on down the line, but sometimes you just got to surf what's in front of you, particularly after that nice big carve that she did to start that wave. I think with the Muro's power, she really doesn't need much opportunity to really get a big score.
No, she can definitely convert on 2 turns and lock in the scores that we've seen Teresa lock in this heat. And this last one is going to go alongside beautifully to her first wave score. And it's a 6.77, so actually her best wave of the heat so far, and 13.1 points is pretty good looking for this time in the heat, and it's going to apply a lot more pressure on Amuro, who's now comboed for the lead.
Yeah, essentially Amuro's going to have a half a heat here, and while we wait to see how that unfolds for her, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break here. More action coming up just around the corner.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Vitacobi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. And by Port of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to Merewether. This is quarterfinal number 2 of the women's action here. It's Teresa Bonvalo with a commanding lead over Amuro Suzuki. And you can see the tactics coming into play here. Amuro Suzuki with first priority and a commanding lead. She is not going to let Amuro out of her sight, Jess.
Yeah, definitely not. Teresa's just been in form this heat, and I feel like, she got through a heat yesterday, but it was pretty scrappy. Only 4s between her and Eve Wong, and it's a heat win, but it's definitely not the standard that we know she holds for herself when it does come to just convincingly winning heats. And this heat, she's come back firing, and she's really put on a show, and saw her hit the reef, unfortunately, but I'm loving the body on the line mentality. Someone who comes to mind when we think of that, back in 2022, Hoggy went on this crazy run in this event when we ran it as a 4-man final. Jacko won that year and Hog got second. Finished a wave, stood on the rocks, stared back at the judges and just screamed. this full power stance, and sometimes that's what has to happen.
Yeah, you definitely need to have that mentality here, particularly when the waves are this size. And it's, in Teresa's case and in Hoggy's case, it paid off. In the meantime, we're going to check in with AJ McCord. AJ, out and about.
States, I've got an Oakberry surf conditions update for you. The waves, 2 to 4 foot faces. The wind definitely a little bit stronger this morning, coming in at about 34 kilometers an hour out of the northwest. And every single surfer, as they come up to this athlete area, confirming it is chilly down here this morning. 12 degrees out of the water. And so when I was catching up with Kika and a few of the other women after their free surf, they were literally shaking. Sal doing the same thing after this first quarterfinal. So we'll see how that affects things in the water, but that's your surf conditions update.
Thanks, AJ. Time to hit that sauna in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, I reckon.
You love that sauna.
Oh, no one's using it. It's a pretty tough day to jump in the ice, but nevertheless, always makes you feel better.
Nah, I'm not a cold girl. Sauna all the way. I'd rather sit in a sauna for like an hour than go on an ice bath.
10 minutes on the clock here. Amuro Suzuki really looking to get her heat started, but she does have second priority, so it is going to be Teresa Bombolo with the look and the pick of the very next best wave that comes her way. Decision lies solely with the surfer in red. Amuro's just trying to get creative here and position herself accordingly.
Creative's the perfect word for this scenario. I mean, Amuro, she's having a 10-minute heat right now, and she's got to try and get a wave away from Teresa. That's at least a 3-1, but you'd hope it'd come in at that 6-point range to really put you back in this heat. Hope Teresa doesn't better on her next wave. But like we mentioned before, it's not out of the question for Amuro. She has been one of the standout surfers. Yesterday, to me, was probably the standout surfer in the women's round of 16. She just looked so good. Is so strong, so confident in her turns. She represents Japan so beautifully. We mentioned earlier, she's an Olympian, first Japanese Olympian that's got a medal, and only one so far. And to have that in your region and in your country it's just a massive flex, really.
Oh, big time. As we see Teresa take a look at this wave here, she opts not to go, and Amuro, unfortunately, unable to catch that wave as well. She did desperately want it. It's probably worth a chance to try and ride that wave, but unfortunately unable to catch it.
It was one of those moments in the heat where it would have been great for her to get that wave. You could see it had a really nice shape to it, but if she had left it, she would have had priority right now because Teresa had a good paddle there. So that was just a bit of a lose-lose situation, unfortunately, there for Amuro. And yeah, creative is what she's going to be.
Yeah, that was a missed opportunity there with priority. Like, as you mentioned, if she didn't paddle, she would have got it back. However, even with second priority, you would want that wave. That was a good way for her to get herself back in the heat. So priority will stay the same. Teresa has first priority, Amuro has second. And yeah, look, that was just a bit of a mistake there, unfortunately, for Amuro, not able to catch that wave.
I hope we get, more action. I hope we get a couple different exchanges of priority in this last 8 minutes and see both of these ladies roll the dice a couple more times, because we know how good they are at surfing. They're clearly not going to be in the quarterfinals of a Challenger Series if they're not a great surfer. But Amuro especially, she's got so much to offer. We really haven't seen much of it in this heat, and this would be not a dream scenario for her right now with a 3 after 23 minutes of this clock. And it just shows, and we spoke about it in that very first heat, converting on those decisions you make, it's so important.
Yeah, big time. And I do believe that Amuro has the skills to actually kind of blow this scale out. If I think of Sophie McCulloch's 7 and Sally's 7, even Teresa's 6.77, there's a lot to like about it, but there's also kind of the mistakes in those right too. But when Amuro's been connecting with her waves, there's power and speed that I don't think a lot of other competitors have in the draw. And I do think that she could, like what you said, maybe just get a 3 or a 4, even if she needed a 9. I think she's so capable of that, but she just needs to get herself in the heat. Sophie McCulloch breaking it down there with Tim McDonald. And live action here. Amuro Suzuki dragging a carve around there, not the electric kind of surfing we're used to seeing out of her. Here's Teresa out the back. Yeah, good decision there to kick out of that wave. She's seen Amuro didn't better her score.
Really smart surfing there from Teresa. I mean, I was thinking if she's going to take this wave, this is a big opportunity for Amuro, but she's surfed a lot of heats, Teresa. She's had a lot of CT starts as well. And yeah, I was thinking, if she surfs this wave, it's probably a mistake. But she's making her way straight back down to Amuro, who's moved her way to this inside. This wave, you could see the desperateness into converting a score, but it just didn't have that pushback that she really wanted and needs for her surfing. And then just behind her, Teresa probably thinking, all right, she's got a wave, I've got to convert here too. Saw she's on the inside, gets out, and that's just a show and telltale signs of a really smart competitor.
Yeah, she knew she didn't need to waste her time on that wave and just got out there and held on to first priority. So you see the Japanese contingent there, all smiles about 25 minutes ago, not too many smiles now. Their surfer Amuro is in a very challenging position. 5.5 minutes on the clock. We're going to take a look at the GWM recap here, and it's going to be mainly Teresa Bonvolo.
Yeah, it's been the show of Teresa right now, and in good form too. I mean, she's had to work pretty hard in this heat. Lovely first turn. This one here, belted it, and this is where she worked hard. Came straight onto the rocks, got drifted over it, unfortunately. Luckily enough, she wasn't damaged, neither was her board. Amuro with one nice swoop on this one. This wave looked good, but just ran off so quick on the bank here and hasn't really got started past this wave.
Yeah, I really think there was an opportunity there to kind of just go 2 turns quick together rather than chase that wave. So a bit of an opportunity missed there for Amuro. And this was Teresa's best wave here. This is a 6.77. Beautiful bottom turn there into that section. And that's where we have her 13.1 heat total so far. Really, really clean surf and great wave selection from Teresa.
Amuro needs to put on her best saleswoman cap right now and try and get Teresa on a wave that's not going to better her score and hope that there's a better one behind it. And it feels like from what we've seen today, just based on these first 2 heats, those second wave of the set seem like they're the better one anyways.
Yeah, they do from what we've seen so far as we take a look at the Newcastle flight cam of Amuro gliding into this wave here, pulling in. Thanks for coming. Oh my. Too many mistakes from Amuro in this heat, unfortunately. She's identified that wave there, which was a job well done, but unfortunately unable to finish that wave.
There were scores on this wave too. Takes off on this one. Gets a bit of cover time at the start and it comes out a little bit not too deep in that one and then hits the... hits that carve and unfortunately didn't make it. It's an emotional roller coaster on the beach right now from the Japanese contingent.
I'm right there with them. That was hard. That was tricky to watch. You know, she really nice tube, really good positioning, and then just came flying out of that barrel. And unfortunately, just getting a bit of air under her board there during that carve, and unfortunately coming unglued, Jess.
Is that barrel enough to break combo? Is it a 3-1 for that wave and potentially giving her a better opportunity to make this heat? Because if sets come through, you'd have to think that there'd be at least 2. And if she really went to town on her wave, it could go excellent, just considering the level she's been at. She's going to have a look at this inside one here just in case it doesn't break combo.
Wow, she's going to be so disappointed. Get out of there.
Oh my God.
One way to deal with it.
Oh, and her nose of her board is come off.
You just go back out. You don't need that little bit of your board anyway.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for Amuro. She takes a leggy off. She's going to come in and do a bit of a board swap, but that nose just fully hit that inside shelf and came straight up. It's that is well and truly damaged, that board.
Absolutely crazy scenes here.
Judges really rewarding that tube there, 5.43, which sort of just adds to the heartbreak of the fall. Had she been able to make that turn, she would have been right back in this heat. She's still got a chance. She only needs a 7.67. She's priority going to be the issue here with Teresa.
Look at the nose of that board, Stace.
Back.
That just perfectly hit the inside shelf of the rock and just went boom, straight up. Straight disconnect from the board there, and that little Grommy loving life right now.
Teresa Bonvolo holding down the first position and first priority.
That's, yeah, I guess better that than your head.
Blue,
so
chasing a 7.67
both ladies in this heat, dancing with the rocks in there. And just, yeah, really not worth it for mine. The wave never had 7 points on it, and unfortunately probably losing her best board there. Nevertheless, she's on her back up, and she's back out there with a minute on the clock.
Yeah, need something big in this last 60 seconds. And I mean, you can tell she's got distance right now between her and Teresa. Teresa out the back. She's more towards this inside track. I just don't know if these inside ones have 7 points on it, so she'd really have to surf it up. And considering what we've seen from her over this last week, it's definitely doable, but that board is gone.
Easy fix.
It really just, it snapped right up with the inside shelf there of the reef, and she was staring at it too, and it was almost like no response. It was just like, oh, we're going to the reef. This is what's happening.
I kind of understand you can kind of get yourself there and then maybe dance across the rocks. Better to do that than go in head first, but still, I just don't think that wave had any points in it anyway, and it really wasn't worth sacrificing your board or your body for it. But strange thing happened in the heat of the battle.
With 3 seconds to go, she gave herself an opportunity getting back out there, but no waves come through, and this lady, she was just too convincing from the start.
As we see some good sportswomanship there between the two competitors. It will be Teresa Bonvalo out of Portugal getting through that one. So as you said, Jess, we've got 3 Portuguese women in the quarterfinals here. There's our first final results, but we will have our first Portuguese surfer into the semis, and they're both now comparing war stories from the rocks, no doubt. We are going to take a short break here, where it's quarterfinal action coming up right around the corner. It'll be called by the lovely Ronnie Blakey and the magnificent Richie Lovett.
The city of Newcastle has hosted us beautifully this week. We've had great waves, beautiful weather, and it is the morning of the finals. And we're looking forward to establishing our semi-final clashes on the women's side. Semi-1 is all set. It's going to be a clash between Sally Fitzgibbons and Teresa Bonvalo. And now we'll establish that second semi-final. But Teresa absolutely buzzing. Some commitment required from the competitors in there, coming into contact with that inside rock shelf. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Richie Lovett. Rich, another good heat to look forward to here.
Yeah, absolutely. Kira Pinkerton against Francisca Veselko. That's going to be a real big matchup. Kira's the one to watch. I think she's got this real power game that she's going to tap into this morning. But waves are fun, and I can't believe we're at finals day. Final day of the whole Aussie leg as well, which is a little bit sad, but it's been a grind. We've loved it.
Oh, it's been unreal. So much good surfing, incredible performances across all 4 events. And a bunch of surfers taking the first step on this 7-event series now. 7 events, counting your top 5 results. And Kira Pinkerton, Francisca Veselko already locking in a quarterfinal at worst. And obviously with the opportunity to go a couple of heats further and maybe claim one of the most prestigious titles in the sport, that SURFEST title. It's an amazing honour roll on the women's side. Been taken out by many of the sport's greats, world champions. And I just can't wait to see what happens this afternoon, but you know it'll be hotly contested. A lot of people pushing hard for the victory here, but you can go all the way back to 85, Wendy Botha, the South African, breaking through. I mean, the honour roll is remarkable. Jodie Cooper, Pam Burridge, multiple wins for Pam, and Sally Fitzgibbons with an opportunity to actually become the most winning surfer ever here at SURFEST. Currently tied with Pam Burridge, Rebecca Woods, with 3 victories down here at Newcastle. So we'll see what unfolds. It's going to be a difficult fight, though. Great form across the board. As we have a look, just going back to more recent history, back to 2014, Malia Manuel had a victory here. Ellie Harrison lost that opportunity yesterday to go back-to-back, but you can see a couple of wins there for Sally Fitzgibbons. She had another one as a micro grom out here back in the day. That was back in 2012, so
she's
amazing.
got some history out here, doesn't she?
She's got some history, but also, you know, just has maintained an incredible standard throughout her career. A couple of victories on the Challenger Series last year to win the CS ranks and get herself onto the CT, and now she's looking to replicate that again, get back onto the tour for 2026. But this is a big heat for Kira Pinkerton, Francisco Veselko, 2 very accomplished amateurs, great junior careers. Francisco Veselko, a junior world title a couple of years back. But this is where they want to make inroads. Both of them have featured at the top end of the ranks each year that they've campaigned on the Challenger Series. So they're kind of just under that, you know, more established guard at the top end of the ranks, ready to make their push.
Yeah, it's that little field below the real favourites that you want to try and crack into so that you become part of the conversation all the time, and a real threat to grab a victory wherever you are in the world. And you've got to build that rep. It doesn't take it's not a quick build either. You need to build it over a few years and really establish yourself at all the different locations around the world. Both these women well on the way to doing that. Bit of jockeying for position here as we see the first lines start to creep into the competitors' area here. The takeoff zone looks like Veselko just on the inside. Just having a look at that one. And like Mark Richards was saying yesterday, it's tricky today because it is so offshore. These little rock shelves, they just pop up and you've got to be right on that button, right on the perfect takeoff zone.
They've been in a head-to-head heat on the Challenger Series before, these two. It was in Brazil back in 2023, in the quarterfinals, in fact. And Francisca got the jumper on Kira in that one. So Kira taking a quick ride there at the start. Won't be too many points in at priority with Francisca. She has a look at one. Kira maybe looking to track this one down on the inside. Gets the push from that white water. Bit of foam on the face to deal with. Gets the spray out of her eyes here this morning and goes to that final section. Delivers the hit. But Kira Pinkerton had a tough draw yesterday up against Eden Waller, who was surfing so well, looking very sharp. But Kira with the power reach, she's one of the most powerful surfers on this CS.
Yeah, absolutely. And she has been working with former #2 in the world, Brad Gerlach, tapping into his wave key. Real movement-based program. Very technical nature of Brad's program. And looks like it's serving Kira really, really well, but really underpinned by power. But this is Veselko on her opening ride.
Has a bit of room to move, builds that momentum, gets that final hit in before that rock shelf. We're going to see it quite a bit, I think, throughout this morning. Surfers having to deal with that rock shelf. Francisca, well, she won't mind. She would have had plenty of sessions with the rocky shoreline at different spots over there in Portugal.
Yeah, there's some really gnarly breaks over there in Portugal. Bang, hits that final section, good commitment. Then she quickly ducks under that wave, hits the eject button. Nice redirect for that final turn. And you can see those rocks just starting to appear as she was pulling through the whitewash there. She's safe now.
Now we know, Rich, that the top performers from that North America region had a massive carrot just dangling in front of them if they could go a long way in the draw here. Dimitri Poulos, he's still alive on the men's side, coming up in the quarterfinals this morning. He's going to be surfing at the lowers event, which is due to kick off in a couple of days over there at Trestles. And Kira Pinkerton, she's earned that right as well.
So amazing. These are the opportunities that as you're kind of establishing yourself as a world-class surfer and the ultimate goal of making the championship tour, you get this little chance at just getting a little run at it to get those feelings, to get that competition experience, to really get what it feels like to come up against the best in the world, because it is a step up. From the Challenger Series to the Championship Tour, there is a significant jump in just how in tune the surfers are. But both Dimitri and Kira are going to have to get on a flight, fly all the way to the US, and lowers is actually scheduled to start the day that they land. So it's going to be straight from the airport, straight down the highway and into the Jersey. Yeah,
I believe that Brad Gerlach's going to be there to work with Kira, so he'll have her ready to go. 19 and a half minutes remaining here. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat. Through to the semi-finals with AJ.
Through to the semi-finals and trying to figure out how she's going to make sure her body is right in order to bring her best. You had some moments in that quarterfinals where you came up on the rocks, looked to be holding your back. Tell us how you're feeling.
No, it was a stressful heat in a way. Like in the morning there was like non-stop waves, and that first heat was like super slow. So we're like, okay, this might be like a bit more consistent or no. So I just tried to maximize every opportunity that I got. And I did that last turn and I was totally on the rocks. And then when the other wave came, I got smoked and the leash got stuck under a rock and I hit it hard. Like, but it was like a good impact in a way. I mean, I didn't hit the head, so that was kind of my mission, like, okay, don't hit the head. But yeah, feeling a little bit sore now without the adrenaline coming. But yeah, I'm happy to make it through and keep going and keep being able to surf.
And you're making it to your first semifinals of the 2025 Challenger Series season. How are you going to continue to build on this momentum in the next heat?
Just keep doing what I've been doing, enjoying every opportunity. Been working a lot lately, obviously, and since the last few years as well. So I'm just like trying to enjoy myself in the water and outside. And let's hope there's more waves, more consistency, and less waves onto the rocks. So, yeah.
Less waves on the rocks would be good. Before we let you go, para o Portugal, me diga sobre sua bateria.
Foi hit intenso, foi hit ali na disputa até também ao fim. Completamente em cima das rochas, fiquei ali agarrada e depois bati com força ali nas rochas aqui com a parte de trás da omoplata e aqui nas costas. Sentir aqui bocadinho mais dores, mas estou rija para continuar e para dar uma melhor e vamos com tudo.
Parabéns, we'll see you in the next one.
Thank you so much.
Wow, AJ, that is amazing. She was so committed. What I loved though, Rich, was just, you know, protecting that baby, that precious board as she rolled across the rocks there on the inside. And Miro Suzuki also had a head-on with the rock shelf there on the inside, busted her board up pretty good. But it's kind of asking that commitment from the surfers at the moment, because that last section stands right up on the inside there, and it's tricky because much like Margaret River, Rich, the gnarliest finishing turn in the sport, here at Merewether Day, you know, you still have to get out in front of that whitewater and show the judges that you're in control, and that leaves not a lot of room to eject.
Yeah, it's like a little split second, a little millisecond where you have that moment of completion And then you got to get the heck out of there before it goes dry. It's weird. We've seen these bigger sets this morning because we do have a longer period of the swell. And there's actually a bit more height to it than yesterday, but it's stretched out, the consistency of those sets. There's some big periods between them.
And also, you know, obviously you've got to really make those scoring rides count, because you'll get less opportunities. Not so many in-betweeners today with the bump in the swell and the longer period between those swell lines. So Francisco Veselko winning the opening exchange here, but Kira Pinkerton is hanging on to priority at the moment. We're going to take a break here. We'll be back with more quarterfinal action right after this.
Welcome to Lower Trestle, SURFEST. It's time!
There's Felipe Toledo.
Throws it out there, stomps it into the flats. Caroline Marks ripping into this wave.
Canoa snaps it off the lip. Throw tail reverse.
Griffin Colapino up on a bomb.
Simmers on a fun lowers right.
The next stop of the championship tour is Lower Trestles, one of Richie Lovett's favourite events. Always stirs up a lot of emotions for you, Rich. Thinking back to 2003, where you blew Taj Burrow out of the water and got your first CT win.
Thanks, mate. I don't know about blowing him out of the water, but geez, it was fun having a final with TB. It was an absolute pleasure. But yeah, that was a fun event for sure. Loved that wave.
During the break, we had this one. Kira got herself a big turn on the outside, but the wave kind of grabbed her by the ankles, didn't let her get over that step on the inside.
Francisca Veselko up on the one behind her. Opening carve, connects with that oncoming section, unable to ride out of it. And then it looks like she got another one here. Has more speed from the takeoff, coming around this big section. A more drawn out carve. And then again, that two-turn combination. This time, she makes the final turn.
Yeah, pieced that wave together pretty well, considering it kind of came in two, but positive signs with the energy that's out there at the moment. When you see waves stacking up in a long period swell like that, you know you're seeing a bit of a crossover maybe of yesterday's swell, but building energy.
Yeah, for sure. And this is definitely the best ride of the heat. You can see it's just dropped the 7.5. And it sort of reminds me of J-Bay a little bit. There's never any in-betweeners. It's just the sets come through, you got to wait for them, and then when they come, you got to make sure you perform on them, because you only get a certain amount of chances per heat.
Well, the 22-year-old from Portugal's done that and dropped the highest number of this heat so far, 7.5. That's a big blow to Kira's campaign here. She'll want to respond, and respond pretty soon, because with the big breaks between the sets. You just don't know if you're going to get a couple of opportunities in the dying stages here. Francisca finished second on the regional QS. But like I said earlier, both these surfers have always featured at the top end of the ranks at the end of the Challenger Series season. Francisca got really close in 2023, finished 12th. And we did see her competing in 2024 in a championship tour event in Portugal. Didn't get too far in the draw, but obviously would have learned a lot from the experience. Kira Pinkerton has also had her chances. Yolanda Hopkins on screen, gearing up to take on Tia Zabrowski in the last quarterfinal heat.
Tia Zabrowski, she's really impressed me through this week. I've obviously been aware of the performances and heard all the hype, but really this is the first event where I've actually been able to see her compete at this level, and I'm impressed.
Yeah, it's been amazing, but Hopkins is a difficult draw. We saw yesterday she caused a bit of an upset. Ellie Harrison was looking to defend her 2024 SURFEST title, and it was a really close heat. And Hopkins in the final stages turned it with an excellent ride. So it should be a good clash, that one. 10 minutes to go. Spoke about the CT experience for Veselko. Kira Pinkerton, she's had 3 previous CT events, and we know she's getting another one. In just a couple of days, she'll be surfing at lowers, taking on those established pros, and with all that power, she'll be a good chance at causing some upsets. And just the way that the heat draw works with the top seeds taking on the lowest seed, and obviously Kira not on the CT, there's a good chance she'll come up against Gabriella Bryan at some point.
Yeah.
And you'll see the most powerful surfer on the Challenger Series taking on the most powerful surfer on the CT.
Yeah, Gabriella Bryan, she is an absolute weapon, and has established herself as the power marker on the women's side of the tour. This is Veselko.
Winds through that opening carve. It's just a set-up turn. She'll go again to that same move, banks off the foam. Just trying to keep some flow happening, and now searching for a big finish here on the inside. A stronger carve there, but felt like the combination wasn't really coming together for her, so she opts out, probably thinking it wasn't going to better the 4.67. And on the outside now, Kira gets her chance. She'll want to chip away at this requirement. She needs an 8.34 if she's going to get the lead. Cleaner looking wall. Definitely the best wave we've seen her on. An important finishing turn. And she can't quite stick it. I think the eye line, it kind of shifted towards that rock shelf, because it was right there, and she's on it.
She's on it.
Just enough water to get herself back into this lineup here. But those finishing turns, they're key, and you saw it there, just nowhere to go.
No, so this is Veselko. Big swooping roundhouse, gets a little rebound off the foam, and another one. And then brings it through to the inside. Another little carve down, and then she opts out. Just there wasn't any more wave left to ride on here. Kira Pinkerton outside as well. She does a couple of smooth roundhouse cutbacks, just staying with the energy source. A couple of little check turns down the line. And this finishing turn, that was a really important one. And I think you could almost tell out of a peripheral vision, she could see this rock shelf starting to form up right there. She's looking at it, and I think it sort of put her off her game a little bit.
It was covered there by just a little bit of water, but you could see it bubbling on the inside. That reef was, you know, probably a good chance she came into contact with it, but a missed opportunity to chip away at the requirement there. 7 minutes to go, and Kira's still after an excellent score at the moment. As Tia goes through her plan with Joan Daru, her dad there as well. Gary. And she's loved the rocks break. You know, it's where she's done her best surfing. Yesterday there was a lot of competitors, and her rival opting to sit at the northern sandbar. And she just got her work done on these rights. Pretty comfortable out there in that lineup. 6.5 minutes to go. Veselko didn't improve on her situation, but with Kira's fall at the end of that last ride, the one turn of real substance. The requirement remains the same here, Rich, an 8.34.
Yeah, it's a tall order for Kira Pinkerton with only 6 minutes to go. Really needs to find something. Here we go, Veselko outside.
Well, this is a good-looking wall, and she can push the requirement into combination here for Kira. She can finish this wave off. Just got a little bogged down on that cutback. So the door's still slightly ajar, and Kira's certainly got the power to turn in that excellent number if she gets a couple of steep sections there on the outside.
It looks like Kira's moved onto the inside shelf. Veselko here, just a big swooping turn. And then maybe by the sheer strength of the wind here, she just sort of gets blown back, couldn't keep that rail engaged.
Yeah, on the Stone and Wood slow-mo, you'll see she tripped on the first turn, which probably, you know, robbed her of some speed and momentum for the second move.
Yeah, it sort of stifled the acceleration through this second turn. You can see just getting hung up there.
Yeah, 5 minutes to go, Rich, and I mean, you did a number of laps on the championship tour, a decade, over 100 CT events, and there was certain venues where you almost had to resign yourself to the fact that you were going to hit the reef at some point. It's just sort of it seems to me that if you just get your head around the fact that that's going to happen, then you can kind of settle into the performance and attack those end sections. I remember you had a bit of a Humpty Dumpty moment at Chopu one year. You got a big score, but smashed the back of your head on the reef and got split open pretty bad.
Yeah, I got 18 stitches in the back of my head. It was a heat against Danny Wills, actually. I got a 9.7 for that wave, but I couldn't. We were riding long boards back then. I think I was on a 7.0 or a 7.2 even. It was a huge swell, and I just couldn't pull out before the wave closed out. I ended up going up and over, ripped my head open, and just kind of lost bark all over me.
It's part of the game, though, for these competitors, and we'll see more of it. Such a smooth rail line through that carve, but unfortunately for Kira, just unable to connect with anything steep, anything with some opportunity to really bank a big turn and turn this heat around. Let's dive into the GWM heat recap. I mean, not a lot of highlights for Kira. She still has an opportunity here, Rich, but she's going to need an excellent score to swing it.
Yeah, it's pretty much been Francisca Veselko who has really just picked the eyes out of the sets that have been coming through. Just shown this little extra bit of commitment. That final finishing turn there, possibly the standout manoeuvre of the heat so far. She's got that 7 though. This was a great ride. Brings it all the way through a series of nice carving turns, and then gets that all-important rebound and finishing moment. Kira chipping away, just finding these little inside walls. You can see this nice power flowing style. She really does lay the board over on the rail nicely. And that one there just unfortunately not making that turn, and that would have really kept her in the heat. She's actually down in second priority now, so Veselko, she'll be able to really flex that priority and try and hold Kira off any wave that comes through.
Great crowd down here to watch finals day unfold at Merewether. And the beach will be chockers. And they'll be turning up in force to get behind Ryan Callanan, who's coming up in the quarterfinals on the men's side, which we'll dive into after getting through these two heats of the women's. To set up semi-2. 2 minutes to go here. Veselko in a really strong position now, holding priority. Bit of control of this lineup, but also on the scoreboard, well and truly in control.
Yep. Yeah. You know what, Ron? I reckon this wind seems to just be laying down a touch. Tide's running out, close to 12 o'clock low tide. So we may start seeing competitors shifting their attention, just keeping an eye on that northern bank. And we know there's just been so many good rides over there over the last few days. Might come into play. because it seems to be really, really difficult to get these waves to link all the way through from this outside little rock ledge all the way through to the inside. You can see Kira Pinkerton, she's heading way out to the outside peak, and Veselko right on her tail. She's got a tow rope connected to Kira at the moment. She's not going to let her out of her sights. But there's been some really nice ones actually, Ron, right on this outside peak.
Yeah, Veselko, she's just keeping a close eye on Kira here. Making her way up, 45 seconds to go, and this one looks like a bit of a done deal at the moment. Can't see a whole lot of set wave action rolling our way. They've moved up to the ladies section here at Merewether. And Kira's really praying for a gem set to roll in with a couple of opportunities. But we've talked about it, Rich, you know, today with a little less consistency in the swell, that longer interval between the swell lines, you've really got to convert when you get the opportunity. And, you know, Kira had her chance on the three-point ride if she finished that turn off to really bite off a lot of that requirement and make it an easier challenge in the final stages, but it wasn't to be. Taking nothing away from the effort, though, we saw how challenging it is on the inside with that rock shelf for both competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. And put the body on the line. All our women competitors in the quarterfinals, they've really had a good dig at it. Francisca Veselko with that 7.5, decent score. She'll move through into the semi-finals.
A massive result for both competitors, but Veselko wanting more, and she'll get her opportunity. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll have a special guest, a local, joining us here on the booth. Love this city, love this town, Merewether. It's looking beautiful out there for finals day at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. And we are lucky because we have a legend in our midst. Surfing in the Legends heat yesterday. It's a four-time winner of the Ray Richards Memorial, Mitchell Ross. Good to see you, Rossi.
How are you?
Mate, fantastic. Mate, I started my commentary journey here calling heats with you at SURFEST. How good is that?
What was that, 25 years ago?
It was a long time ago, actually. It was a really long time ago. Anyway, you've moved on to bigger and better things, and I'm still here, mate, but thanks for not forgetting the little people.
Oh, gosh. Nah, it's insane. I'm stoked to be here. So good to see, you know, we're saying off air how lucky everyone is to get waves like this. I can't believe how consistent it's been. Like at the beginning, I thought, you know, those first day or two, I was like, that's probably as good as it's ever going to get for this event. But then every day was like, okay, a new swell, a new swell. Then a few days ago, we saw, you know, the maps change towards the being even better on Saturday and Sunday. And here it is, might be the best day of the week today.
Oh, let's hope so. We've got some big clashes coming our way out there at the moment. We've got Tia Zabrowski, the incredible phenom, young teenager, up against Yolanda Hopkins, who really survived her last heat with an impressive clutch moment. But Mitch, what have you made of Tia's run through the contest so far?
Yeah, wow.
Seeing a lot of that this morning. Surf's getting tangled with the rocks, but she's been impressive, hey?
Yeah, absolutely. I think she's, for me, I think it's huge. But she's my favourite surfer, I think, in the sort of girl side. Like, by far, I think a few years ago I spotted her over in Portugal or whatever when she was like 13 years old, and I think she might have made the final or the semis or something. And you just see then that she's going to be a world title contender. I'd say over and under it'd be 5 world titles or something. She's so good. Looks so calm, confident. She's got a cool little crew that she travels with. What is she, 14 years old now?
14.
14, yeah. Like, even the other day when it was really difficult rocks, she sort of, she understood where to sit, what to do. It just comes so easy.
How's that blast?
It's incredible.
Yeah, just the angles on her turns, they're different. It's KD-esque. It's the greats that have come in. They draw a different line, and they have this stance on their board that you just go, oh my God, it's so connected. It just feels so right. And she's got it.
I think she surfs so much like Carissa.
She does,
like
yeah.
so much. I think it's Carissa, then someone else blended, but I don't know who that other person is.
I was talking to Rich yesterday afternoon. I was saying, you know, that they're kind of the surfers that look like they're really comfortable with a bit more length in their equipment, but it's just actually got a little bit to do with their styles too. They keep a lot of board out in front of them, but just to always seem ready to, they can hold a big rail turn, but then pivot so quickly and get into those critical sections and blast the fins like we saw from Tia on that last wave. Only a 4.17, but she has taken the early lead here and looking to line one up on the inside. Let's see what she can do with this one. Drops to the bottom, straight up into that first section. And it's a fantastic comparison that you've made, Mitch, and you would know, having travelled and coached Carissa to a number of event wins and world titles. What a special thing to be able to reflect on now that you've moved into a different career path, and must have been some all-time memories collected.
Yeah, for sure. And it was, even looking back at it, it was just such a fun sort of journey. You know, I never expected to do anything like that. So, yeah, to do it with someone like Riz for over a decade, whatever, it was, yeah, super special.
Awesome, mate. Yesterday we had Mark Richards in here while you were out there surfing in the Legends heat. And it was really cool to pick his brain. He was just talking about the challenges of this wave. This is your favourite little spot to surf. This is a place where a lot of the locals say that you're one of the best guys out here. So what are the challenges, and what are the surfers dealing with there on the inside?
It's just funny. See that, it's not rocket science, but that wave that Tia got, that last one, that was too south. You need to, it's really difficult. I was explaining to Xavier Huxtable this morning. It's so hard to explain in a few minutes. It's nearly, it's a long assignment, you know, like, but when it's like a smaller inside wave that you're going to take off at rocks, you want it to bend at you. So when you want it to be less south swell, more sort of northeast. And that one that Tia got, that was a classic bad wave. That's a south one. And those ones, they're better from the top. So it's really confusing, right? You're happy with the south swell wave from ladies because it will push all the way in. But if you decide just to surf at rocks, you're going to sit there and look for the ones that bend at you, and they're going to come in from the northeast direction. That makes sense?
And they need a lump, I think a bit more of a lump down the line so that you get that in section?
Yeah, like you want the ones that look like they're going to close out.
Yeah.
You know, like exactly like what you'd look for at a V-land or a, you know, all those sort of little tight pocket reefy things.
It's interesting in competition. We've just come from Margaret River, obviously. We've got the most challenging end section for the surfers to are required to attack if they're going to get those big scores. Feels like here on a normal day free surfing, you're probably not chancing your equipment by hitting that final section in front of the rocks, but the surfers kind of have to do it today, don't they?
I don't know if they have to do what Amuro did in that last one.
Here we go. We got a wave for Tia. And this one offers her the opportunity to rip into a couple of carbs. And we'll see if she can get a final turn on the inside here. Hasn't had that high impact hit just yet, but it's a classy little rip on the last section there. And should help her extend her lead here over the surfer from Portugal, who's lining one up on the outside. Yolanda drops to the bottom, draws off the bottom, and that wave flattens out. She knows there's no scoring opportunity down the line. She's out of there.
She's been a nightmare in my coaching career, Yolanda.
Really?
I love her. I love her, but every time we went to Portugal, Carissa would usually have her as a wild card, and she's beaten Carissa quite a few times because she's reckless abandon. When it's like 6 foot onshore super turbos, she is so gnarly. She just go to bottom, big vert snap, and yeah, she's terrifying to surf against in those type of conditions.
Yeah, and headstrong, hey? Like really believes that she can do it and overcome anyone, and she has to have that belief in this heat, because even though Tia's only 14, she's got to be the favourite on form.
Absolutely. She's just been putting her waves together so well. Just racking up some really big heat totals.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that she's already cracked a final, and she's only 14.
I'm tripping that she's only 14. She looks like she's an 18 or 20-year-old, the way she surfs.
But even how she's built, that's the other thing, where I walked past her before when she was getting ready for the heat, and even behind her, she looks like she's super mature and into her body already.
Yeah.
Strong, super strong. As we see a bit of a replay here from Yolanda, she was actually the other night at Slimes. They had a ping pong tournament.
Oh, yeah.
And she unfortunately teamed up with my daughter, Rocky.
Oh, I love it.
Rocky's not the best ping ponger, but
she's young, mate.
Yeah, but
she could have a future.
She could. No, but she's been. My daughter's been down here cheering her on, and Yolanda's been a legend.
Oh, that's awesome. And obviously, Mitch, the local crew are loving the opportunity to watch this event, get elevated back to a greater status, back to Challenger Series status. For you, you've been a big part of the surfing community here. You joined the Merewether Board Riders Club when you were 10 years old. And just tell us a little bit about this community.
Yeah, I grew up at the Junction, which is it's got the same postcode as Merewether, so it's just down the road, sort of where there's a little village down there. And yeah, growing up, I was so lucky to find this break as my home break, and the people that come with it, super supportive. It's a great community, as we see. Looking for a bit of a tube there, but the waves that we've been blessed with growing up here is super awesome. As you can see, like, we get a lot of this, particularly this time of year too, the winter swells.
Oh, big finish here could help Yolanda's chances, but she's going to come undone, and on the outside, Tia, who's got a score on the way, will get the opportunity to extend again. So life about to get difficult for the surfer from Portugal, because Tia has just slammed that oncoming section, giving us one of the biggest finishes in the morning.
Tia teed off is what she did on that last section. Just timing was just impeccable. As we see here, Yolanda just looking to get a little coverage. It doesn't eventuate, so she sits on that hillside rail, gets a big carve. Couple little roundhouse cutbacks. She hits this final section, just gets swamped, unfortunately. Timing just off, and then Tia behind her. Just really good placement of these maneuvers. Up tie in the pocket here. Then when it goes again, big swoop, check turn. But this final finishing moment, bang, it had some impact. Had a thud to it when she teed off there.
There it is in the slow-mo. Super strong, gets the finish right in Yolanda Hopkins' face. She turned in a 6.67 for a previous wave. Probably has a stronger number on the way. We're going to have a look at those rides again in a moment, but right now we're going to hear from the winner of the last heat through to the semi-finals. It is Francisca Vaselko with AJ.
Thanks, Ronnie. Kika, really well-served heat for you, the high score of the day so far for the women's quarterfinals. Just how did you find connections out there?
Yeah, pretty hard heat, actually. Pretty slow out there. But once the waves come, it's like perfection. It actually looks like J-Bay kind of. And yeah, really strong offshore. After I got that 7.5, I had a hard time finding another backup score higher than that 4 that I got in my first wave. But I'm just so stoked I made it through. Me, Teresa made it through. And yeah, I'm really, really happy.
We've talked a lot about your mentality coming into this year, and now that you've secured at least a semifinal finish here in the first Challenger Series event of the year, just how proud are you of the way you're showcasing your surfing?
Yeah, there's been a lot of hard work behind the scenes for sure, even in the off season. It's been, yeah, like I said, a lot of hard work. I've been practicing a lot and just try to build my consistency. I feel like I've always had good moments, but never really been that consistent, and that has, I feel like, been changing a bit in the last years. And yeah, you know, like last year wasn't a great year for me on the Challengers. I went back on the QS, and I went to Morocco to the QS 3000 needing a good result, and I ended up winning, which gave me the spot here where I am right now. So yeah, it's just being resilient, not giving up. Sometimes the first thought is just like, gosh, just give up. It's super hard, but that's not my mentality. I like to turn things around, and I know that I'm strong. So yeah, just believing in myself, reminding myself of good moments I've had in my career so far, and that I really want to make it on tour, and just believe until the end.
That belief paying off. We'll see you in the semis.
Thank you.
Cheers, AJ. Yeah, Francisca Veselko, part of a class of competitors left in the draw here that have been campaigning on the Challenger Series for a few years now. They're desperate to get those big results and break through. Veselko's on her way. Sally Fitzgibbons, she's been incredibly resilient. And when you look at the lineup left in the mix, Tia Zabrowski, she's the young gun coming through. And at the moment, she's proven to be a handful for Yolanda Hopkins. An 8.17 on her last wave. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to the show on finals day. The World Surf League and SURFEST acknowledge the Awabakal people as the traditional custodians of the land and waterways here at Merewether. Pay our respects to the Awabakal people, their elders past, present and future, and extend this acknowledgement and all our respect to other First Nations peoples and all cultures who join us in person and on the broadcast. Great to have your company. Love this zone. What a pretty city to grow up in, Mitch. I love the Glen Rock Reserve just to the south. Great hiking, good mountain bike tracks through there, and yeah, a lot to see, isn't there? There's something for everyone.
Yeah, good waves too. And good waves too. There's obviously, you know, sort of more uncrowded little beach break there. You've got a little point there at the end of it too, Leggy Point around the corner. You've got Dudley. It's Yeah, it's a lovely little spot there, just around the corner from Merewether. It's funny, and there's also some beautiful beaches a little bit further away. And Yolanda, I spoke to her this morning. She's actually staying up at 1 Mile Beach, which is another insane area. That place is awesome. And, you know, like, we're lucky enough here to have plenty of waves at Merewether, but if you do want to sort of search and go for a bit of a drive,
it's not that far either.
Not at all. Plenty of options.
And if you like the place enough and you want to move here, you give Mitch Ross a call. Creative Property. You're working as a real estate agent in the area now, and how's that working out for you post surf coaching career, even though you're kind of doing a little bit here at SURFEST?
Yeah, it's good. It's I've always sort of had a taste for property stuff, and when I decided I didn't want to travel anymore, like full time, I just thought, why not give it a go? And it's been really good to me. You know, sort of growing up in the community, it does have its benefits. You know, it sort of, I've had a few people that have supported me on my journey, so yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Love it. Here goes Tia again. Already got an 817 and a 667. There's one of those south ones that Mitch was talking about, not really coming back onto the reef, so she's out of there, but she's in a powerful position at this stage of the game. Mitch, happy anniversary too.
19 years.
Get that out. 19 years with the beautiful Mel Macy.
Oh, congrats, mate.
Thanks.
Two lovely Groms. Here's the 817 in the Stonerwood slow-mo, Rich. Just an amazing variation on this forehand.
Yeah, she gave us a bit of everything and topped it off with this beautiful moment on the inside. So much flair. Love how compressed she gets in the body. Tucks that back knee in, and that's really indicative of Steph Gilmore, Carissa Moore. All the greats seem to have that beautiful technique.
I'll never forget your anniversary day, Mitch. Married out there at Palm Springs. But I don't forget it because it's the most hungover I've ever been in my life. Your Bucks in Las Vegas.
Dead Mouse played. Remember that?
Yeah.
That was fun.
It was a rip-in.
Yeah.
Of just monumental proportions, and I haven't been back since, and I don't think I will.
20 years ago.
No.
Hey, in the break too, we've sort of been banging on about, you know, is it a bit of Carissa? Who else is it? And yeah, Geordie Smith text.
Oh, George.
And he said Silvana Lima, and I think that's exactly it. I think it's a bit of a combo between the two of them.
What a great mix to have, you know, that really progressive approach and speed of Silvana Lima and the deep rail turns of Carissa Moore, lethal.
She's one that gets forgotten about a little bit, Silvana, because she never won the title, but unbelievable surfer.
Isn't it cool for these Challenger Series competitors to know too that the world #1 on the championship tour is tuned in and watching the women's quarterfinals unfold? So a big shout out to Geordie and best of luck at Trestles. And you know, he's getting to a venue where he's had a couple of victories, and he's on his way to potentially getting a world title shot this year. And we wish him all the best, the longest serving member on the championship tour at the moment. As we see the hog, he's just oinking in Jacob Wilcox's ear here.
He is.
But they are gearing up for the quarterfinals. Jacob's going to take on his good mate Xavier Huxtable. What a heat that's going to be. That's just around the corner. Looks sharp on his run through the event so far. I can see two of Merewether's favourite sons there, Morgan Siblick and Jackson Baker, down here watching. No doubt they'll be cheering on Ryan Callanan and the rest of the Aussies in the mix today.
Yeah, a little Aussie posse down there.
Yeah,
I love to see that spirit.
There's a bit of it's sort of happening again, isn't it? Like all the Aussies are getting together.
Yeah.
You know, there's some of them that probably aren't best mates, but it looks as though they're just all coming together to sort of really support one another. And the surfing amongst them is actually getting a lot better.
Well, you can get caught in the rip, it just get pulled along by the energy of it all, you know, and it's good to be around.
7.5 minutes to go here. Tia in a commanding position. Hopkins looking for a 9.67. She managed an excellent score yesterday when she needed big numbers, but this is on another level. This would have to be the best wave of the event if she's going to turn it around with a single ride. So at this stage of the game with 7 minutes to go, and obviously the paddle not being too arduous today, she could potentially still turn this around with a couple of rides. Movement on the outside here. Tia Sells are on it, but Yolanda happy to go at this point. Bit of a foam climb to get started. Needs some big high impact turns. There's a nice carve. This wave standing up nicely for her. Again goes to the rail. absolutely needs to finish here. Lines it up, hits the section, and she will stay on her feet. Rock solid landing there. She knew the importance of the completion, and she is going to chip away at the requirement in a big way and give herself a fighting chance here.
That's huge. That was a massive comeback wave. Live action.
Uh-oh. On the outside, we've got Tia up, and she's trying to get rid of a 6.67 to keep that requirement high from the surfer. Representing France, we see her moving to the inside, not quite teeing off, but lining up these last couple of sections. Didn't really get it going through the inside then, Tia. So unsure whether she'll up the requirement here.
Just the rhythm on Tia's wave was just a fraction off.
But it'll still, I think it still replaces the 6.67, right?
Could do, yep.
I think it does, but Yolanda's wave was, is that going to be a 9?
That's up there as well.
I think it's the best way to heat.
It felt excellent,
yep.
No doubt about it. That finishing moment was huge. It's exactly what she did yesterday as well. Just had this, picked up this beautiful ride. And let's have a look here what happens. A quick foam climb.
I love that foam climb.
Sets the rhythm up. Beautiful arcing cutback turn. Gets back to the whitewash. And then these sections just kept standing up. And then this big closeout moment. It looms up in front of her. She hammers it, gets the drama. Almost gets swamped by a little whitewash and disappears for a moment. What'd you see here, Mitch?
Yeah, and this was the second wave of the set. A little off in timing, but at the same time, she actually did bang it a few times.
That was a good
huge.
turn.
This is where that little mistake happened, but she kind of made up for it here. Yeah, that's going to be better than the 6.67, so it will improve her position. But just how big will they go with Yolanda's? 5 minutes to go. That's going to be a big number. And the beauty for the girl in blue, she's got priority.
Great exchange. Yolanda, we spoke about just her tenacity, how headstrong she is. Mitch making the call. He felt it was easily the best wave of the heat and felt it was going to go into the 9. She needed a 9.67. She might not get there, but she's not going to need a whole lot in the dying stages here. She gets a 9.17 and again produces excellence under pressure. Just over 4 minutes to go here. And Tia's got another score on the way.
God, she's got a lot of grit. Yolanda
monster.
Hopkins, doesn't she?
Yep.
She just never gives up.
Well, spot on with your read there, Mitch. And we'll see if Tia does better, the 6.67 here. A little bit more anxious energy coming from Tia now because she knows.
It's the first time she's been pushed.
It really is. Yeah, well, she had a close heat with Leilani yesterday, but they were surfing different sides of the bank, and it just kind of felt, even though it was close in the numbers, that Tia was kind of in control.
Yeah.
But this is a little different. And you now start to reflect on.
Well, even if she puts a point on the 6.67, Yolanda's requirement isn't going to be that much. She only needs a 5.67 now. She might need a 6.5 maybe, which is still so attainable. 3.5 minutes on the clock.
I think it might be a bit bigger than what we originally thought because there was 2 big moments on this wave.
Straight into the first turn.
I still
no
think it's
hesitation.
going to be an excellent score.
You reckon this is going excellent?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was spot on with the 9.
Bang, that's a beautiful turn there. Comes around, sort of does a little double shimmy, but she had to get to that final hit, yeah?
It was warped on the inside, the wave. And here at Rocks, you can kind of get that. You got the reverb coming back at you off that rock shelf.
Oh, he's good. He's good.
He's sharp, isn't he? He hasn't lost anything. The numbers rolling through. A couple of judges throwing 8s at it. It's going to come in just under the excellent score. But we'll still give you a pat on the back, Mitch. 7.87. And Tia's managed to up that requirement. As you said, Rich, the strength of Yolanda's 9.17 means that it's still not out of reach. She's got priority, needs a 6.87 here.
Yeah, the requirement's nothing. You know, if you get one of those waves out the back of ladies and basically finish it, you're going to get a score around that 7, even if you surf it pretty bad. So it just needs a set. That's all that, will Mother Nature kick in here and give her an opportunity?
And there is some competitors where they're in this situation, time's winding down, the emotions are running high, and you kind of think, oh man, this is going to be a tough ask. But Yolanda, you kind of just sense that she's up for the moment. And if given the opportunity here in the final stages, she'll be a real chance at turning this heat around as we see the slow-mo from Stone and Wood.
Yeah, just great form here. And while we're playing Resemblinator, I'm thinking of Tony Sawyer. If you guys can, you guys are probably too early for that era, but there's shades of Tony Sawyer in the way Yolanda surfs. You can see here she had to get the hair out of her eyes because that finishing turn, so strong.
Didn't even claim it. What an animal. 9.17. That has to be one of the highest scoring waves of the event, right?
Yep. It is for sure.
Has there been too many 9s?
No.
No. Judges loved it.
Yeah, and despite the fact we've seen some unbelievable surfing, they've held a little bit back because the conditions have kind of, you know, obviously offered up some amazing opportunities for deep barrel rides, but that is tied with Sammy Pupo for the highest single score.
Pedersen Crisanto maybe had a 9 as well.
Crisanto, he went mad. 9.17 for Yolanda. She needs a 6.87 tee up.
There's a little swell line, but I don't know if it's, well, it's got to get here in 30 seconds. The one outside maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yep. Typically those swell lines kind of take a little longer than you think to march into the bay here at Merewether, but Yolanda's going to try and race out there and meet it and get herself an opportunity here in the final stages. What a quarterfinal clash to set up the last place in the semis. The winner of this one will take on Francisca Veselko. Time winding down. And it's going to be so close, but I don't think that Hopkins is going to get up in time, and even if she did, that wave just wasn't it. But she fought back so brilliantly, Mitch.
Yeah, that was brilliant. Great heat. That was one of the better heats of the event. Thanks for having me in here, boys. That was a good pleasure.
Mate, we'll get you in again, but we've still got the GWM recap where we can reflect on the great surfing we saw from both competitors.
Tia Zabrowski, and she had control of the heat early on with this silky smooth style of hers. The young 14-year-old, and she is just lighting the world on fire with surfing like that. Just such a mature approach. But Yolanda Hopkins, she came bounding back.
Yeah, the calves. That thing was, I missed that one. That turn was insane. Love to see what she does at the end here. Did the waves sort of die out? Because this was really, those first two turns were really strong. That was, see, there you go. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Should have won the heat if she stuck that last turn.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times. It's so tricky to read that final section with that offshore wind, but this was the big one, the 917. Great rail work. You said you liked the foam climb at the start, Mitch, and she finished it so well, but just those little technical moves, they're a show of confidence, aren't they?
Yeah, they don't score so well, but they look good. That end lip line floater was the money maker for sure. And this wave, the final wave of TSC, a couple of nice smacks on the inside. This turn was his second one. Here it is here.
Bang.
Nice manoeuvre. So, yeah, great surfing from the 14-year-old.
Amazing. So Zabrowski, an excellent heat score total. Impressive stuff. Taking out Yolanda Hopkins there and getting her place in the semi-finals. We've got an amazing cast of surfers that will be challenging for the win here at SURFEST. After the break, we're going to dive into the men's quarterfinals. We'll bring in Jesse Starling and Stace Galbraith for the call. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University. Bond University, your ambition belongs here. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia.
A big finals day here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, can confirm that the women's semi-finalists, they're there, Stace, and they look great.
Yeah, all set up there. A couple of services you'd expect to go through, and then a couple of, I wouldn't say upsets, but some tightly fought battles there. Semi-final number 2. That's one I've got my eye on there. Young Tia Zabrowski has been looking on fire.
Yeah, she's going on to potentially be the youngest ever Challenger Series winner ever. But before we get to that, we are going to roll through the men's quarterfinals, which we're starting off with an absolute bang here, Stace. 4 quarters there. The standout for you, which one is it?
Oh, it's hard to go past the local boy in quarterfinal number 3. And his competitor in that one, Dimitri Poulos, has been on fire all week. So I think Ryan's going to have to bring his best here this morning if he wants to get past the young Californian surfer.
We've been calling him the dark horse this entire event. Dimitri Poulos has just been putting on an absolute clinic from start to finish. So we do roll into our men's quarterfinals. Starting us off is Xavier Huxtable taking on Jacob Wilcox. These two guys, they know each other so well. They know their competitive strengths so well. And the best part is they're pretty good friends.
Yeah, they are. And it's one of those things where both of these young lads, they deserve to be here. They surf so well. But competitively, for Jacob, I know that he wants to be back on the tour, and this is a great start for him here.
Yeah, beautiful opening turn. Swoops back into the pocket on this one, and this wave, he's just patiently waiting for it to bowl up on this inside section. Super vertical in the pocket. He's going to get more room to move down on the inside here. Jacob just looking so crisp on his board, and he's going for the finish, and couldn't get it. But there was damage done out the back there, Stace. I am Jessie Starling, joined by Stacey Galbraith to take you through the quarterfinal. And that first wave, it's a big score. It's a 7-3-3.
Yeah, that's exactly how you want to start a heat on a day like today. 7-3-3 there for Jacob Wilcox. He absolutely tagged that wave.
Yeah, start to finish. Especially love that turn towards the end of the wave where he just really squared up. His shoulders just were facing the lip, and he went super vertical. He's got a pretty big task on in Xavier Huxtable, and you've been calling it, Stace. He's in that caliber of Pedersen. We put him in that caliber as well of surfers who are surfing CT level here. Yeah, for sure. Xavier, he's definitely ready for the World Tour, to put it simply, and starting this event with the quarterfinal minimum here at Newcastle, he's definitely headed in the right direction. But to get over Jacob Wilcox again, he's gonna have to bring his best here, especially when Chippo's starting with scores like that. It's a daunting competitor to try and overcome. But with a few more waves, we hope, in this heat, I'm expecting fireworks. We've been mentioning with Zave as well. He's had a kind of a mixed bag of heats this week. He's looked really sharp in a lot of them, and he's had his back against the rope a couple of times and needed to answer back, and has done so. So it feels like that start shouldn't rattle him too much. Yeah, you're right. He has had a couple of heats where he's had to put some scores on the board in the dying stages to turn them over, and he'll be drawing on all that experience now as he starts his finals day campaign. It's both of these guys, though, I'd say they're probably, I mentioned earlier, like competitively, this is Xavier's first season on the Challenger Series, which just seems mind-blowing to me, how good he surfs. Like, you look at a lot of guys, his contemporaries, they're probably doing second or third season on the Challenger Series, and then same for Jacob. Like, for me, he's definitely World Tour quality surfer, and for him to be back here on the Challenger Series, I know he's got one thing on his mind, and that's getting back to the Championship Tour. And Dave, he's had flickers of moments on that Championship Tour, and he wants to crack it for the first time, and he's been a really big standout in this event, thinking about how many excellent scores we've had go down. There's been, in this event, 22 actually, based on that last heat, excellent scores so far, and we feel like the number's just going to keep going higher I was taking a look at Zave's recent heats, thinking maybe 7 or 8 of them probably belong to Zave, but only 2 of his waves have gone excellent. A lot of them super close, high 7s, but he's just been so consistent with dropping massive numbers in every single round.
Yeah, you're right. The scores maybe not all going up in the excellent range like you mentioned, but he's surfed a lot of waves up. I think of some of the earlier round heats where, you know, mere mortals might be getting a 3 or a 4 at best out of the scores, but Xavier's, been able to extract, high 6 and high 7 range scores out of not much. His board's looking really good. His carving and how powerful he looks just on top of the water has been a real joy to watch. So he's going to have to do it all again here, though, isn't he, Jess?
Thinking about Zabe, his equipment looks amazing, just like you mentioned, Stace, and chatting to his coach, Kale. He's on a 6.2 sharp eye file 50, and he kept that board on ice after that heat he beat Italo on, and in a pretty convincing way down there at Bells Beach this year. And that was I feel like that moment in this year, we talk about it with Winter Vincent, Luana Silva, where you have those moments and it sets you up confidence-wise. It's really well for the rest of the year.
Yeah, big time. Poor Italo just got torn apart by the Wildcards this year through the Australian League. Both of these guys in this heat, actually. So
yes.
It's, it just goes to show the quality and the level that these boys are at. And then, yeah, also, if you look at that 6'2", that's just his shortboard. He's a massive kid, Xavier. And, it's good to see him getting these opportunities and making the most of it.
Yeah, he's a pretty talented bloke as well, not just at surfing. He's won a premiership in AFL with the Lawn Dolphins down there in Victoria, and he's kind of built like a footy player. A lot of the Victorians that are coming through the ranks right now are pretty much built like that. But Jacob, you hear everyone talk about it. It feels like he's been around forever, but he's just this staple surfer who was so good, so young, and qualified, had his rookie year on tour last year, and unfortunately didn't make the cut. But as far as being ready, he just looked like the most ready surfer to make the tour.
Yeah, I mean, I think he had 13 wildcard appearances before he qualified for the tour, which is really that's quite a number. That's basically, a season and a half of wildcard appearances. And, whether it was him, in Portugal at like 13 or the Padang Cup through that era, yeah, like you said, he's been around for ages, and he's given us so many great moments to enjoy from his surfing. And, he'd be one too where he'd be enjoying a couple of stops here in Newcastle in the season, and he'd also be eyeing off the event at Pipeline, thinking, okay, they're definitely going to be his times to shine.
We've got beautiful drone footage here of the Newcastle Surf Camp, but a very excited Tia Zabrowski is down on the glass with Vaughan Blakey.
Tia, congratulations. A huge result to get into the semi-finals of the Challenger Series and here at SURFEST. That was such a really good battle. How are you feeling out there?
Really, really good. I was so happy to make it through the semi-finals. It was a bit like a hard heat because we didn't get a lot of waves too. But I started pretty quick with some small waves. Yolanda is a really strong competitor, so I knew it was a hard heat. But making my all, I was in 200% on my heat, and I hope I'll continue like that.
Yolanda yesterday pulled off a real miracle clutch victory. We know what she's capable of. She put a huge number on the board out there. Were you feeling calm and that you're in control, or was it starting to get a bit stressful?
No, I was calm and controlled. I never really get stressed on my heats. Sometimes a bit on my first heat. But I still Yolanda. I thought that Ellie was passing, so I was just going at home. And then at home I saw the results. So I was okay. So I just need to get prepared, and I'm really happy to make it through.
We saw yesterday afternoon you came down here. You were the first surfer to brush the bank up the beach and surf off the rock break, and it's a wave that you've done a lot of time out this week. It feels like you've really clicked in with the spot.
This spot I surfed 5 days before the comp, so I know it really good. It's something it's same as I surf every day since I'm little. So I know this spot really good, and I really had some good waves, and just get the rhythm on that heat. And yeah.
Oh, well, congratulations. Semi-finals up next, and a great way to start your year.
Yeah, thank you.
Tia Zabrowski surprises us every single time that she's just 14 years old, not just by her surfing, but how well her media presence is as well. Just the way she talks, it feels like she's well beyond her years. We compare her a lot to Tyler Wright, who won a championship tour event at 14 years old. You see similarities between the two?
Yeah, I guess at that same age too, like they're just so, the fun really shines through, you know, like, and even now still on tour, like I think Tyler does her best surfing when she is like in that fun kind of playful kind of mode. And yeah, I mean, how could you not be enjoying her surfing? Every time she stands up, Tia, this week, it's just been fireworks. So yeah, it's been cool to see. But yeah, I don't know if she understood what Vaughan meant then when Vaughan said brushed. Great word though.
Very Aussie word.
Very Aussie. We can get up to speed with a bit of slang.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing her in the semi-finals, just the way she surfs. It's super exciting. Right now though, 15 and a half to go. It's Jacob with a 7.33 and Xavier not with a wave yet. So we'll see if he can get one in this next 15 minutes right after this Bonsoy brew break.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years of automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community.
We are in the thick of it right now for finals day. Quarterfinal heat number 1 of the men's. It's Jacob Wilcox battling it out with Xavier Huxtable. I'm Jessie, this is Stace. And looking like we got some waves to catch up on during this break. Just a small score for Jacob, but Zabe getting started here.
Yeah, Xavier wouldn't have wanted to wait too much longer here. Up into the lip, nice and strong on that first turn as he brings this one through to the inside here. It's certainly suiting this young man. You mentioned he kept this board on ice from surfing here at his event at Bells Beach. And the conditions today not too dissimilar to a fresh Victorian morning as he brings this one through to the inside and gets the finish he was hoping for. Outside, Jacob Wilcox looking to put a bit of pressure there on Xavier. And unfortunately not being able to extract too much out of this ride here. Coming unstuck there.
Yeah, Zabe finally getting a start in this heat. Waited 15 minutes for his first wave. And, you know, when your competitor locks in a 7.33, you pretty much have to get close to matching that to really stay alive in this heat and take the pressure off yourself. It was a nice wave. There was a lot of downtime in between turns, but there was a couple really nice moments on that wave for Zabe. So interested to see where that one comes in and in the context of this heat too. And he's going to want to get back out there and try and find something just with a little bit more spice, especially with 11 minutes 50 to go. And I feel like if we know anything about the competitor that Jacob is now, as soon as he has a bit of control, he doesn't like to relinquish it in heats.
Jacob's got to stop falling here because he can't leave those little doors open against a surfer like Xavier. Even Jacob's 7.33, he didn't ride out of that one. He's had a fall in the middle of the wave here, and it's definitely something he'll look to clean up here as we come down to the 11-minute mark.
Still waiting on this last number of Zave to lock in, and we mentioned it before, we've got big quarterfinals all day, so we imagine a lot of back and forth battles. It's a 6-point ride for Zaves. How do you like that one sitting in the context to this heat right now? I mean, it's only a small score, but you'd have to think Jacob's going to be better.
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of time remaining, for sure. I think that, yeah, like you said, Xavier has done well just to stick with Jacob. Obviously, Jacob's got a bit of a jump there with a 7.33. But Xavier can kind of look now to just build himself into this heat as we see live action here, Jess.
Here we go, Zave looking to put another score on the board. Starts off with a carve, gets a little hung up at the second one. He went really high on that offshore. Cancel, it's just getting under his board a little bit. But while we just have a moment right now in this heat, Vorno, he's out and about.
Fat boy, you! This is it, guys. Our last throw to the mighty Fat Boy, the official e-bike of the WSL, down here at Surfest on final Sunday. Wow, what a day to be alive. What a day to be a surf fan. And what a day to win yourself a Fat Boy e-bike. You know this thing eats gravel. You know it eats grass. It tears up the road. And you can win this thing by clicking on the QR code down here at the contest site. Enter your details, and the sub after the prezzo, someone is going home with over $4,000 worth of premium elite all-terrain vehicle. Fat Boy, you know the rules, Kuiper. You know the rules.
Oh, Bordeaux. He's saying it's Kuiper's. I reckon it's just as much his now. He's probably scanned that QR code like 400 times.
Got to be in it to win it multiple times.
Oh, Vorno, I'm going to miss those Fat Boy crosses. They're some of the highlights of my day. Right now, 9 minutes 20 in this heat. Just a 1.67. That last one is Zave. He's chasing a 4.17 to get himself up into the lead. Jacob with the highest wave score so far. It's a 7.33. A 2.83 is his backup. Like you mentioned, Stacey, can't be falling and making mistakes and leaving the door open for this guy. Zave having a look at this wave here. Bit slow getting into it, so he's wanting to hopefully get a bit of damage done. Starts with a carve. This one's starting to link up through this inside section. Now we're going to go to work. Lays into a big turn here for Xavier Huxtable and gets the finish right before the reef there. You can see the water starting to churn over. It's all going to come down to this end turn.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, he took a while to kind of get into this wave and got his board moving through this part of the wave. Then ideally, he would have been hoping for a bit of a combo on the inside, but it was just the one turn. But what a turn it was. He's only chasing a 4.17, and I think it's going to be right there.
Wow. It was the way he elevated that back foot up and just get that little bit more excitement on that layback. I mean, that was just really beautiful surfing. And you're right, Stace, this is really not too far from what Bells would look like on a small day. Winky maybe as well, and he does just seem really comfortable at home. We talk about the Portuguese feeling comfortable here, but you'd have to think the Victorians as well.
Oh, big time. Yep. Could either be a small day at Winky, high tide Rincon, either one of the two. I think Zabe would be feeling pretty good. And look, I don't hate the strategy of Xavier. Look, you could tell he was just looking to get the 4.17. Just the way that the waves he was taking off on and the waves that he's looking at. As he throws a reverse there and comes unstuck. Just with the time remaining on the clock and kind of how inconsistent it's been, if he can turn the heat around here and leave Jacob, even chasing a small score, I think that's going to be pretty hard to sort of manage. Just because, like, if you're Jacob and you're out the back with first priority, you're not just going to move yourself to the inside. You're still going to want to sit and wait out the back for a premium wave. But it kind of, if you know what I mean, it just sort of rules out that potential opportunity just to score points.
Stonewood slow-mo here. Zave tries to go for an air reverse here. I mean, it's a critical turn in a really critical section. So I love the fact that he is trying to inch away from that 417 on scores, and he is surfing a smart heat. Jacob, though, trying to get rid of a 283. That's a really nice opening carve to start this wave off. Slashes into a second turn. He's hoping this one really steepens up down the line. That's a great floater for Jacob Wilcox. He's going to stick with this one. Comes past his competitor. That's never a good feeling to watch your surfer start teeing off. Onward is a really great wave. Gets the finish here for Jacob Wilcox on the inside, and the Aussie squad, they love it for Jacob.
Very important wave there for Chippo, and he absolutely nailed it.
Still waiting on that second to last wave score for Zave. It locks in, and it was a 483, so this only had to be a 3-5 Stace.
Yep, yeah, he's done that in the first 2 turns. You can see there, though, that wind just sort of wreaking havoc on Jacob's board as he kind of brings his way through to the inside here. He did well to get the completion on that sort of sketchy floater section, but once he kind of got around here, and I think he knew he was on his way to a good score, you could just sort of see it looked like it loosened up a little bit, and managed to get the big finish here, which he'll be stoked on. That's gonna pair really well with his 733.
Yeah, beautiful drone shots here of this last wave, and it's definitely going to be that wave. It's going to put him back in the lead. I just love the way he just strung these maneuvers together. It felt like it was a really connected wave from start to finish. That end turn, you can tell he's a really strong surfer. His backhand, definitely one of his strengths as well. We do see on display a lot. And Morgs there. Can also see Hogg, Lobby, Mikey Madonna. There's a lot of support and a lot of love between the Australians. And we talk about all these regions. We saw the Japanese down there supporting Amira Suzuki. It means a lot when you have Aussies in the draw still fighting it in an Australian Challenger Series.
Yeah, big time. Yep. And
great people to pick their brains of as well. I mean, Morgs, he surfed this wave so many times. I'm sure, I saw Jacko, he's down there before. Jacko would give that advice out in a heartbeat if you'd ask, especially for a friend like Jacob.
And some.
And some. See Talia Knowles there. She's the Rip Curl team manager, so a pretty big heat for her here with Zave and Jacob both in this heat. And Jacob riding a new model that he's been working on with DH up in Burleigh. I feel like I'm not going to give away too much, but I know they've been trying to combine a couple of models to make this ultimate model, which is the one he's on. It's right now it's still the MF DNA, but he's looking to make a little bit more, and it seems to be working under his feet. That board looks great.
Well, Jacob loved the 3DV there for a while. That was a season or two ago. So I wondered if he sort of blended a bit of that into the DNA.
Yeah, that feels like it's the Juliet was hot property for a while, and a lot of team riders are still definitely on the Juliet. I'm a massive fan of it myself. It seems to be a bit of a shift back to the DNA, back to the Mick template, and it's working for Jacob right now because last wave, a 717, Zave back up against the ropes. He's chasing an 8.5, perfect timing to execute on that wave, Stace.
Yeah, that was a really, really important wave for Jacob, just with the time sort of remaining on the heat when he paddled into that wave, and just sort of how he'd kind of been performing up until this point. He did really well on his first wave, but he did have the fall at the end, and then the 283 had a fall in it as well. So I think for Jacob, the big thing for me there was how strong he finished that wave, and the score's really reflecting that. But I think psychologically, that was a real big win there for Jacob.
Xavier Huxtable out there with priority, less than 3 minutes to go, needing an excellent score. We know he's dropped excellent scores all week this week, so he's really got to channel one of those heats where his back was up against the wall. And Richie Lover, you're out and about, and I'm hoping you got a board for us.
I do, Jess. I do have a board for you, and I've got the board that you guys were talking about. Jacob Wilcox. It's actually got the Juliet model sticker on it, but word on the street is it's a modified Juliet model. So a bit more of an angular square tail on this one. Jacob has been a huge fan of the Mick Fanning template, which we know is the most successful fin in the entire world. It's won more events than any other fin, obviously designed with FCS and Mick Fanning. And this is an absolute weapon. DHD's been producing just amazing boards all year, and nice deep single concave on it, beautiful rocker, little tapered nose. These are absolute weapons, and Jacob's surfing incredibly well on them.
Rich, is he running the large or the mediums?
Nah, he's running the large, mate, and mixed fins, like super rakey, and with this tail curve here, it's actually got a fair bit of tail rocker in it. So these fins help to just anchor that in place. It allows these guys to really power up and just stay in complete control through the whole manoeuvre.
Yeah,
there's some pretty good action going on. Get back to it, you guys.
Yeah, it seems to be working for him really well in this heat. Just finished off a beautiful ride there for Jacob. We got 90 seconds on the clock. This wave had a really great wall at the start here, Stace.
Yeah, he did well to kind of check that turn and keep his energy moving down the line, and bang, huge turn out the back there. That was one of the better turns we've seen on the outside section all morning. You know, it's going to give him a bit more on the inside here too. Did well to keep his speed moving through. And this wave just kept on giving. Beautiful series of turns there for Jacob. The legs were burning after that one, and then Xavier outside, Jess.
Zabe needed to convert on this one, floats this first section. Bit of downtime through this middle bit. He really has to get some major moments going. Carve down, floats this next section here. It's got a great wall to it. He's just ever so slightly behind. Big end turn there for Zabe. There's nothing wrong with his surfing, but just feeling like it was lacking just that extra bit of oomph on that wave.
Yeah, he's just kind of caught behind from the start. Unlike Jacob's wave, which had that really nice tempo and just allowed him to kind of square up and tee off. Xavier was just sort of left chasing that wave the whole time. Nevertheless, it was a beautiful finish. And you'd have to think he's going to improve on his 6, but I reckon Jacob might be improving on his situation as well. So still going to leave Xavier out the back chasing a score. And with the clock counting down now, we'll wait to see how the judges viewed that last exchange.
Yeah, so heat, it's over. So it is really going to come down to these last two waves. Jacob's wave, just in comparison to the ones we've seen from him, the 733 and a 717, it felt like it had an extra amount of flow and just grace to it, and it felt like the turns really linked together beautifully. Zabe, unfortunately, this wave is after the hooter, and he's been one of the standouts for the entire event. Let's go through this wave of Zabe's again. Here's Stace.
Yeah, so Jacob actually didn't bet it there on his last ride, so this will leave Xavier chasing an 8.5 here, and not a bad wave that he's selected here, but unfortunately just a positioning at the start, getting a bit caught behind. And these turns here, just like you said, heaps of flow. Beautiful final manoeuvre, but I'm not too sure the judges will go too high on it as we see the scores coming through there. It will be Xavier's best wave, but it won't be the 8.5 he was looking to chase down.
Yeah, 6.73, but what an amazing event for Xavier Huxtable, really showcasing that he means business here on the Challenger Series. For the first time we've ever seen him compete on this level, and it's a shocker to that because he is so impressive. GWM recap, it was Jacob Wilcox who got us started in a really nice way here, 7.33 right at the start.
Yeah, it was a great way to start the heat there for Jacob. And, you know, coming up against Xavier's probably scored higher this event than Jacob, but that wasn't going to stop Chippo from really letting the young fella know who was boss here. This is a great way to start the heat for Jacob.
Yeah, that last turn prior to this one, that was insane. That was crazy. And didn't get the finish, but just so much damage done out the back. Zabe got his heat underway, but unfortunately just never got out of this 6 range, and he really had to match those 7s that Jacob was bringing here, Stace.
Yeah, he's done so well to get the scores that he did out of these waves. Just super flat, but he's still keeping his board moving through those dead parts of the wave, and he was just sort of hoping and praying for a bit more vertical face to work with here, but he didn't quite get the steepness he was looking for. And then Jacob Wilcox streaking down the line here, Jess. This was the 717. Yeah,
answered back beautifully. He's really looking in tune with his equipment, confident in himself, and great wave selection this heat. Beautiful backside floater there for Jacob, and just finding these waves that really steepened up all the way through along the bank. You can tell they're sitting pretty far out. This is quite a long wave, and it just hit the bank beautifully. Got a solid end section turn there, and a heat win with that one. There's your little Mick Fanning fist pump. Yeah. Like the feeling of that one?
Mick Fanning fins.
Mick
Fanning
sense.
fist pump. All makes sense.
We're going to see Jacob Wilcox in the semi-finals coming up later. We'll be back with quarterfinal heat number 2 right after this.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Vitacovi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. And by Port of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy.
We're rolling straight back into another massive quarterfinal here on finals day of the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. We've got some pretty cool things happening down here on the beach, not just surfing, we've got some sand castles as well. Plenty of activations going around for the kids to get a part of, and Good Boy Mile is busy today. Stace.
Yeah, it's a busy Sunday out there. Plenty of people getting down here to check out the action. Love me a bit of sand art. Therapeutic.
We got a really solid heat number 2 here. Matthew McGilvray taking on Winter Vincent, an international fair and a heat where we feel like these two surfers are going to be really graceful, really smooth, and really powerful.
Yeah, they're both pretty similar in their approaches, aren't they? Big, tall fellas, beautiful styles, and that really know how to throw a lot of spray on the rail.
Matty McGilvray up here. Quick check turn to start it off. Takes to the sky and sticks it for a full air reverse there for Matthew McGilvray, and that's how you start a quarterfinal.
He's had a gutty. He's like, I'm sick of doing this at the end of heats. We're going to do it at the start. And absolutely paid off for him there. I think the judges are really going to like that.
So this was actually the second wave. He got a small score to start this one off, and talk us through the technique of this air stace.
I guess once he stood up on this wave after the first check turn, he realised he's probably only got this in him, and he's just done so well to get his board out to the, not all the way to the flats, but far enough out so that he could actually land this and spin around. We saw a lot of air attempts yesterday. I think back to Matthias Hurdy's heat where, pretty much the boys getting everything done right, but just that offshore wind just adding an extra element of, difficulty to these turns and these manoeuvres. And for him to be able to kind of get that board out the way that he did, I think the judges are really going to like that.
It's crazy how much goes into thinking about just airs and all those little 1%ers, whether it's the wind, whether it's that oncoming section, whether it picks up enough as you want it to. And I feel like to have that ability to just pinpoint those tiny little key factors and then execute at the start of a heat, it's showing that his caliber of surfing.
Yeah, I mean, talk about feeling relaxed and feeling tuned into the place out here. I've seen Matt do that on multiple occasions at his home break of J-Bay. He's not worried about those rocks in there at all. That's child's play compared to what he's used to.
We've seen a couple people just make friends with the inside shelf, but hoping that's all we're going to see today. We've had one board lost, unfortunately, but it all makes up for some really fun action. We've got so much going on down here at Newcastle. We also have the Port of Newcastle, which boats come in and out of all day, and it's just another factor that makes Newcastle so interesting and such a great place to come to for an event. But taking a look at this last score, a 6.33 there, Stace.
Yeah, it's a great way to start your heat there. We saw Jacob open up pretty strong in that last heat, and Matthew here, he's not mucking around. I think that, for him to be able to extract, nearly 6.5 points out of that ride, there wasn't a whole lot going on that wave. So basically, basically a little soft closeout. So for him to be able to get that air in and extract, maximum points out of that wave, I think he's done a good job there. And he's not mucking around. He's just gone straight back to that spot, which is a little deeper than Winter. Winter's sort of sitting on the more traditional rocks peak, whereas Matthew's gone a bit more up towards the ladies' bath section. And so far it's working for him.
Yeah, Matty as well. He's a bit of an adopted Australian. Some of his best mates, Jacko Baker, Morgan Siblick, Liam O'Brien, and all of them had time on the tour together. So we talk about in that last heat having someone like Morgs and Jacko just to lean on and have in your corner to know for lineups, how far out to sit with this offshore wind. It makes a massive difference. Winter, he's been working with Mick Caney down at this event, and saw him take him over to Margs for his first championship tour debut over there, and they seem to have this great bond going, and he's had some great results this year because of it.
Yeah, definitely. He's obviously started the year really strong at the World Junior Titles, placed second over there to Bronson Matey. And then, he's had a great start here this week. already finding himself in the quarterfinals and with plenty more to give. Haven't even seen him ride a wave yet, so he'll be excited to get his campaign underway. It's talk about a lot. I think a lot of good surfers kind of qualify in 2 seasons, and you certainly get that feeling about winter this year.
Yeah, I feel like with that number really does sit around 2 or 3. I feel like the people who do it in 1, it's just supernatural. You know, it's a pretty hard task, but Rio Wider did it in 2 years, Cole Hauschman 2 years as well, and to potentially this could be the year for Winter to be able to get that done. He's not too far from here where he lives. It's about 2 hours down the coast. He's from Queenscliff Board Riders, and he's a very proud Queenscliff Board Rider surfer as well. Jacob Wilcox, though, very proud Margaret River, and he's on the glass with Vaughan Blakey.
Unreal start to the year, Chippo, getting through a quarter against a good mate and into the semis. Must be frothing.
Yeah, I'm frothing. I knew I just had to be on the 2 best waves, and it's so slow, and I feel like it's getting a little bit slower as the morning goes on, but yeah, I'm stoked. Good way to start the year.
Yeah, tell us about the conditions, because it does look perfect when the waves come, but just having the patience to pick the right one is really the game today.
Yeah, that's it, eh? I was just saying to myself, like, hold your nuts, just sit there and wait. Like, you're going to get them, and I managed to get a couple. I was a little bit, like, after I got that good start, I was like, oh, come on, like, just need another backup now, and it kind of took me a little bit to get it, but once I got it, I was, like, pretty pumped. Dave's such a good surfer. It kind of looks like Bell's out there a little bit right now, so I knew it was going to be dangerous in this wind and in those right-handers, so yeah, I'm stoked about to start the year. Let's go to Tahiti.
That's it, mate. Well, it's a good point you make. Like, you know, when we watch your career, the highs and the lows, the heartbreak that has come at times and the near misses, and then the clips that you've dropped, you're just such a tube pig. Man, you just love getting that snout in the cone zone. How hard has it been motivated or keep your motivation for competing, you know, at elite level?
Yeah, it feels like it's a completely different sport sometimes when you're surfing in this and then chasing like big barreling waves. It feels like they're 2 polar opposite things. So hopefully soon, one day, I get the opportunity to meet them both in the middle and compete and get some good barrels as well. So seeing the tour next year is super motivating. Having Pipe on this year is also super motivating. So yeah, I'm fired up and get through one more heat here and get a win. Who knows what's possible.
That's it, mate. Congratulations. Stoked to see you into the semis.
Cheers, Bono. Got to finish this banana.
Chippo has to be one of the biggest threats you've got to think going to Pipeline this year.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, just given how skilled he is, and he's also had the experience out there, I think back to, like, the days of the Vulcan Pipe Pro, and then obviously him being on the World Tour and having that experience out there as well. He's definitely going to be pretty dangerous when that event rolls around there for event number 6 on this year's Challenger Series.
And then we stop back here for event number 7 to decide who was going to make the championship tour for 2026. And it feels like it's going to be a really solid year based on the amount of talent we've seen just from event number 1 here at Newcastle. After this, we are going to go over to Bolido for what is a really fun wave. We can get some incredible waves over there in South Africa. Huntington Beach, the US Open. Feels like that one, it sits there with SURFEST as a bit of a prestigious event to win.
Oh, for sure. You know, that event there is as much about the surfing as it is about, like, managing your expectations, because it's a full festival. You know, like, there's people loaded up on the pier, the beaches are packed, and then there's a surf comp in between it all. And yeah, it's an event where you can set up your career. You make heats at the US Open, you make a final at the US Open, you really put yourself on the map.
Ericeira shortly after that, and then straight over to Brazil. Not a lot of time in between those, so we're going to see everyone just flocking to Brazil from Portugal. Then we get to Pipeline. That's the big one. That'll be in January, so a bit of time to get some reps in there for our competitors, and then we're straight back here to Newcastle to see who our top 10 for the men, and this year who our top 7 are going to be for the women. That women's side of the draw extending to 24 surfers next year on the championship tour. Our first time in history that we're going to have that many women competing on that top tier.
Yeah, that's going to be amazing. And yeah, there's some events are kind of like a leg, you know, going from Portugal to Brazil, pretty straightforward, one flight down. But then the interesting one for me is seeing Pipeline finish, and then there's a month before this event. So if you're like, you know, 11th, 12th, 13th, you know, in that kind of placing, that I think that month would feel like an eternity.
Yeah, nervous times in that month for sure. And then you're thinking about what your competitors are getting up to. A month is a long time to work on your surfing, get fit in the gym. It's a solid amount of time to make a comeback here at Surfest in the last stop.
Yep, it is. Yeah, it's definitely enough time also too, just to, yeah, like I said, the head noise would be very loud, I reckon, if you were sort of, you know, around the bubble.
Oh, I cannot wait for how this is going to pan out. We got 16 minutes left on the clock. Maddie McGilvray is currently in the lead, waiting for Winter Vincent to open up his account. We'll be back right after this Bonsoy brew break.
For 21 years, Burton Automotive have been proud sponsors of the Newcastle SURFEST, and this year they've brought down GWM, Hunter and Cardiff, and a couple of GWM Tank 300s to the contest site for you to check out. With us is Deb from Burton Automotive. Deb, what are some of the magical features of the GWM Tank 300?
The responsive steering is amazing, 2.4 diesel engine, pulling capacity 3 tonne. Plenty of space for any weekend getaway. And you can also customise any of the accessories that we have from Burton Automotive.
Even when you're relaxing, you still get pumped up to take these things on the road.
Absolutely you do.
Now, to celebrate Burton Automotive and GWM Hunter Cardiff's long association with Surfest, we're giving away a genuine 1978 MR Retro Twinny. You kidding me? All you got to do is like our social media, get a selfie with a GWM car, tag in your post with 3 friends, and you could win. Make sure you tag Burton Automotive Group.
Someone find that board. Where is Vaughan? Thank you so much to Burton Automotive for everything they do for Surfest and everything they do for Newcastle. It's a really incredible family business. We saw Deb. Kim apparently has one of the most incredible surfboard collections of all time.
Yes, that is indeed correct. And in the break, we did see this wave get ridden here, Jess. Winter Vincent getting his heat underway.
Wow, gorgeous opening carve there for Winter. Really held that rail beautifully from top back to the power source. This one's starting to slow down a little bit through here. Winter really sticking to this middle section of the wave, just looking for these steep sections to allow him to just open up and basically show us what he's got, which we know is pretty incredible. And it comes through to 4.83. So he gets himself in the heat, but we spoke about it in that last heat, the importance of matching your competitor's first wave score. It's high, especially in these rounds.
Yeah, like if you look at Xavier in that last heat, just wasn't ever able to really get back in sync with Jacob. And Jacob sort of consistently outscored him. And by the end of the heat, he'd sort of just, run away with it.
pretty saw this one. It started to play out. It's starting to play out a little bit similar to that last one. Zave didn't get his first wave until after that 15-minute mark. Then got it. It didn't quite match Maddie's. And right now, though, the big man, Ryan Callanan, he's coming up in that next heat against Dimitri Poulos. And you wait to see Good Boy Mile be packed. The most packed it's been this entire event, because that man on your screen, he's Newcastle's one of their favourites.
The one on the left, eh?
The one on the left, correct. Yep.
Louis Dunn.
Yeah. No, Ryan, I wonder if little baby Penny's down the beach.
Yeah, I don't know what her program is at the minute, but it's a good day to be out and about. Sun shining down there. Tucked out of the wind too, down there nice and low.
Maddie McGilvray right now up and riding, looking to better a 3.5 here. Apply some pressure to Winter Vincent. Bit of downtime at the start. Great opening manoeuvre. Really responded well to his foot, landing pretty far up the board then. He's back at the power saw, slashes it for that second turn. More room to work and lays into that finishing one. Wow, that's a great wave there for Maddie McGilvray.
Maddie McGill, he's looking fired up. That was a great wave.
That was the Maddie McGill we all know and love. There's so much just energy, that risk, and that feeling, that element of surprise in his surfing that we all fell in love with when he joined that top tier, and that wave ticked it all.
Yeah, there is that element of surprise with his surf, and obviously he's got the traditional stuff down. You can kind of see that coming, you know, but with the airs and the tail blows and that, even the big Larry at the end. It's just a really well put together wave, and it had plenty of surprise in it.
This wave, it really is looking like that last heat. It's got so many similarities. Jacob getting a good start, Maddie got a good start. They're locked in the highest wave scores of the heat so far, and then Jacob backed it up on that next exchange, and so has Maddie. Winter on the back foot now, needs to try and get himself back in this heat. We got some South African supporters down there. Go Ryan! Definitely a lot of Ryan supporters. A lot of Novocastrians on the beach right now.
Oh, big time. Yep.
This is where we're going to see a lot of noise start to filter in down here at Merewether on these rocks. Waiting for this last wave for Maddie McGilvray, and there it is. It is a 5.83, so extending his lead and applying more pressure here, Stace.
Yeah, he's done well there. He surfed that wave up for sure, and he's put the pressure back onto Winter Vincent. Winter now chasing a 7.33. It's well within his skill set to do it. It's just finding those waves today. That's been the challenge, Jess.
Maddie McGilvray looking to add his name to a long list of champions that is just so impressive. Had one South African win here in the past. It was Travis Logie back in 2009. And Maddie McGilvray definitely would love to take that title back home to South Africa. And Winter Vincent, though, there's so many incredible Australians. Came second here last year, lost to Joel Vaughan in the final. He's looking for redemption. He wants to get himself back in that top spot. Here's a graphic of these past champs here, Stace, and what do you feel about these winners?
Oh, I feel lots, and then you just get to see the Aussie and Brazilian dominance there. So you were doing the run through before. How many men's world champs have won this event?
We have 9 men's world champions and 25 world titles between those 9 world champions who have won this event in the past. And every single male surfer who has won this event before has surfed or been on the championship tour, which is a huge stat. And it just shows how many people have the desire to take a win here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely one of the better ones you can win. And I think, yeah, you would take any win where you can, but when you win this event and you throw your names up there alongside the greats that have competed and won here, definitely a pretty special memory, I reckon.
But you think we have 9 world champion surfers who have won this event before, and in those 9, there's 25 world titles. I mean, Kelly holds almost half of them, so he is definitely the greatest of all time. But it just shows that this event, it means so much, and this Newcastle flight cam is giving us a real in-depth look at this heat. There's a bit of space right now between Winter and Maddie, but Maddie in that perfect spot, because right there with second priority, he can apply pressure, try and make Winter sell try and sell him on the next kind of worst wave that comes through.
Yeah, I like your point there. It's like Matthew's done enough now to kind of put some scores on the board. He'd probably just be looking to really put some pressure on the Winter and at least try and bait him into a wave that he might not want to go, so that he can get that first priority back, and then just really just look to shut out the heat from here. This next wave for Winter is super important. At the moment, he's chasing a 7.33. He's definitely good enough to do it in one, but we kind of have seen sort of that 6 to high 6 mark be a pretty good total if you can get that done twice on a day like today.
He's going to want to potentially get even slightly higher than that 7, considering he's got a 4.83 as a backup, because you'd have to think that Matty McGill will only be chasing a 6 or a high 5 if he just hits that 7.33. And in which, when it's someone like Matty McGilvray, that's a scary number to have your competitor need that when you're trying to defend first place. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's super competitive this heat, like you said. If he gets a 7.33, anything extra on top of that is going to be welcomed. But I guess that's the flip side of being sort of that far behind. If you can lock in that higher score, and Winter's chasing the single highest score of the heat, if you can get that done, the pressure that goes back to the other surfer, because they've got the most or the harder job to improve on. So it's it's not all bad for Winter at the moment. He just needs to find himself a good quality piece of ocean. He's got time. There's 5 minutes to go, and he's just kind of hoping that one of those big, beautiful sets roll through and have that similar pace to we see of Jacob Wilcox's waves in that last heat. He was just on such primo, perfect waves. We've got a pretty exciting end to this heat. We hope we're going to have fireworks, but let's take a look at what happened. This is the GWM recap, and this was a big moment here, Stace.
Yeah, you can see he's just telegraphing this air down the line here, and he absolutely got it done. That was the 6.33, and that was really early in the heat too. It's a great start there for Matthew. And this is Winter's 4.83. Lovely first carve there, swooping manoeuvre as he brings this wave through to the inside. Was the only thing that really let him down here was just that vertical face to get some extra business done through the middle there. Nevertheless, he was able to extract a 4.3 out of that ride.
Yeah, and Matty McGill here really needed to back up that 6, and he did so in a great way. There was some really exciting surfing done on this wave, especially with that first turn. Pushed that foot back to the tail pad, ripped into a beautiful carve, and then he finished strong. Slash in the pocket there, and this turn just belted it, and gave us his best example of Xavier Huxtable in that last heat, just laying into that end section. We got 3.5 minutes, and it is all eyes on Winter Vincent. Has first priority, chasing a 7.33, like I mentioned. Got second here last year, so has come close to tasting victory and having his name on this incredible honour roll. We talk about past Women's World Champions who have won here. We have 9 on the women's side, 18 world titles between those 5 women, which is an incredible stat. So that means all up 43 world titles combined in all of the men and women's past winners here. And that's a huge number, Stace. Yeah, a lot of champions make their way either across the world or down the coast, up the coast to this event, as we see some good-looking sets approaching out the back here, Jess. Winter having a look at the first wave here. He's stroking in. You can see that wind playing a bit of havoc. Stuck behind on this first section, and frustration there. Looking like there's more lines out the back, and it's going to be Madam McGilvray stroking into a beautiful wave here. It's making its best impression of J-Bay. Tucks in for a barrel. He's going to come out to a beautiful open face in front of him. More damage to be done on this inside section. Swoops there for Matthew. Brings it back around. He's looking for a big finish to this wave because it has had excitement from the start. This is one of the best looking waves we've seen come through today. Staying with this one, hoping it has this inside bowl. Big section, floats it there for the finish. The crowd loves it there, and that's a great wave for Matthew McGilvray. Yeah, he'll be stoked with that.
And Jess, you called it earlier. It'd be very hard to pass up those waves as they approach coming into you, but the second wave of the sets has looked a lot better today as we take a look at the replay here, thanks to Burton Automotive. Beautiful, lovely carve in the lip there. And then just love the way he kind of surfed through that tube. Not super deep, but it was just a nice little under the lip tube. It comes through the inside, a couple of nice cutties. Now, at this point in the wave, you're kind of thinking, oh, you never really know what you're going to get, but you know one thing's for sure is you just don't want it to go into the gutter and be completely useless, and definitely don't think that was the case here. Matthew making light work of that end section, and we're still waiting for a score for him.
Stonewood slow-mo just showcasing the technique and the power Matty has, and like you mentioned, Stace didn't get super deep in that one, but it was probably one of those moments on this wave where you go, oh, I'm going to get tubed on this wave. Carved it back, and he just surfed this wave beautifully all the way through the end here, Stace.
Yeah, that was a sweet little windy tube to kind of put yourself through for sure. It's absolutely flying. You notice you didn't see him stalling or waiting on that wave. He kind of was just using it just to get through that part of the wave and then get out into the open face and then lay it right in.
30 seconds to go. Winter Vincent chasing a 7.33, but that score and that requirement is going to go up because early indications are saying that this score might go excellent, and it was a really beautifully surfed wave. And I was thinking when Winter paddled into that, I said, I don't know if this is the one in my head. That second wave of the set has just looked like the best one, the best option so far all throughout the heats this morning. It drops in. It's an 8-point ride for Matthew McGilvray, and it means that Winter is chasing a 9.5 on this wave. And by the looks of what we're seeing in this inside section, unless something crazy happened out the back, it's going to be all she wrote for Winter here.
Yeah, you can just see the body language there, looking a little dejected. And it's catching you up on what happened out the back on this wave. Yeah, unfortunately, Winter not getting much to work on through the inside with that one.
Yeah, Winter, such a talent and a surfer who we can pretty much say that we expect to see him go deep, at least quarterfinal finish it in most draws. This tour really suits him, but we are going to lose him in the quarterfinals here to Matthew McGilvray, who got an 8-point ride on that last wave. We are going to bring in Ryan Callanan and Dimitri Poulos for quarterfinal heat number 3 with Ronnie Bakey and Richie Lovett.
I've grown up in Newcastle all my life, and to see what the city has become and to see the amount of people that are attracted to everything that's from here, the experiences, the restaurants, the beautiful beaches, it's an incredible place to live. The food scene here is just amazing. I travel a lot of places around the world and I feel like the quality here is just as good as a lot of places I go. Fine dining restaurants to a beer overlooking the beach. Whatever you're in the mood for, you'll find it.
Welcome back to finals day. Matty McGilvray recovering well, getting himself a great result here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, and he is buzzing it. M-Bay doing a great impression of small J-Bay out there at the moment. Matty McGilvray right at home, and Rich and I right at home in the booth. But we got a special guest joining us in our house, Julian Wilson. Mate, great to have your company, and thanks, because it's going to be cool to get your insights. You got your number one team rider out there, mate, competing for a spot in the semis, and he's going to have his hands full. Dimitri's been ripping.
Yeah, thanks for having me, boys. And yeah, this is my thoroughbred out there at the moment. Backing my horse in big today, and yeah, it's his backyard, and it's World Tour quality conditions today. So I think best man wins. It's going to come down to the surfing.
Well, here is the lineup. Dimitri Poulos as the last standing North American surfer in the mix. He's earned himself a spot in Trestles. He would love to head over there with the SURFEST title in his back pocket. And we'll see how things got started here on the opening exchange. Conditions are pumping out there today, Julian.
Aren't they what? It's just, yeah, stiff offshore. The swell period's jumped a little today. I think it's another 5 seconds on the period. So these long lines with, yeah, just multiple opportunities to showcase their surfing is exciting. It's an exciting day. Newcastle is fired up for this, that's for sure.
Oh, this one in particular. Here's the replay of that opening ride.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. For Callanan.
Oh, he's got the swing juice going on. It's got the rhythm happening, and for this to be his first wave of the heat is a great start. And
wow.
His best turn. Save it till last. How good.
The numbers in. 8.17. That's what you want as the hometown hero.
That was the leg burner. He got like 6 or 7 manoeuvres on that thing.
Huge.
What a way to start.
Jules, you've surfed a final with Ryan in this event before. It was a close one from memory.
Yeah, it was a dead heat. I had the highest number, but yeah, we had a tied final. And that was early doors of moving to Newcastle. And yeah, it was an exciting one. Obviously, a lot of energy on the beach. Yeah, in support of Ryan, and there was just, yeah, it was an exciting final to have. That was about 2 months before COVID kicked in, actually. Yeah.
So huge. Ryan Callanan, he's one of your closest mates. You guys surf together a lot in this region. It was a real surprise to see him get knocked off the CT, but he had a challenging start to the year, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, coming off last year, for myself as a fan watching Ryan and just watching the way that he sort of been hitting his strides and getting a lot more consistent on tour, I really backed him in for a top 5 run this year, you know, going to cloudy kind of, yeah, there was a lot of excitement. And, you know, sometimes the excitement of, like, say the final event being at Cloudbreak, maybe that plays a little bit into him, you know, wanting it maybe a little bit too much and forcing it a little bit, and obviously really such a bummer to see him get injured in his heat in Hawaii, and then obviously tried to push through and just been navigating, you know, his best optimal way to sort of get through the injury and compete at his best. And then obviously Nina being at home, expecting their first child. He's had a lot to deal with this year, but
huge year for him.
He's one man that can handle all that and keep a smile on his face, which he's done so well. And I'm just so happy to see him making some heats this week, and it's his backyard. He's always going to get up for it, and he's just navigated the event so well so far.
Yeah, I guess when you reflect on what's happened for him in the last few weeks, you know, getting knocked off the tour at that 7th stop on the CT, a pretty comforting event to move into, and one that he was always going to have the motivation for. So, you know, certainly up and about. But Mark Richards spoke about it yesterday when he was in here. Sometimes when you're competing in front of your hometown crowd, there's a lot of attention and extra pressure that comes with trying to bank a big result at that hometown venue.
You know, I really like it for Ryan. I think it's one thing that he needs to lean on even just a little bit more, like build that pressure and the expectation around himself, because he's such a solid, strong surfer with a full repertoire. And I know as a competitor, and I know the rest of the competitors that go up against him fear that. They don't want him switched on. They don't want him with his full arsenal rocking up for a heat. And I think the energy and the expectation that's created around him at this event, he sort of doesn't have a choice but to embody that and bring it out in the water. And you know, it's been nice. Like he's really on and he's up for it. And you know, I think that's his best competitor, is when he's got that expectation and he's expected to win. Where sometimes on the World Tour he gets a really, you know, a tough heat, and sometimes, you know, lets them sort of get the edge on him. But yeah, he's got the full package. This is a great second wave here.
Let's see what he can do with it. I mean, a nice swoop there. Unbelievable variation on the backhand for Ryan Callanan. Those big, powerful vertical hits that he can get going. Amazing air game as well, but really leaning into the power and finding his place in this lineup. We knew he would.
So nice to see him linking just a lot of variation for just whatever the wave was offering, and timed it perfectly again, and he's happy with that.
Yeah, just an ugly end section and a tidy finish.
For me, that was just a classic example of local knowledge. Just sitting under Dimitri, finding this one right on the rock shelf. Opens up with a beautiful clean turn, big swooping cutback. Just really knowledgeable about all these little micro sections that pop up in front of him, and he just destroys them.
Look at how well he watches the little nuances of this, you know, as the wave sucks up and backs off and cuts a turn short to get to that steep section, and he just read that. Like, to ride that wave backhand like that, it's really, you've got to have some local knowledge.
And a triple up to finish on the shore break there. He did it well. Love this. The Newcastle flight cam gives a good picture of just how beautiful Ryan's traditional lines are, how much distance he puts between himself and the wall of the wave with those big driving bottom turns.
Yeah, he really does square up off the bottom, and he has this unique part of his style, which this front arm actually drags on the bottom turn. Gets right down low, and he gets a great rotation in the upper body. The lower body follows. And just different angles on the backhand. Really, really good to appreciate Ryan's style.
He's going to put some pressure here on the 22-year-old surfer from Ventura, Dimitri Poulos, who's got his close mate, Ryan Huckabee, down there, just helping him get prep for this big clash. Dimitri will be fully aware that he's got his hands full here, so we'll have to bring some of that brilliant surfing that's got him to this point in the contest. But Jules, you know what Dimitri's about to face too, getting his first call up into a championship tour event. You were just a micro grom on the Gold Coast when you got your first wild card, but it's a big moment for an up-and-comer, isn't it?
Yeah, only 22. He's obviously, really strong surfer. He's showed his strengths this week so far. He had a great heat yesterday. By no means is he anywhere out of this heat. He's kind of got the full repertoire. I think the local knowledge is definitely in Ryan's favour with these type of conditions, being back over on the rocks today, and just, as you can see, even on a good wave, you've still got to read it well. But Dimitri only needs one big section to get himself back in the heat. So, I think he's no matter what the result is in this heat, he's taken a lot of confidence to trestles, and he can get excellent scores at a CT level, so look out.
It's going to be fun to watch. Ryan Callanan banks a 7.33. Pretty healthy heat score total that Dimitri's going to have to track down already, Rich, 15.5. But how fun was it for you and I to call Julian's run through the event on the Gold Coast, watch him warm towards that final? It was a magic return to the jersey.
It was so cool. And Jules, and I spoke about it on the webcast a lot, the broadcast a lot, even your progression from the trials win and then through the event, you could see a confidence building, and it actually shone through with the performances that you were laying down. Did you feel like that was happening? Did you feel you were building?
Yeah, I mean, I just was kind of breaking the ceiling of my expectation right from the first heat of the trials all the way through the event. Obviously, there was a lot of opportunity up there, and I was able to kind of tap into that. And the great thing about the CT events is it's a lot of the time it comes down to who can showcase the best surfing, and you get a lot of good swings at it. So I felt like the opportunities were there the whole week, and yeah, I didn't obviously expect to get to where I got to in the event, and it was definitely not something that I was prepared for, but I definitely made the most of the opportunity, and I just was, yeah, I guess tapping back into something that I've laid down for the last 4 years, and yeah, woke something up in me, and yeah, it was just, yeah, as the battles went on and certain competitors and certain opportunities, I just couldn't let them go to squander, and I just made sure I made the most of it.
I love that.
Politely put.
Woke something up in me. You turned green and veins were popping out of your forehead when you got to the final. You look like the Hulk.
Oh.
But it was an emotional one too, man. It's so cool to watch you compete in front of your family and just have your kids meeting you there on the water's edge, and something that, you know, they're down there at the moment watching on, but something that no doubt Olivia in particular, who's old enough to kind of understand what you were doing in the event, was able to enjoy. It was special.
Oh, for sure. Her, yeah, just the way that she connected to what I was doing, I think for the first time. She's 7 now, and she got the first 2 years of her life, we dragged her around the world on the tour, but she obviously had no idea where she was. But that was the first time that she's really connected with what Dad actually did and does and loves to do, and it was like each heat that went on, it was like her eyes got bigger and bigger, and just, yeah, she kind of just grew a whole new understanding around what it is that yeah, what Dad did, I guess, before just being a full-time dad for the last 4 years. But that was I mean, that's basically my goal in this, is to go back to competition and show my kids what Dad loves to do and what he used to do. And yeah, it was an incredible opportunity to do that. I mean, we packed our stuff to go up there for 5 days and do the trials and have a little family holiday, and it turned it into a 2.5 week finals run in a World Tour event. So yeah, it was a bit of a Cinderella moment for me to share that with the family, and just, yeah, we just took the van up and turned it into a pretty memorable holiday.
Absolutely, mate, and we're looking forward to seeing more from you. We've got 15 minutes remaining here. Ryan Callanan still in control of this lead, but AJ has tracked down Matty McGilvray, who's loving his morning here at M Bay.
How could you not, Ronnie? Maddie, you told me this entire competition, I don't mean to wait until the end of the heat to get the win. That one's such a strong start with the air. How did you set yourself apart so early?
Yeah, I definitely was thinking about getting a quicker start, and I decided to paddle deep to get my first wave. I'd seen a couple when I was watching the previous heats, and it seemed like there was opportunity up there. And then, yeah, after I had that first wave, then I could go down and sit on the main peak. But yeah, happy to get a quick start, and then yeah, everything worked out.
And you found a gem there at the end too, an excellent wave. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, I mean, that set came, and I didn't know there was going to be a good wave behind, and Winter got the first one, so I was just so lucky to have that one behind, and it was just such a good shape. Got like a little barrel, and yeah, it was super fun.
And you've been through so much in the last few weeks, just coming from Margs to here, starting this 2025 Challenger Series. How does locking in your spot in the semi-final put in perspective just what you can do here this year?
It's a big confidence boost. Yeah, just obviously it's going to be a long year ahead, and it's just nice to get off to a strong start and get some momentum going. Yeah, it feels good.
We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you. Thanks.
Cheers, AJ. Matty McGilvray, a man on a mission, and really taken a lot of confidence out of this place in the semi-finals. He'll take on Jacob Wilcox. We're still looking to set up that second semi. 13 minutes to go here. Good scores on the board for Ryan Callanan. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to the show. Quarterfinals underway here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Ryan Callanan, the local boy, a 5-time winner of the Ray Richards Memorial event at the Merewether Surfboard Club, is holding onto the lead. And it's a solid one at this point in time, but we've just seen beautiful scenes of this city throughout the event window, and it's providing some great conditions for us at the moment. No one more qualified to speak about the magic of Newcastle than Julian Wilson, who's been living down here for a number of years now, Jules, and you really have just leaned into this place and all it offers. It's got so much to look forward to every time you come down here.
Yeah, there's a lot to offer here. My daughter's now 7. I moved here 2 weeks after she was born, and yeah, I've been here for sort of 7.5 years, and already had. Oh, here goes Ryan. Let's go. Come on.
Wow. So getting another opportunity under priority. He's going to kick out of this one, but
it's almost like Ryan with second priority right now. He could somewhat dictate the outcome of this heat just by where he sits, because Dimitri has already made a pretty big mistake not being on that second good wave of Ryan's, and you know there'd be some questions in his mind about his positioning, and the swell's really lully and laying down, and then only 1 or 2 opportunities when they stand up. If Ryan, I mean, if he really wanted to, he could paddle him almost wherever, I think, at this point, to kind of, manage the outcome of the heat. But
shepherd him around the lineup a little bit.
Absolutely. I'm sure he'll play a little bit of that. But Newcastle, beautiful place to live. Obviously, just a huge variety of waves. We get so much swell. This time of year is just the best, and to have the event, in this calendar window as opposed to earlier in the year, it's obviously showcasing just the quality of waves that we get here at this time of year, and it's so welcome to we get all the big south swells, and it washes the sand down the beach and keeps it away from the rocks, and whether it's 2 foot or it's 10 foot, it kind of handles really well, where in the summertime it fills up with sand and you're just at sort of the mercy of the sand. A lot of the time it can be really straight and fast and hard to compete, and we've had that before, but this time of year is spot on for competition at Merewether, and it's obviously showing.
Absolutely. You moved into town, you already knew and had a pretty good friendship with a local, Ian Reece Smith, who's got a couple of mountain bike shops here in Newcastle, and you quickly started exploring some of the terrain around this area. There's a lot to do if the waves do turn to trash in this region too.
Absolutely. You could almost hit a golf ball from this event site to the national park right next to us, which is Glenrock, and it has about 36 kilometre loop of trail bike riding. I'm in there quite regularly, thanks to Reece and my father-in-law for introducing me to mountain bikes when I moved here. It's an absolute wonderland in there, and obviously every little window you pop out on when you're doing that 35k loop, you check the surf. There's multiple beaches over there that are also beautiful and surrounded by the national park, and it has a lot to offer here, and from very high quality waves to beautiful national parks with they look after the trails for mountain biking and for trail walking, and it's just a lot of people obviously gravitate to this area because there is so many beautiful aspects to it, and people get very proud to live here.
Rich and I haven't done a lot of trail walking this trip, but we've checked out some of the local restaurants. And we bumped into you up at the Merewether Beach Hotel the first night of the event. You took part in that panel discussion with the That Swell podcast, which was a lot of fun to listen to.
Giving up priority.
He already had 6.5 minutes to go.
On that one before.
Wow.
Yeah.
6.5 minutes to go. So Dimitri right up against it here, and Ryan Callanan. He's got that CT experience, so many head-to-head heats that he can lean into, and it was just constructed on the back of a great start.
Yeah, everything's
kind of gone wrong for Dimitri Poulos at this stage, and just a paddle there. And it can sometimes happen in these really strong offshore winds, and then you get these little shelves that pop up. They can so easily just sit down under you while you're paddling and you miss the wave, and that's exactly what happened to Dimitri, unfortunately. He's just shaking his head there, filthy. But he really hasn't had an opportunity to get into this heat yet, but you know, in hindsight, he should have been on that 7.33 that Ryan got, and he probably would have been in the heat.
Yeah, these longer period swirls, Julian, put the pressure on to really convert when the set waves do roll in, because otherwise, you know, you miss your place in the exchange. You find yourself chasing a couple of rides in the back of the heat. It's kind of somewhat impossible to turn it around because there's not really any in-betweeners today.
Yeah, the only way Dimitri wins this heat right now is he gets, you know, a good two-wave set comes in, he gets a 7 or an 8 out of the two-wave set. He probably needs to be a bit closer to Ryan, but and then he gets a closeout air. With 5 minutes to go, you're not going to get two good two-wave sets. There's only been 3 opportunities in this heat so far, kind of coming on average of around 1 every 6-7 minutes. So he's got to be on the next good set, and then he also has to get he has to get creative on the inside, or just find one sort of Hail Mary section. That's kind of his only escape route. He is got his work cut out for him. The ocean's looking quite flat at the moment too, and he's probably, I'm not sure what kind of competitor he is, but he might be pretty hard on himself at this point, given the opportunity that he missed to Ryan. And yeah, he's got a bit of a mountain to climb out of here.
Yeah, in slow conditions, you really have to, you're forced to marinate on those missed opportunities. Let's dive into the GWM heat recap here with 4 minutes to go, and we'll see the work that Ryan Callanan got done early. Just CT stuff.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we sort of expect from Ryan Callanan, just this textbook clobber off the back of this beautiful goofy foot style here. Just really coming through these sections so beautifully, coming off the top and off the bottom, and just timing these sections perfectly.
Just kept on offering, didn't it, that way?
Just kept standing up, and probably left the best to last. That big vertical hit, really getting that board at 12 o'clock. And then he found this little gem under the priority of Dimitri Poulos. Big swooping cutback. Just a great rhythm to the way he's surfing. And there's that, watch that front arm on the bottom turn, just touches the wall of the wave.
That's as good as he could have timed that section just there. That little steep, one little steep moment in those last 4 turns, and he capitalised on it. It's
just the pace, incredible. You know, it's always great when you see someone with the jersey on in a huge moment like this, kind of approach a wave like they would in a free surf. He never looked rushed, didn't look like he was desperate, certainly didn't look to be feeling any nerves in this big moment to take a really solid place at the top end of the rankings on the Challenger Series at stop 1. Dimitri on the inside, it's been a difficult one for him.
Yeah, I think Ryan looks up for it today. I think yesterday he was a bit nervous. He had a big heat against Liam. His 2 scoring waves that he kept to win the heat, he didn't finish them. Left sort of 1.5, maybe 2 points out there. Created a really close heat. Liam fell on an air that would have got the score, and then fell on a 2-turn wave that under Ryan's priority, and they were both opportunities to get the score, and the heat went Ryan's way. But today it looks like he's controlling his own destiny, and I think he's in a good spot. He loves this break over on the rocks. You know, it's always tricky to, you know, this is a strong heat for him, so he'll need to reset and have a similar approach again. And but I think local knowledge and just he's kind of hitting his strides today and showcasing his best surfing.
We've got 1:40 here, Jules. Just very quickly, wanted to get your thoughts. A couple of big announcements. The tour. This will be the last year of the Final 5, going back to a cumulative point system with Pipe having extra points in the final event next year. But also a couple of events added to the Challenger Series schedule. Firstly, with the move back to the old style Dream Tour. Your thoughts on that?
I think it's been welcome. It's been welcomed with open arms from the whole surf community. I think it's very exciting. I think Pipeline is the ultimate battleground for competitive surfing from 2 foot to 15 foot, left and right. The most exciting heats we've ever watched have all gone down there.
And now the Challenger Series, you must have been absolutely frothing to hear that you'll get an opportunity there in a Challenger Series event.
Yeah, I feel like I've hit the jackpot somewhat, just getting the opportunity to have the wild card for the Challenger Series. 5 events, yeah, it wasn't a huge amount of opportunity, but turning that into now, yeah, finding out 7 events. We come back to Merewether again, and we're surfing Pipeline in the Challenger event.
Well, Dimitri,
he's trying to make it.
Yeah, trying to make something happen there on the inside, but it's an absolute lap of honour here for Ryan Callanan. And he is going to get himself a spot in the semi-finals.
How good is that?
The Merewether Board Riders Club, Surfboard Club, they're going to put their hands together for their boy, who's going to get a really solid result out of this event.
Yeah, everyone's fired up. Every right to be. It's a great performance for Ryan, and his year kind of officially starts now, I think.
Yeah, it does. And really good to see him just, you know, get the kind of result out of this venue that's going to inspire him to really attack this Challenger Series. Probably would have been pretty hard having a new barber at home to go and chase down results on the Challenger Series and get over that disappointment, but this is going to help.
I think it'll free him up big time, and I think, yeah, like I said, I just think the pressure that he gets sort of forced upon him locally is great for him. He's obviously a great competitor, and he needs that, you know, he needs that nudge along, and I think he can take a lot out of this, and I would love to see him go all the way today. But yeah, just for his campaign this year, just body this and put the pressure on yourself and just capitalise on making a good run back to the World Tour again.
Unbelievable, mate. It's been fantastic to have you in to call this heat with us. All the best for your Challenger Series campaign. I know that you'll be pushing Ryan along the way as you both travel the world through the back half of this year. Yeah, really excited for it, and Hiroto as well, and definitely a goal to get 3 of the Revere team guys on the CT next year would be an absolutely incredible achievement to do. So we're going to rally around each other and make a good push for it. And Ryan's flying the flag big time for us this week. Most definitely, mate. Get out there and enjoy finals day here at SURFEST. Thanks, we'll be back in just a moment with quarterfinal number 4. We'll find our last semi-finalist. Callie Bass taking on Pedersen Crisanto next. There's Ryan Callanan. He's buzzing. We've just got to find one more semi-finalist out of this last quarter-final heat, and the bracket will be set, and it is going to be a monumental clash. Callie Vast, the Olympic gold medalist, is out there taking on Pedersen Crisanto, the Brazilian who's been dropping the biggest numbers of this Challenger Series event, and the veteran campaigner who's been to the CT before. He's looked to be in career best form here this year. Should be an interesting clash.
Yeah, it really will. We got goofy footer versus natural footer. Seen a lot of tactics involved in these opening quarterfinals. This is Pedersen Crisanto just blasting the lip on his first ride. Little foam rebound, little foam climb, and then comes through this inside section. Just keeping all that board speed. Really nice off the top to finish off. And Callie Vast outside on the backhand, quick snap. And again. So a few backhand hooks to start off. Callie just a bit of downtime here, waiting for the wave to stand up again. Comes through to the inside, he winds up. Starts to build speed and gets the closeout hit. So a couple of decent scores. Possibly a couple of average mid-range scores they're on for the opening rides of these two.
10 years separating these two competitors. Pedersen Crisanto, 33-23 for Callie Vast. And we've seen Pedersen on the CT before. That was in 2019. He finished 20th, had a quarterfinal finish that year. And then in 2021, he was bumped off the CT. But seems to have lost nothing. Looks fired up for a big run on the Challenger Series this year. His rail surfings look sharp, throwing some big airs at us.
He's actually dropped some of the biggest numbers of the entire event to date. And he's, you know, possibly coming into the event, you didn't earmark him as one of the real favourites, but he's really silenced a lot of the critics here and really putting some of his best surfing on display. We've already got 3 ex-Championship Tour surfers making up the semi-finals right now. So if we see Pedersen get out of this heat, it'll be 4.
Yeah, interesting. Well, let's hear from one of those semi-finalists now, Ryan Callanan with AJ.
Arcal, locked in your spot here in the semi-finals. Just how did you execute your strategy in this quarterfinals?
I mean, I just got kind of lucky. Like, it's, in a way, I guess I kind of know where to sit a little bit, but the wind's blowing so hard that I think, like, the normal takeoff spot, he kind of probably sat in the better spot, and I was just thinking there's been 2 waves in every set, so I'm going to get an opportunity. But yeah, he just ended up being too far out for a couple of waves that really lined up for me, and you know, to finish 2 off at 8 and a 7 to start a heat is pretty magical. So I mean, there wasn't much at the back, but just to have that feeling and to, you know, be surfing at home in front of this incredible crowd, it's beautiful.
What does it feel like to finish a wave like that and look into the beach and see so many people celebrating with you?
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, walking down, just hearing everyone cheering and stuff, I nearly had a tear in my eye just feeling that. So, you know, I feel like I've already won the comp in that way. It's just so nice to have everyone down and around and supporting. And but yeah, I mean, while the waves are cooking, it's nice to surf good waves as well, so keep it going.
That said, I know you'd like to really actually win this competition here at home. What's it going to take for you to continue the momentum here in the semifinals?
I think just surfing the way I've been surfing and picking good waves. It's, you know, it's pretty slow today, but when they come, they're amazing. So just, you know, making the most of the opportunities you get and, I don't know, finding the rhythm.
We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Cheers, AJ. Yeah, Ryan Callanan, you can see he's trying to keep the cork in the champagne at the moment. He's fizzing and he's ready to pop, but emotionally he's got to keep it together because he's still got semi-finals coming up and he'll be taking on the winner of this clash, Callie Vast, Pedersen Crisanto. Crisanto winning the opening exchange. Let's check out some replays here, courtesy of Burton Automotive.
Big projection down the line. Soft little cut back, and now he starts to wind up a little bit more. The Olympic gold medalist, Callie Vast, gets a good 2-turn combination, but outside on one of the biggest waves we've seen in the morning. Pedersen Crisanto connects, comes around that section beautifully and just engages that rail for a big carve down.
Vaughan Blakey joining us here in the booth. Vaughan, huge result.
Morning, Ron, how are you?
Huge result for the Merewether Surfboard Club there. Ryan Callanan is into the semi-finals. He's had a runner-up finish here before. Wants the Mark Richards trophy.
Yeah, what a trophy it must be to have on your shelf if you're from Newcastle. Only a handful have done it. Philip Anderson's done it. Jacko Baker's done it. Julian Wilson, transplant, has done it. But they love a hometown victory here. It'll set the place on fire, and know that if he gets that win, because they love to party here too and celebrate their athletes and their sporting moments. But Pedersen, what about that? That was like the first real in-the-lip drama we've seen this morning. It's been such a tricky lineup with that offshore to get, you know, impact out of the lip.
Yeah, waiting on the scores to come through. 5.5 for Vast on that second ride. And Pedersen with a number on the way. How's the vibe out there amongst the crowd here on finals day?
Incredible. It's unbelievable. There's actually like thousands of people along the entire boardwalk, you know, all the way up to Dixon Park. It's crazy. And most of them have dogs, and the dogs are up and about. They're barking.
The tails are wagging.
Yeah, they're scratching. They're doing all sorts of things. And when the dogs are excited, you know it's getting, there's a mood in the air. But a Sunday arvo of elite level sport, doesn't really matter what the sport is, but particularly footy and surfing. They're the two codes that get people really, you know, in this town engaged, ready.
Plus there's a public holiday tomorrow.
Oh no.
So that's a big rip-in.
97 grand final. Look out.
Borno, we're meant to be getting away pretty early tomorrow morning.
Yeah, maybe.
Might have to change the ticket.
Yeah, change the alarm.
Newcastle Airport. And here we go, lines approaching. Our competitors, Cowley Barsh using his priority here. Builds some speed, draws off the bottom, up into that first section. Plants a nice hit. Draws an even deeper bottom turn into a better backhand blast and finds more open face down the line here. Clean pace and throwing plenty of water off the lip here. And this is an important ride for him. He's kind of caught in the mid 5-point range. This is looking a lot stronger. Clean finish.
Much better. Such a better tempo to that wave. Big moments, big exclamation marks on that one up until this point. Cowley's waves have just been a little bit disjointed and a lot of sort of mediocre moments, but this one, just bang, authoritative hit off the top to start off the second one. To me, that is the money turn. A little bit of tar release, just cruising around this section, and then finds the open water again and then gets to work. Just rhythmic off the bottom, off the top. Beautiful composed style on the backhand all the way through, and then gets a strong finish as well.
One of the best barrel riders in the world, but, you know, proving here that all the work that he's put in, travelling to France, spending long times, you know, in the cold conditions over there is really paying off. Have a look at just the power unleashed on the open face here.
Yeah, and the coolest thing is he saw and heard the score that came through for Crisanto, so a 6.63, and he was able to get an opportunity to answer straight back, and that hasn't really been the story of the morning. There's been a lot of sitting around. If someone gets a score, you got to sit there and marinate in it for a while, and it's just like, come on, Ocean, give me something. There's a pulse going on here, so great signs.
Yeah, this feels like an excellent score. Pedersen Crisanto turned in a 6.63 on his second ride. The requirement is almost an excellent number, a 7.8. We're waiting for it to drop now, but, you know, obviously this guy is well and truly on everyone's radar for good reason. An Olympic gold medalist. And he's also had a number of runs at championship tour events over there at Chopu. And he has made the final of the contest. He finished second to Miguel Pupo in 2022. He always performs well when he gets that call up, and he got the opportunity at Abu Dhabi this year too to have a crack at another CT event. Had a 17th place finish, but it's, you know, it's all there for him. He's shown so much promise. It's really the the high performance waves that he's had to improve in, and showing there, I think that he's got everything it takes to make it to the Championship Tour. An 8.33, and he is in front. And we've got more set waves approaching. His Challenger Series results, we know how tough it is on the Challenger Series, but the highest he's actually finished was 28th in 2023, where he collected his best CS finish and got himself to this point in the quarters. So looking to break into the semis on the Challenger Series for the first time here, as he goes looking for a better number than the 5.5. Just a completely disconnected rotation there as Crisanto on the outside. He gets an opportunity with a couple of big hits, and he's been bang on with his combinations so far in his run through this contest. There's another solid one for him. He's after a 7.17 to get himself back into the lead.
Yeah, he's been rock solid. That compact little powerful style. Pedersen Crisanto gets straight onto that deep bottom turn. Beautiful carve off the top. Little power pack nugget, and just slams that oncoming section.
Stinger.
That was a little stinger.
You know, what's cool to see is when these guys are taking off on these waves, your inner surfer just starts to fizz. You're going, wow, that is looking that fun out there. And one thing, looking at these quarterfinalists, and it was great talking to Chippo before, you know, because this is a guy who just loves waves of truth. All these quarterfinalists are that caliber of surfer, and with the restructure of the CT, you know, it is the dream tour. We're well and truly putting these guys out in the best waves on the planet, and with the changes that are going on in the Challenger Series, and you know, the opportunity to surf perfect waves, we're going to see guys like Chippo, Carly, Pedersen, and Ryan Callanan.
Well, yeah, I was just saying to Ronnie, we've got 3 XCT surfers sitting in the semi-finals right now.
That's it.
Obviously, Pedersen's had his stint on the Championship Tour as well, and you know, Carly Vast is basically close to getting there.
That's it. It's exciting.
14.5 minutes to go. AJ's been tracking Carly Vast's successes over the years. AJ, he started beautifully in this heat. Big number.
A big number for Cowley Voss, and as we can see, he's still trying to get rid of that mid-5 range score. Has to get back in the lead against Pedersen Crisanto. Has added a few members to his team for this 2025 Challenger Series, including Joanne Deroux, who's been helping him analyze these conditions. And as we've gone throughout the day, a little Oakberry surf conditions update for you. The wind has dropped off just a little bit. It's now 28 kilometers an hour coming from that west-northwest direction. It's also warmed up a little bit. 15 degrees Celsius out of the water, 2 to 3 foot faces. So plenty of opportunities still for Cowley to get back into this heat. The women's semifinals coming up next. A lot for them to navigate, a lot on the line. It is a beautiful Sunday down here on the promenade, or apparently Good Boy Highway. There are so many puppies down here enjoying the waves as much as we are. So I hope you get a chance to come down if you're in Newcastle, because this is a vibe.
It is a vibe. I like that.
Who's a good boy?
Who's a good boy?
Who's the Good Boy Highway?
Just over 13 minutes to go. We've got some waves approaching the lineup here. Pedersen Crisanto with the lead, 7.43, fighting back beautifully on that last ride. And now looking to get rid of a 6.67 to extend that lead. Beautiful carve out of the top. Hits the section there. He'll find the open face, climbs up into the roof again. Oh, a little trip up off the bottom, but recovers in enough time to get another hit in. And sticking with this one right through to the inside. Cutting back, bouncing off the foam. Just looking to max out the points on offer. And gets a classy hit there on the shore break section. He's sucking in the big ones. It took a lot out of him that ride on the outside. Vast. Chasing the section, this wave's starting to flatten out. And he's not going to have the momentum to get through to the inside here. 12.5 minutes to go, waiting on scores. We'll see the replays right after the break.
shall we?
Go to worldsurfleague.com and start locking in your fantasy teams for trestles. It's just a couple of days away, Lowers. The hunt for the final five is on, and a world title shot. And we're also going to see the GOAT make his return, Dimitri Poulos, Kira Pinkerton with strong performances here at SURFEST. They'll be jumping on a flight and quickly racing over there to be a part of the fun. An event that Richie Lovett knows very well. 2003 broke through for a CT win there, and we always look forward to great performances there at Lowers. And she is shaping up pretty nicely as we see the replay of Pedersen Crisanto here. This one came through at a 6.47, Rich. Didn't go into the top two, and it's going to extract and zap a fair bit of energy from him.
Yeah, there was just too many moments through that mid-zone where he was just a bit caught behind, just tussling with the foam there. A couple of clean, nice opening carves, and not a bad finish, but in comparison to the 6.67, it just wasn't there. And this was Cowley's wave, just tags that first turn. It's a shame that this thing didn't just give him some more opportunity down the line, because he was fast on his way to getting rid of that 5.5. As we see Sally Fitzgibbons preparing for her first semi-final matchup. Tessa Bombalot.
Bit more opportunity out here at the moment, Rich. It's not just that we're seeing a better pulse, it's a better angle on the wave face. It's steeper, so we're seeing, more attack into the lip, and the calves, they're really starting to pull all the way through from top to bottom.
Yeah, they really are. And surf's just produced over the last couple of days so beautifully for us, and we've seen the level of surfing just rise to meet the conditions, which is fantastic.
8 minutes to go here, and Kelly Vass with the benefit of the best number in this heat, in a great position to make a strike at the lead. He got a 3 out of his last ride. It did flatten out quite a bit, that wave, but he started it nicely. Looks to be in great touch at the moment, but he'll have to remain composed, because he's been in this situation before, breaking into the quarterfinals, and didn't convert and get himself into those semis. So see Ryan Callanan on screen, just watching on, waiting to see who he's going to be coming up against. His wife Nina down there, and his baby girl Penelope.
Good name. Great name.
Yeah, the wind is really strong out there, fellas. I was kind of up on the surface deck before in the Bonsoy athlete zone, and someone had a towel hanging over the rail, and it actually blew off. And I looked over the edge, and there was a bloke. Oh, here we go, Ron.
Pedersen Crisanto. Yeah, it was a great yarn. Here we go. Beautiful rip in that first section. He's trying to better a 6.67. This wave is, again, it's not going to do it. Asking questions of Calibas on the outside here, who's holding down priority and only needs a 5.77. But you look at the numbers that Pedersen Crisanto's thrown away, they're pretty impressive. Let's have a look, though, at the scores from earlier on. This is the 8.33, Rich. You wanted to get a look at the top scoring rides in this heat.
Just two huge outside critical manoeuvres from Cowley Vast, really vertical. The rhythm was there, beautiful transition, and then he got all this work done on the inside as well. Just great tempo to this wave. It sort of reminds me, it's pretty similar to how Ryan Callanan just attacked his waves as well. And I like that number, 8.33. Possibly could have gone even a little bit further. Open carve here, so a bigger, longer swoop, and then the rebound. So for me, just the 7.43, I just thought there would be a little bit more separation between Pedersen's high number and Cowley Vast's high number. Judges have got it less than a point. I feel like it was possibly a 1.5. Get back to it.
Can I finish? The towel that blew off was Kylie's towel. And when he ran over and went to ask for someone to chuck it back up, there was a bloke who just got out of the shower using it. And I was like,
that's a gold medal winning towel.
That's what I yelled. I went, mate, that's a gold medal towel. What are you doing? Anyway, he chucked it back up.
Oh, to his
little
credit.
bit damp.
Yeah.
But
Cowley Vast here. Just holding strong on that outside, Rich. I think the judges have really rewarded those high impact oncoming sections throughout the event, and Pedersen Crisanto really did tee off. But I'm with you, I can see what you're saying. It was a beautiful series of turns. But those big oncoming sections here on the rocks break in particular are kind of rare. So if you rip in and throw everything at it, you can turn in a solid score. I think, you know, no one would deny that Cowley has had the best wave of this heat. And we'll see if he's able to turn this one around. Pedersen swinging on the inside here. So leaving quite a bit of wall and opportunity behind just to maybe go for an air on the inside, you'd think, because it's a shorter amount of space that he's got to work with to try and lift the requirement. As we dive into the GWM heat recap, we'll see those numbers again.
Yeah, beautiful blast off the top to foam climb for Pedersen Crisanto. He took the early lead here. A couple of big swoop transitions through the middle zone. Connects with the lip again, gets some tail drift. Some weightlessness to that final turn. Cowley Vast streaking down the line, projecting around this section. Now he starts to wind up on the backhand, squaring up off the bottom. This was his 5.5. So this is the number he's trying to get rid of. And then this one, Borno.
Yeah, this was so impressive. That turn was just put right in the spot. This one had so much meat flying off the rail. And yeah, this obviously was the best wave of the heat so far, an 8.33. Got more work done on the inside, linking it together beautifully. And big punchy moves and big rooster tails. You know, when the plumes go up, that's when the judges go excellent.
And this was, Pedersen Crisanto. It's that big finishing blast, redirection. And the judges loving it. That's the Brazilian crew. They've got their men out there. They want to see him into the semi-finals. To meet Ryan Callanan.
Yeah, they know. You can see Mateus Hurdy there. He's almost praying because I think they sense that Cowley's still in a strong position here. And we had this one during the GWM recap, Rich.
So Cowley Vast comes around this section. Nothing major on the wave just yet. Still a pretty flat surface to work with. He comes through to the inside. Now he gets a bit of a pockety section. Throws it up there twice. 5.77 is the number he needs. It's going to be close. It's not a given by any stretch of the imagination. Seem to always get these situations where it's really, really close.
Well, let's see what Pedersen can do. Taking off, thinking he may need a score here. Rail work's been solid throughout the event and also had some of those big airs. This wave just a little sleepy and starting to get a little tricky over the rock shelf on the inside. Continues just to hit the scoring opportunities with great timing. So waiting on numbers with 1.5 minutes to go. I'm scratching my head here, fellas.
We just came out of the replay and thinking back, it does feel like that last ride we just saw of Vast had a bit more punch through the end section. There was a nice combo there. I'm trying to remember if there were any big hits on that first 5.5 that he got. So there was lots of swooping turns. But, you know, a really powerfully linked inside combo can get the judges interested.
His 8.33 had tidy big hits at the start of the ride, but Pedersen's found the edge so far in this heat with his work on those opening sections.
Yep, yeah, absolutely. And, well, it's, you know, there are definitely things to celebrate on that last wave of Cowley Vast, particularly on the inside. That two-hit combination, it was a little sleepy out the back. There was some impact on those finishing moments. The judges are having a good, hard think about this one. Important score in the scheme of things. We're talking about semi-final finish. Let's have another look at it. So tags it. Comes around, hooks back into the whitewash. And again, just a little more of a positioning cutback. Now he streaks down the line, connects with it. Nice vertical hit and a second one. It's feeling like it could be the number.
It looked good on the replay, didn't it?
Yep, the score is in. Vast jumps up into the lead, 6.1. And this heat's coming to a close. He's up again. And both these competitors looking to break into the semi-finals of a Challenger Series event for the first time. But it's going to be Carly Vast who's going to get the edge here, even with the fall on that final ride. And that really set up on the back of the 8.33. Was patient, Rich, with his priority there, but hasn't Pedersen Crisanto had a fantastic run in this contest?
So impressive, putting down some of the biggest numbers, and quarterfinal finish. That's a keep up. That just slingshots him into the rest of the year, and it's setting up well. It's a new look Pedersen that we're seeing.
Yeah,
he's on.
A couple of the veterans really firing up in this contest. But there is also a big push coming from the next gen. Vorno and Carly Vast is a huge part of it. The Tahitian flag flying.
You just know that if Carly gets the opportunity on the CT, it's just a custom fit for the style of surfing he brings. Big, powerful unit, and the barrels will just, yeah, he'll be licking his lips to get a chance at that. So this is a huge result to get through this quarterfinal.
Yeah, and a really composed performance in the later stages of that heat. For someone who hasn't broken into the semis of a contest at this level, you know, the nerves could maybe get the better of you, but he looks rock solid.
You know, a very well-managed heat for the gold medalist, and sets up a beautiful goofy foot match against the local Ryan Callanan. Semi-finals are set.
Let's have a look at the semi-final bracket on the men's side now. Unbelievable matchups. Jacob Wilcox and Matt McGilvray in that first semi.
That's going to be an amazing one. Jacob Wilcox, obviously the goofy footer, against the cool, calm and collected approach of Matty McGillivray, constantly surprising us, and he's looked rock solid as well.
The Goofs are doing well, Vaughan, an all-goofy affair on the bottom side of the draw.
Yeah, and it's going to, well, two goofies who bring very similar sorts of surfing to this semi-final. Powerful, big units, throw big plumes into the water, so that's going to be excellent. I wonder how much the local knowledge will factor into it.
It's going to be great, but so are the women's semis. They're up next. Sally Fitzgibbons taking on Teresa Bonvalent. It's going to be a huge clash. We're going to bring in Jessie Starling and Stace Galbraith for the call. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by Oakberry, Fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University. Bond University, your ambition belongs here. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia.
Quarter-final action for the men has been run and done, and we're moving into the semi-finals here for the women. It's another massive heat on our hands here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. And here's how we got here this morning. We started with these quarter-finals, which set us up for a couple of cracking semis in the water now. Sally Fitzgibbons taking on Portuguese surfer Teresa Bombolo. And in semi-final number 2, another surfer from Portugal, Kika Veselko, will take on the young Tahitian Tia Zabrowski. My name is Stace Galbraith, joined in the booth by Jessie Starling. Jessie, we're getting there. into the semis.
We're getting there, and in fine fashion too. It's been a pretty alive morning of surfing, and on the men's side, the goofy footers have dominated this morning.
They have. What have we got? 3 goofies?
3 goofies, 1 natural.
In the semis. That's crazy. And one goofy in particular. He's got the whole town, whole country behind him.
He does. Ryan Callanan, he'll be in semi-final number 2 of the men's, but this heat was always going to be a big one from the start. 2 surfers who have the most reps out of all the semi-finalists and are probably, you'd say, the most competitive out of them as well.
Yeah, big time. We saw Sally in her quarter-final heat with Sophie McCulloch. Didn't really bother for the inside, and it worked in her favour. They ended up surfing pretty much an 8-minute heat in that first quarter-final this morning. The ocean sort of went a bit quiet on us, but Teresa, like you said, very competitive. She's not going to be one to give up that inside without a bit of more than a bit of a massive fight. I think that. Sally, though, happy just to sort of sit there and play grommet, play second fiddle.
Looking like she might get the start, doesn't like that one, but Sally, Teresa knows that she's got a pretty solid competitor on her hands. I mean, Sal, the list goes on for the achievements she's had in her career so far, but going for a 4th win here in Newcastle at this event, making her the most winning female or male of all time here, and that's a pretty big statement to make.
As we see a bit of jockeying here for position. Coming off the back of a high tide this morning at 6 a.m, running out to a low at 11:45. No, tide's turned. It's coming back in again. Time flies when you're having fun. Just 12:15 now, local time. And I'm hoping that the tide coming back in might sort of bring the swell in a bit more consistently with it.
We've had so many boxes ticked today, though, when it does come to finals day. We originally thought it was going to drop off. And then all of a sudden, this kick in the period came in, and we had this increase in swell. And we've had these really great waves come through all morning. The men put on an absolute performance. The women did earlier in the morning as well. We had 9s. From Yolanda Hopkins. The only factor today that really needs to be taken into consideration is the wind.
Yeah, absolutely. Teresa Bombolo getting us underway here. She had a little dance with the rocks earlier. She'll be looking to sort of steer clear of that moving into this heat. A couple of nice turns to start this wave as she brings this one through to the inside and gets out of there.
It'd weigh on your mind, those rocks now after that last heat.
Oh, big time. Live action, Sally Fitzgibbons out the back. No major turn on the outside, although this wave is carrying some nice energy across the shorey part of the bank, but unfortunately Sally not being able to find any love with that one. Just a quick in and out there for our number 1 seed in this event.
Yeah, Sally going on what is an amazing career, and we spoke about it in her quarterfinal. She has a pretty high standard for herself on the East Coast here when it comes to Challenger Series events. Every single Challenger Series on the East Coast, she's placed 3rd. She's semi-final finished. At least last year, she lost to Isabella Nichols in the final, getting a 2nd, and she wants the win here. She loves the taste of victory, and obviously no one wants to fall off tour, but that would be a great way to fall off tour into a win.
Yeah, that'd be the best way to kind of make up for the disappointment of falling off the tour. AJ, you got the winner of the last heat.
And Cowley was just recapping the end of that heat. You knew you needed a score. You had that wave, but you just weren't sure if it was enough. What was going through your head in those final moments?
No, it was hard because it was a good battle. The heat before, there were no waves, and in that one, they had a lot of waves. And so he was going on the waves. I was going in and back and forth with him. And until the last wave I got, I was needing a score, like not a big score, but a 5 points still. So no, I don't know. I guess I knew when I was on the beach, and then I was signing with the Grums, and then I heard, oh, Cody. I was like, yes.
Yeah, you made it to your first semifinal here on the Challenger Series. We talked about this offseason, how you honed in on some little things that you wanted to make a difference in these big moments. How much does all that work in the offseason feel validated right now with that semifinal locked in?
Yeah, it's a lot of good energy. I guess it's a momentum. I have a good crew. I have a good support. They give 200% for me to do good. So it's my job for me to perform, and it happened or it not gonna happen, but yeah, I do my best. I give everything I have, and yeah, I mean, I keep making hits, so I'm stoked. Yeah, let's go.
Congratulations. Before we let you go get ready to the semis, you want to say anything to friends and family back home?
Yeah, merci à tous ceux qui regardent, ça fait plaisir et ouais, let's go. Putain, ça fait du bien. Oh.
We'll see you then.
Oh, thank you.
He's frothing, fired up, and yeah, Cowley making the comment there about his support crew. He's got Jean Deroux here as coach this week, and Jean knows his way around a Challenger Series heat, that's for sure, and a World Tour heat. As we see, Teresa Bonvolo here. This was catching up on her very first ride. This is just a 3.67. She just loses her fins coming through the inside here. Did well to get out of there, and this is the most recent wave, Jess.
Yeah, she's just got a really traditional style. She's got that swoop on lock, really nice. Bit more vertical in the lip on that second one, through heaps of spray. But Teresa, just that one not hitting that inside section, so she's going to get a backup score, but it is just small scores so far to start off this semi-final.
Yeah, no one really striking that killer blow just yet in this heat. As Cowley said, the heat before his was kind of slow, and then his heat with Pedersen was just non-stop. Both the gentlemen there racking up plus 14-point heat totals. So Pedersen, unfortunately, bowing out of competition there with an equal 5th. But he can hold his head high. That's a really, really good start to the year.
Oh, and what a comeback to competitive surfing. And what a statement he made this week. And some of the highest excellent wave scores. The first excellent wave score of this event actually went to Pedersen. And it was a really pleasant surprise to see him so committed to being back in the jersey, and I really loved everything he brought this week. It was great to watch.
Yeah, he'd be stoked with the 5th. If you think back to his opening round heat, he had the buzzer beater against Jacko Baker. Stroked into his wave with less than 10 seconds on the clock. And yeah, as opposed to getting knocked out first round and racking up a 5th, I know he'd be stoked to get a 5th place finish on the board here to start the year. Just coming up to 18 minutes on the clock here as we take a look at the Newcastle flight cam. Beautiful vision of the surface here, positioned out just off the rocks here.
Plenty of waves too. I mean, up and down this coastline. I'm sure there's a few waves that the locals prefer we didn't talk about on the broadcast, but if you wanted to come here and just get barreled, full stop.
You were getting barreled straight out Frunskies last couple of days. Nothing to hide there. Dixon Park Beach. Eat your heart out.
Eat your heart out. Newcastle Beach, it's so fun. And then just even down the road for Teresa Bonvolo, spent a bit of time in Sydney, had a win on the Challenger Series in Manly as well. So coming close to an area where you've won before and having waves that are different but similar, that the same coastline gets these same swell lines and these same big ground swells that we see. It's confidence, and it is practice to come to the East Coast, and sometimes you never know what you're going to get with beach break conditions, but she's had a lot of experience here.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's sort of not obviously a couple of hours up the road from Manly, but you know, just coming back to a country for the first time, you know, to start the season and knowing, oh, I've won here before. You know, I like this part of the world, and you know, I do agree with you. I think that would be a pretty good feeling, knowing that you've done it on this soil before, and you can certainly do it again. No crazy scores on the moment yet for Teresa, but she certainly looked great in her opening round heat today, quarterfinal, and we are just waiting for some more substantial rides to eventuate in this heat.
Yeah, those small scores you'd have to think are going to be well and truly gone. It feels like we're back in the first heat of the morning.
And you know what? That heat was kind of funny, wasn't it? How they would sort of they just kept trading up. It was a 2 and a 3 and then a 4 and then a 5 and then a couple of 7s, and then all of a sudden the heat was over.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't mind Teresa's start here. I know they're not huge scores, but at least she's kind of building and sort of working her way up a bit of momentum here. While we're waiting for the next set to roll on in, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Don't go anywhere. More semi-final action coming right up.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years of automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community.
Welcome back to Merewether Beach. If you're just joining us for the first time this morning, we've had some amazing quarterfinal heats get underway for both the men and the women. It set us up for a couple of cracking semi-finals. This heat in the water, Teresa Bonvalo out in the lead over the Australian, Sally Fitzgibbons. There's a spot in the final up for grabs here. Both of these ladies would know that. Stacey Galbraith in the booth with Jessie Starling. Jessie, how would they be feeling knowing they're in the semis? So close to a final, yet a big job at hand here.
Yeah, it's whenever you hit the semi-finals, it's probably more nerve-wracking sometimes than the finals, just trying to crack that top two. And I feel like you want to go out and catch waves and do your best surfing, and talk about adding pressure when the ocean just goes a little bit quiet. It really does start to ramp up the head noise. And right now, we haven't got over a 3.73 in this heat, and it's definitely not anything to do with the talent of their surfing. We're just having one of those heats where it's taking a moment. We saw this in the very first heat of the day. We didn't see Sally catch a wave until the last 10 minutes. And it looks like we might be rolling into something similar for a score for Sally.
Both ladies looking at this wave. It will be Sally Fitzgibbons with first priority. She'll opt to let that one go.
They need to be careful that they don't get pushed out to sea with that wind.
Yeah.
It's really strong today, that offshore wind, and we're all here for offshore wind every day of the week, but it does have a lot of gusts behind it, and sometimes sitting there and waiting for so long, while you're looking out the back, hoping a wave rolls in, you don't take into consideration that you're drifting out to sea.
Yeah, no, definitely something to be mindful of today, because the takeoff spot here on the rocks is very much, it's not a very wide takeoff spot. If you're too wide or too deep, you're gonna miss the best part of that wave, and then the worst thing that could happen is that you miss the wave altogether by being too far out. So both these ladies here, they're right on the spot at the moment. Part of the reef is called Bruce's, and it's where you'll see Callanan and all these local guys. I think everyone's been sort of watching them very closely and picking up like where they've all been sitting, and it's been working an absolute treat for Ryan. As we have a look at the inside rock section here, we've seen some carnage already this morning. Amuro Suzuki comes to mind. She sacrificed some of her equipment there this morning and came in all smiles. Even said that was fun. Crazy.
Crazy girl. Teresa, she's had a good hangout with the reef this morning as well. She went for a crazy end turn and hit the eject button, but the power of the wave dragged her back along the reef, and it was just bad timing because the cleanup set was coming straight behind it. But she seemed fine. Her board seemed fine, and you can see there is a bit of kelp on top of the reef, which makes for a little bit of a softer landing, but you don't really want to be on the rocks.
Yeah, ideally you want to steer clear, but hey, if there's a big score on the line, big end finish turn, I think you'll see most of our surfers commit to it and then just deal with the repercussions later. Sally's no stranger to this position. In her first quarterfinal heat this morning, it was about this point in the heat where she did get her first score on the board. And this semi-final shaping up to be pretty similar. The good news is that for Sally, Teresa hasn't got too far away. She's only got a 3.73 and a 3.67 in her scoreline. However, as the clock counts down, those threes start to become more valuable, Jess.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Sally, she's going to lessen her requirement when she takes off on a wave, more than likely. But she's probably thinking to herself right now, if I make this final, surely more waves are going to come through in the final. She's just had those two heats today that have just been slow. It's just, unfortunately, just unlucky, really, for Sally. But she's really converted, and when those sets do come through, she looks great. She looks really great on her boards, on her equipment, and comfortable in herself and her decision-making, and maybe something coming through here, Stace.
Live action, Sally Fitzgibbons on her second wave of this semi-final. Big swooping carve to get us started here. Another quicker version of the same turn. She'll look to bring this one through to the inside. And not getting the total length of ride out of that one. She was hoping for an end section finish there. Not to be. However, like you said, Jess, the moment she stands up and does a couple of turns, she is going to narrow that requirement. She was chasing a 6.83 here in one wave, and I think we can probably say that that's not going to go all the way just with one score, but she will now be at least hopefully matching one of Teresa's threes.
Oh, definitely.
And, then we'll let Mother Nature sort of dictate how the rest of this heat's going to play out.
Yeah, it's going to be a small score. It's going to be nothing crazy, but it's definitely going to bring that 6 down, and it does. It's a 2.83, so now a 4.57, and you look at this heat on paper and you think, wow, we're going to have fireworks. It's going to be really exciting. Two competitors who have that grit and that mongrel about them. They both have this major desire to win, but unfortunately it has just been a slow heat, so we are coming down to these battle of the 2s and 3s, and it's only a matter of time that hopefully one of these ladies break out of that zone as soon as these waves come through.
You would have at least liked to hear 3-point ride out of that wave, I think, if you're Sally. 2.83 is a bit of a, oh, should I have just sat and waited, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, because now Teresa Bombalot with priority, and the next best wave that comes through, you'd have to think she's going to try and convert more than a 3. Sal looks like she's just trying to keep turning waves here, which is smart. I mean, a 4.57 is easy for her caliber, but now it looks like we've finally got a couple waves coming through.
Teresa Bombalot here up and riding. Little foam hit out of the start there. She'll bring this one back left and won't capitalise on that opportunity there. So priority back to Sally Fitzgibbons as Sally has a look at that wave out the back, unable to get herself into that ride.
Yeah, look, bit of an opportunity missed there for Teresa. I mean, it was never going to be a crazy score, even with the make of that last turn, but even just try and get a 4 in your lineup, you'd have, that 4.57 then becomes a 5.57, and then that's a certain type of wave. And the clock, unfortunately, is really ticked down in this heat, 6.5 minutes. So a 5.57, you're waiting for a set to come through and trying to convert. So Teresa using priority here, just tacks that one off the foam, and then here she's trying to do a big finishing hit. Love the fact that she redirected to go left. But unfortunately just not, converting like we mentioned. So priority now to Sally with an opportunity to get herself into the final.
Sally Fitzgibbons chasing a 4.57 if she wants to turn this heat. Teresa Bonvolo unable to execute on her last wave there. This is certainly one of the more tightly fought heats just with regard to the score line. No one has really run away with this heat just yet. And I wouldn't say the surfers have missed anything. It's just been one of those heats, Jess.
No, definitely. It's just our sport, unfortunately. This is just the cold, hard, honest truth that sometimes waves don't come through. And that isn't anything to do with how hard these two ladies work in the off-season or how talented they both are. Sometimes waves don't come through. And that's just the cold, hard facts of rolling the dice with competitive surfing. Sometimes it happens that way, but we're hoping to get a bit of action in these last 5 minutes.
Sally Fitzgibbons up and riding here on a bigger looking wave. She'll look to get some manoeuvres done out on the open face here. She brings this one through the gutter, and she's looking for a 4.57 on this wave to turn the heat. Unfortunately has to kick out of that one. No love there for Sally. While we wait for her to get back out the back, we're going to check in with Richie Lovett. Rich.
G'day, Stace. How are you, mate? I'm down here with the Newcastle Airport board check. I've got Sally Fitzgibbons' backup weapon here. This one in particular is a 5.8. I can tell you that Sally's actually riding an inch shorter, down to 5.7. She's been on this same board the whole event. It's looking really, really good. And this one's shaped by Glenn Pang, who's been connected to the Town & Country brand for many years. He also puts on a mean feed for everyone who comes to Hawaii every season. But just another little quick bit of surfboard education. So a lot of the boards here have got this real accentuated tail curve, and we call that rocker, and then a deep concave through the bottom of the board. Now what that concave does, it actually straightens the stringer line a little bit. So the rail has all the curve, and then the stringer line is flattened out a little bit. So when these surfers put these boards on rail, those concaves and the rocker are all working together to give you that curve and allows you to fit the turn in. Sally's got a little signature FCS fins in there, and the combo's working really, really well. This one's a nice little round tail, which we see a lot of competitors going to. What that round tail does is just give you a real smooth transition from rail to rail. Not too much foam area down here, so you can rock and roll from rail to rail really, really easily. But Sal's been working on equipment. She is so astute with what's going on and works really hard on this stuff. And all the surfers have got really close relationships with their shapers. It's all individual. Every single board is, it's got to be suited to what they do and their style of surfing. But this whole little area down here at the back of the board, that is the engine room. That's where all the magic happens.
Rich, on a day like today, would you be pulling a board out of the quiv with more or less concave if you had the choice?
Well, today, because you really want to bite into the face and really stick to the face at the moment, so I'd say a board with deeper concave today is going to be the go.
Sally Fitzgibbons, important wave there behind you, Rick, as we look to get back to a replay here. Wow.
Under priority
That's
too.
Just high heat IQ there for Sally Fitz. Didn't take herself all the way back out the back. Rolled the dice with this roll in here in the foam. Beautiful swoop to start. Lovely snap in the pocket, and then did well to jam that wave there, Jess, and she hangs on.
That was just exactly what we expected Sally to do in this situation. Back up against the ropes. Teresa now trying to answer back.
See a little bit of extra wind on this one. Just did well to get through this part of the wave. Unfortunately, timing not great. Even off the bottom turn there, she looked like she was kind of struggling to get the board up into the lip and couldn't ride out of that turn. Just under 2 minutes on the clock, and just judging by Sally's combinations of manoeuvres there on the end of her ride, you'd have to think she's going to turn the heat here, and Teresa's going to need a score. We'll wait to see exactly what that looks like. But wow, Sal, what a fighter.
Yeah, I mean, that was the best wave of the heat by far. And the scores are in, they reflect that. It's a 6.67, and she's just, I know she has years of experience, but she is just so good at competitive surfing and figuring out the little ways to win.
Definitely. That was just pure grit, wasn't it? She's, you know, it doesn't matter that she's been in these situations a million times before. You've still got to turn up on the day and be ready to, you know, dig yourself out of any situation necessary. And what she's done here to be able to pull this off, not just in her semi-final, but it's a very similar scenario in her quarter-final.
Yeah.
She'd just be going, oh, can I just win a heat from start to finish this comp, please?
Please, please. You know, she's really had to fight for this one. We still have 45 seconds on the clock, though, and it finally seems like there might be a set rolling throughout the back here.
Important wave for Teresa. It's a good-looking set wave. Big turn out the back. One of the better outside turns we've seen in this heat so far. Nice carving manoeuvre for the second. She will need another turn, though. And she gets it. Elation there for Teresa Bonvolo. A 5.78 is the requirement, Jess. Sally Fitzgibbons behind. Sally looking to better a 2.83. A series of slicing manoeuvres on a smaller wave, but she is only looking to better a very, very small score. This is going to be an exciting finish to this heat, Jess.
Oh, the heat. It was on in the last 45 seconds. I mean, Sal drops at 6.67. It's a great wave, a really great fight back wave. And then we get the set that we just waited 30 minutes for, and it was Teresa Bonvolo out the back, and she detonated on that wave, not once, but twice. And then Sally had to better such a small score, a 2.83. Depending on where this one lands for Teresa, you think it's going to be close. I mean, that last wave for Sal comes in, it's a 5-point ride, so definitely improves on that 2.83, and which means this wave here has to be a 7.94. Big set wave, biggest set wave of the heat, only set wave of the heat. Jams it for the first turn, puts it back on rail for the second one. It looked like she was thinking about going for the finishing turn there, waited for it to get steeper, put it up for a quick snap float kind of combo in that last turn, and she felt it. She felt like that's what she needed. They're going to be comparing that wave back to Sally Fitzgibbons and seeing if it is more than a point better than that 6.67.
Yeah, the requirement before was a 5.98 or a 5.74, something in that bracket. I was super confident that would be the score, but Sally bettering on the inside has pushed that requirement up to a 7.94. Makes me think that might be a tall order as we look at the drone replay here of Sally's 5-point ride, Jess.
Yeah, she just went back-to-back with searing manoeuvres. I mean, snaps, really hard rail carves, got the finish, and this is just another testament of the kind of competitor she is. She's so smart. Knew that a 2.83 wasn't going to help her cause. Teresa comes in, and it's not enough there, Stace.
7-point ride there. Kudos to Sally Fitzgibbons picking off that little wave there with 4 seconds to go. If Sally doesn't get that 5-point ride, the heat was Teresa's.
Wow. That's what you call a close heat. Beautiful sportsmanship between these two. And we could imagine a lot more battles to come between Sally and Teresa.
Oh, big time. There's our final results. Semi-final, heat number 1, an elated Sally Fitzgibbons as she moves on through to the finals here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. We are going to take a short break here and bring you more action. Semi-final, heat number 2 of the women's draw coming right up.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Vitacovi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. And by Port of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy.
Sally Fitzgibbons there, coming into a big round of applause from the locals. And what a heat that was. Some slow start, but that end of that heat was action-packed. Big exchanges, smart decision-making, and some great surfing there from Sally Fitzgibbons. Yeah. Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Semi-final, heat number 2, Kika Veselko taking on Tia Zabrowski, two of the young superstars of our sport. And this is more like it, Jess. Corduroy lines stacked to the horizon as we see Francisca here up and riding. She's been surfing well through this event so far. She brings this one through the inside. Big snap to finish there as she does well to get out of there before the rocks.
Oh, she's close. She's right before that shelf there. Wow, good looking wave out the back.
Late drop there for Tia Zabrowski. She comes around the corner, gets vertical in the lip. It's been probably the biggest point of difference she's had throughout this event. While everyone's going out and around, Tia's going up and down. And it's definitely the harder style of surfing to do, particularly on a day like today with how stiff the wind is offshore and how much risk is involved in those turns. She'll kick out of that wave and look to, with a bit of luck, regain first priority and most likely the best wave of that opening exchange.
Wow, what a great way to start this heat. Sally and Teresa are probably looking at the ocean right now going, what? Where was that during our heat? But this heat has really just kicked off with a bang. We can see a bit of a paddle battle going on between Kika and Tia right now, trying to regain priority. It's important at this stage of the heat because I feel like I agree with you, Stace. Tia, she's going to get the best of that exchange. So Kika would be really hoping to try and get priority to potentially maybe take the second wave of the set in that next one. Again, we saw that second wave had a lot better shape than that first one.
Yep, it did. And that's just that, it's that learning on the run. Like if Kika hasn't already identified that, it's, yeah, getting back out the back and getting priority, and then just got to have nerves of steel when those sets come in, because those first waves of the set, they don't look bad. They still look like they're going to be great, but they just, as we've seen pretty consistently time and time again, they just kind of run off the reef a little bit and don't offer as much vertical face to attack, Jess.
How's the acceleration Kika got through the second half of that carve then? Just pushed so hard, and then big finner to finish off that one and finish off right before the rocks there. But this is the wave. See how much more slope there is on this wave for Tia. She goes straight up into the lip for her first turn. And she just has the most silky smooth rail game. Bowley section to work with, tags it for another one. Carries that speed through to the inside section. This wave, 7.33 to kick off her heat. And I didn't get a finishing turn, but there was just so much beautiful surfing done at the start of that wave that finishing turns don't really matter when you surf a wave like that. Interested to see where Kika's going to land. A lot of the points are going to come from that big end section turn. We saw fins out the back from that one, but this is definitely good signs that we have a heat on our hands here.
Yeah, like you said, Sally and Teresa probably turned around to that set and went, where on earth were all those waves?
Are you kidding me?
We're going to find out from the horse's mouth. Vorno, take it away.
Well, she's a grit merchant. She's not scared of the fight, and she's the battler queen who never says die. Sally Fitzgibbons, a real scrappy semi-final there, but you are into another SURFEST final and could be the most winningest surfer at this comp ever. How are you feeling right now?
One step at a time, morning. That was, yeah, it was pretty clutch to try and find a way then. Watching some dreamy ones, paddling out, and just the combination of where it was hitting out the point, and we just kind of didn't dial in. And but it was open. You told me to keep throwing, swinging. So I kept swinging, and I could feel the energy coming out of the crowd, and I was just like, oh, just fight to the end.
You've got so much support here. Obviously, that does make a big difference, but, you know, how hard is it when you're watching heats, you're starting to see it pulse a bit, you're going, okay, yeah, we're on here, and then you just got to sit around for like 20 minutes?
100%. Yeah, it's something that I think over years and years on tour, I've had heats where I haven't caught a wave. Some locations can be pumping, and yeah, that whole mental game of it. It's really interesting though when you are the surfer. You're sort of thinking there has to be a set about now, and it just keeps ticking down, and the heat goes faster and faster. So yeah, I just did my best to piece it together, and obviously we would love to just be bagging eights, but sometimes those heats, those gritty ones, boards flying everywhere, wind's picking up. But yeah, the gritty ones, I don't know, the energy in that and finding a way is what it's all about.
Right, you're custom made for the grit, Sal. Yeah, I know. Do you want to hold that? Yeah, we saw Cowley's towel fly off there before, and someone ended up using it. So hopefully no one does that to your board. But yeah, another SURFEST final. You know, what does this mean to you, particularly in light of the fact that you were feeling so much disappointment and heartbreak just a few weeks ago, and now you've just rebuilt into a beautiful start to your Challenger Series?
Oh, I think just embracing both sides of it. I know the shattering stuff, the heartache part can seem a bit of a downer, but I kind of try and use it for the better. And obviously we've been going around the world now for 7 events on tour, and to find the energy and the creativity, it comes down to it's all energy and it's available to use. So tapped into it, and yeah, as I said, this place, there's something about it, and knew he's that good.
Yeah, and regardless of what happens in this next semi, you're going to have a lot of crowd support, so that energy will be right behind you. Congratulations, Sal.
Oh, thank you. It's just an opportunity ride. One more wave, I'm that stoked, and get down there and enjoy this Sunday crowd energy.
Sick. Thanks, Vaughan. Thank you, Sal. And yeah, like Sally mentioned, you're raring to go, and then you've just got to sit around for 20, 25 minutes. But she'd have to be thinking, all right, I've got one more heat out here today. Is that really going to happen to me again? Because she's two from two today so far.
I know. And they're the heats where you just go, what is going on? There's just, everyone's been getting pumping waves all day. Where am I? And to be fair, she got some pretty great waves in that quarterfinal. It was just in the last 7 minutes, unfortunately. She'd love a heat to be consistent from start to finish. And these ladies getting their fair share at the start. Kika, it's a 5-1-7, so a bit of separation there in the opening waves.
Yeah, it's a 2-point advantage there to Tia. It's pretty big on a day like today. And well deserved. I mean, Tia had the turns on the outside. Kika didn't quite get that moment on the outside that we're talking about, but here's a couple of sets approaching the lineup here. Okay. She did well to let that first one go. We have seen the second wave of the set be a little more critical with its scoring opportunity and vertical sections out the back. We'll see if this one lives up to it. A couple of nice swooping turns to start this wave as it holds its form through the inside. Unfortunately, Kika just missed timing that inside section there, so she won't be able to extract the full range of points on offer for that wave.
Felt like from the very start, she may have missed an opportunity. She was a bit deep on this first section, but if you see here, that's a vertical wave face just before it sloped out. There was definitely opportunity to go up and into that lip like we saw Tia did on her wave, and then that just put her ever so slightly out of rhythm to come into this inside section. And she went to carve, thought she had more time, but unfortunately she didn't. But as she's come up, that wave has really sloped out. I mean, she still did some beautiful rail carves all the way through, and she definitely had an opportunity on this inside section. So it is back to the drawing board right now for Kika. It was a score to put her in the lead, but yeah, she's definitely chasing more if she wants to get a win over Tia right now.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a bummer that she couldn't quite connect with the start of that wave, and then obviously we saw that at the end she just had to pull through the back there. So a bit of an opportunity that's gone by the wayside there. Priority is back to our young surfer representing French Polynesia from the beautiful islands of Tahiti. She's been doing some fantastic surfing all week. Started this semi-final really strong, 7.33. She's been having a good time out here with her family. While we wait for our next flurry of action, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break and come back with more action from semi-final heat number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to finals day here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, and this is the last proper froth out you'll hear from me heading into the finals. It has been an amazing day so far with some big results, some great surfing, and the crowd is starting to build as we get towards those all-important final heats. And with me is Tiana, who has been running the ship in the Bonsoy Athlete Zone, and you've been watching all the surfing as well. Who are your favourites to take out SURFEST this year?
Ryan Callanan and Sally Fitz for sure.
They've got a lot of local support here. I mean, Newcastle crew, they know how to, well, they love all surfing, but there's no doubt they are a parochial crowd. What would it be like for Newcastle to have a hometown winner here this Arvo?
Way better than Lego.
Better than Lego? Are you kidding me? Yes, let's roll.
Yes.
Call of the comp. Wow. Amazing. Matthew Johns, better than Lego. YouTube it if you haven't seen it. It's a fantastic town. It's got plenty of everything. Sporting heroes, music heroes, booming industry in the background there. And great people.
Great people. Oh, top class, top shelf. I love coming down to Newcastle. They welcome in everyone so quickly. It's not a town where you never feel welcome. It's one of those places where they want to make their home feel like your home as soon as you get here. And it really shows through the community, the local restaurants, the cafes, and just even the event staff that we have around here. It's been a really fun family unit type of event.
Yeah, SURFEST always had that family vibe about it. And see all the Groms there frothing out. Going to fit in a quick surf before they gear up for the big afternoon of finals. We're past the halfway mark here in semi-final number 2. Those boys are going to go and hit that shorey for a bit. Why not?
Why not?
Why not? Beautiful vision here from the Newcastle flight cam. It's been it's a pretty small takeoff spot here on the rock section at Merewether. A few feet too deep or a few feet on the shoulder, you will miss that first opening section. And we sort of got to see that in the 2 opening waves there. Tia Zabrowski, her positioning was really good, wave selection really good. And unfortunately for Kika, just on her rides, unable to connect with that first section. That's just the only thing that's been holding the scores back a little bit. She had an amazing finish turn on the 517, but she'd be looking to get something that has a big moment out the back and a big moment on the inside if she wants to raise her scores up.
Tia Zabrowski, though, she's had excellent scores here all week, and most of them have actually been on this bank. And in the women's side of the draw, this event, we've had 8 excellent scores. 4 of them belong to Tia Zabrowski.
Wow.
She just has been so good this event, and just from start to finish. I mean, she's dropped excellent scores in her very first opening round heat, got a 9 and an 8 in her round 32 heat, and is just absolutely on a trajectory to have a pretty solid year on the Challenger Series this year.
7 spots up for grabs. I'm saying there's only 5.
Who are you giving 2 away to?
Sally Fitzgibbons and Tia Zabrowski.
So 5 left.
5 left.
I agree with that. I agree. 5 spots that really could be filled by anyone. For me, I think someone who I think will probably take a spot if her season goes really well, Amura Suzuki, she's surfing like she's ready for the tour.
Yeah, she spent some time there before, and definitely, you know, her best moments this week have been right up there with, surfers like Tia, and then just, you know, even taking the event out of it and just looking at her surfing on the waves, you know, in warm-ups and free surfs and in the heats, she just looks like a World Tour surfer. She's got that power, got that speed, and she found herself with an equal 5th finish here. Eliminated this morning by Teresa. Then Teresa was eliminated by Sally. So Sally's in the final. And at the moment, out in the lead, it's Francisca Veselko, but only narrowly.
You're actually looking at your 1 and 2 European regional rankings, ladies, right now. Tia winning the region. She actually came first out of 3 of the 5 qualifying events. Kika in second. She got a bunch of thirds throughout the regional. QS Tia really dominated, but Kiko, our 2022 World Junior Champion, and it's interesting, in that regional series, they did not meet up once for a heat. So this is the first time we're seeing now.
Yeah, right. Kika Veselko up and riding here. Swooping turn to start and another through the middle part of this wave. She'll be looking to get a little more vertical on the inside here. She's got the timing better on this wave and is able to get the finish up. I'll catch you up on what Tia Zabrowski did on the outside.
That was a great wave from Kika. I really loved the approach. I feel like she was pushing a little bit harder on that wave than what we saw on her previous ones. Other than that heat, that last turn on her 517, you can see she's really kicking, which says to me that Tia is somewhere around about the same spot. Let's watch it again. Beautiful rail carve to start this one off, and this wave had a really nice bowl back to it. Brought it back to the power source here, and this is where we really start to see it steepen up. Lays into a slash here, late to that section, but worked with it. And had a bit of drama falling out of the sky on that one for Kika. Looking to drop a 367, and it was just this mid part of the wave where she was really able to open up and show us this beautiful surfing that she really has to offer. She's not a world junior champ for nothing, and this was Tia Stace.
Tia Zabrowski out the back there again, just getting vertical in the lip. Lovely snap to start that wave. And this certainly the characteristics of this wave. Again, the later waves in the set. Oh my goodness, that would have been a huge score if she was able to pull that one off. Matthew McGilvray getting ready there for his semi-final. Semi-final heat number 1. He'll be taking on Jacob Wilcox. Is Jacob giving Matthew the Kelly Slater, Andy Irons, I love you brother treatment on the way out.
Two really good friends, those two. This is going to be a great matchup. A lot of championship tour experience between the two of them, and both of them really want to be back on that top shelf. And with surfing like they have been this week, you'd have to think they're going to go close to get there this year. There's 10 spots, but so many surfers that could easily fill those 10 spots.
Yeah, definitely.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
The Challenger Series is so hard because it's so talented.
There's so many good talents on there. And I think too with the extra events on the schedule, it really does give a little more forgiveness to your year. You can have a shocker. You can have 2 shockers.
You can.
And still look to put a couple of good results on the board. And I really do think, it's a great addition to add those extra events. And then when those extra events, look at waves like obviously Pipeline in there, I think that really is going to help the cream rise to the top there.
As we check out this replay, Stonewood slow-mo. Great first turn there for Tia. She is just so good at punching it through those sections. She came round to this inside section and then it had a massive section on offer, and it just had so much power coming back towards it. Went up to the lip, came down. You can see she landed, and as she landed, her board kind of tweaked out a little bit from under her, so didn't quite get the finish, but got rewarded for some pretty nice surfing that was done out the back.
Yeah, I can't quite put my finger on it. I think her talent is the first thing that comes to mind, but also her wave selection. Like, you haven't really seen too many surfers on the women's side attack the first section so vertically.
No.
Everyone's sort of going out and around, nice carves. Everyone's been looking pretty smooth, but Tia, even with the fall there, getting a big score, and it is, fully attributed to that first turn. She's absolutely jamming it.
The only other person I can really think of that has been super critical on that first section, probably not as consistently as Tia Zabrowski, but was this event, was Amuro Suzuki. She had some really great opening turn moments in some of those opening round heats. Had a great finishing turn yesterday in her quarterfinal, round of 16, against Noah Clapp. But right now, it's Tia Zabrowski. She's out in the lead. That 5.73 of that last one put pressure on Kika, looking for a 6.74. Needs to be better than her last wave.
Yep.
And could be so easily with what we're talking about. If she just goes vertical on that first section, the scores will go up.
Yeah, or even a nice big carve. It seems that Tia's finding waves that have so much more steepness and curve to that first section. She's really clued into this wave.
That second wave of the set, it just has a way better bowl to it, and it's something that, you know, we've spoken about a lot today. That first wave is so tempting, and you think, oh, I'm going to go this because they're going to convert, and then you see the wave behind it, and it just hits the bank so much better. Thinking back to Maddie McGilvray and Winter Vincent's heat, those waves were at least 5 times better than the first wave, especially those sets in that heat.
Totally. It's a big risk though, isn't it? You see that wave come in and feel like it'd be hard to get the demons out of your head, because I think you'd be thinking, oh, if I let this one go, there's not going to be a second one. But it's been pretty consistently 2-wave sets all day.
So consistently 2-wave sets. Like you'd be pretty shocked if it was just a 1-wave set
You'd
to
be
come
bummed.
through.
Yep.
Maddie McGill taken off on a pretty easy little rock off. That's where he's on his way to. And like you said it earlier, perfectly safe. These rocks are child's play for him.
Yeah, he's used to big sea urchins and all kinds of sea life hanging out of the rocks there in J-Bay. Big mussels. And yeah, I can recall Maddie launching airs onto the bricks there at J-Bay on more than one occasion. Hop, skip and jump, no worries.
Yeah, that was too easy. Too easy for Maddie. That's going to be a great matchup, that next one between him and Jacob. A lot of class between those two.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, navigating those rocks for Maddie is absolutely nothing. Back to live action in the water here. Kika Vaselko. Nice carve to start that wave. She brings it through to the inside. Beautiful bottom turn there, and another big carve. That was the best one of the wave for sure. Another hack out of the lip. This wave got a great tempo, and Kika's found her rhythm beautifully on this wave. Another carve there through the middle. She'll be looking for a vertical finish, and she gets it. Yes! Tia Zabrowski on the outside. She'll need to answer back here. You'd have to think that score for Kika's going to go right up there to what she needs. Tia not really connecting with the outside section of this wave, so she'll need to get going with the vertical finish here. And unfortunately just coming unstuck again on that end section maneuver.
Yeah, just hit a bit of bump as she came down. She had it. She had the finish on that one, and then you can see it just hit this weird convergence and just knocked her off a little bit. But Kika, that was, I mean, we just ate our words.
I was just about to say that.
That was the best first wave set I've seen all morning.
That was an amazing, amazing ride. And she's kind of like a wind-up toy. She just got better and better with each turn, didn't she, Jess?
Oh, absolutely. The start here was a little slow, and she was cutting really high up in that first third of the wave, but here is where she really starts to push harder. This bowl just pushes straight back at her. Big hook in the pocket there, and massive down carve to follow it, and then through this inside section, she's just really able to open up through her shoulders. I bet her leg's probably burning a little bit, and snaps it there to finish a 6.74, and such beautiful surfing. Loved that carve with this Stone and Wood slow-mo. And just that hook right there, I mean, really perfectly timed, really crisp, but she held that rail line a lot longer on that second one. Came through to this inside section and found herself a really tidy finish to finish off what was a great ride here for Kika.
She's got the finish there, did well to get the completion.
Haven't seen that claim before.
No, I'm trying to think what it might be. I mean, obviously it's a bit of a rock and roll thing, but it could be bull horns. Either way, a claim very worthy of the score. As we wait for the final judge to lock their number in. She's chasing at a 6.74. She's no doubt going to get that and some. An 8.83 there for Kika Vaselko. She'll be fired up as she hears that score get read out across the PA here from our beach announcers. That leaves the young Tahitian Tia Zabrowski chasing a 7.84. This is her last wave, Jess.
Started off so good, just a really nice rail carve, and then she got a little bit hung up on that second section, and coming through here, there was a big moment on this inside section, and she goes for it, we know that. Hit it, made it, and then hit a bump right before she was about to stand up, and it kind of knocked the board under her feet. So unfortunately, it was a no-make there for Tia. She's got 1 minute to try and find herself a 7.84, and taking a look, the ocean does seem a little quiet. We're not getting any frantic paddles, and you'd really want to be seeing the line start to stack up now so that it can reach you in time before this heat winds out.
Yeah, very true. Yep. There's very similar like Bells or a J-Bay here at Merewether Rocks on a day like today. You can see the sets coming, and you do want to see them a long way out. And it's been a great semi-final, but I would say it's an upset, Jess.
Oh,
Tia
absolutely.
Zabrowski has been on form all week.
She was probably a lot of people's pick to win this event. She has been the standout surfer, and
She was yours, I believe.
She was. Oh, well.
That's right, just how it goes.
I'm looking forward to the final, though. That's going to be a great matchup between Kika and Sally, and a powerful one at that.
It's a rematch, Portugal rematch.
It's not. It was Tia in the final.
Oh, my bad. You're right. Sorry, I'm getting too far ahead of myself. Here's the GWM recap here. Tia Zabrowski, she got off to a good start at this semi-final number 1. Some beautiful surfing here, and we'll be seeing plenty more of her on the Challenger Series this year. Next stop for our men and women will be Bolito, and Tia Zabrowski will be there.
It felt like it was all going her way at the start of this heat. It felt like we were going to see another absolute clinic put on from Tia Zabrowski, just with surfing like this, just straight up into the lip as soon as there is something available. But it was just these end section turns got the better of her today, but fair enough, they were chunky end sections coming her way.
You'd have to say that was the heat right there in that turn for Tia. Unfortunately, unable to get the landing gear down on that one. And it was sort of the theme for a lot of these waves for Kika Veselko. Didn't quite get the start that she was hoping, but when the wave steepened up and got a little more to the inside, she was absolutely dealing with it and getting some nice finishing turns there. But then it was this wave, Jess, that really blew the heat apart.
Yeah, some judges giving her 9s for this wave, and it was such a perfect bowl along on the Merewether Rocks here, and she just absolutely laid into a couple of huge carving turns, especially that one. Really timed it perfectly in the pocket. Loved the way she held that one, and she surfed this from start to finish all the way through to the inside, just laying the rail, and this end section turn was just a thank you very much.
Keen to hear what that claim means. Sick claim.
Sick claim.
There we go. There's our totals from semi-final heat number 2. Francisca Veselko. A convincing victory over the young phenom Tia Zabrowski. And it was another fantastic lot of semi-finals as we get set up here for the rest of the afternoon down here at Merewether. And the sun is still shining. It's been shining for days. The waves are pouring in. And we got set up for a big final here. Sally Fitzgibbons taking on the Portuguese surfer Francisca Veselko. Sally Fitzgibbons relegated from the championship tour. Francisca looking to make her way onto the championship tour. Great start to the year from both of these women. We are going to take a short break here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Don't go anywhere. Men's semi-final action coming right up.
The women's final is set. We're going to see Francisco Veselko taking on Sally Fitzgibbons, but it is now time to find our finalists on the men's side. Here is the finals bracket. Jacob Wilcox taking on Matthew McGilvray in this first semi-final heat. Rich, and then Ryan Callanan, the local boy, in an all-goofy affair, will take on Cowley Bast. Going to be a fantastic heat.
It's going to be a fantastic heat. I love that we're up to the semi-finals now, and they are rock solid. You know, at the start of the event, you sort of map things out. You got your favourites, but when you actually see them come up and you get the bracket done, those semi-finals are really, really good.
Got the big story unfolding about competitors trying to get themselves back onto that championship tour, and many of our semi-finalists have been there. Jacob Wilcox up against Matthew McGilvray, who missed out on making the cut by 1 place.
Oh, that stings. That's hard to take. And Matty McGilvray is just one of these rock-solid competitors. You know, he unassumingly and quietly goes about his business, just gets the done, and he's such a surprise package. He throws these big Hail Mary airs, and more often than not, he sticks them. Yeah, well, he is loving the conditions today, because it is doing a pretty neat impersonation of J-Bay, Merewether at the moment. Obviously a little bit different, just the characteristics of the wave, but that howling offshore, rich, and you know, some flatter transition in some of the sections for sure, but the tricky end section hit, that's where Matty's really dialed in his best numbers, and this was during the break. He got this one to kick things off, came in at a 4. He's got a nice tidy swoop off the top, Matty, and he just guns down the line for speed. Big projection floater to finish off, and this is Jacob outside on the backhand. Squares up on that first turn. The second one squares up even more. Wow. Gets some tail release, little swivel off the lip, and then hits the eject button. So a big 2-punch combination for Jacob Wilcox to start things off.
Yeah, he'll win this opening exchange, and his wave, it kind of closed out well before the inside section, so he's got back out there and got himself priority too as those numbers start to roll through. Jacob and Matt, both from Championship Tour destinations. Jacob from Margaret River, Matt McGilvray from J-Bay. I think, you know, Jacob had some great moments over there at Margaret's with a wildcard opportunity. Matty McGilvray will be crossing his fingers for that same opportunity since he didn't make the cut.
Yeah, it's...
He's the obvious choice though, isn't he?
He is, yeah, absolutely. You know, you'd have to think that it's almost a given, but we don't want to talk out of school here, but some good numbers starting to drop here for Jacob Wilcox, and he has dropped in a 5.83, not a bad little number to start things off, and he's up again.
Oh, just trying to get some speed to get himself down the line there. Just the offshore breeze getting the better of him. Matty McGilvray, he got another wave on the inside, raves through. One of those trademark hacks. He just cranes his head back towards the bowl and just lets rip.
Yeah, he really leans into his turns, doesn't he? And riding the Channel Islands board, so working with Britt Merrick really closely. And looking great under his feet.
Yeah, exceptional. Both these, all the competitors obviously do a lot of work in the lead up to this first Challenger Series stop. Matty would have had his quiver well and truly dialed in for the Aussie treble.
Yep, Jacob Wilcox outside. P next to his name, obviously indicating that he has priority at the moment and can take whatever wave he likes when it comes through. Little set starting to stand up on this outside peak. And Jacob's passed it up, but Matty McGilvray looks interested.
Yeah, it was a good-looking wave here. Loads up. Well, it's going to flatten out, unfortunately. Fun having local boy Mitchell Ross in the booth for us in the women's quarterfinals and just talking about what waves to pick up on out here. And Matty got to his feet on that one. Happy to have a look at it with that priority, but it was coming from the south, that one. It didn't bend back in on the reef.
Yeah, you want these waves, the swell that has that swell line a little bit further down into the channel, because then they eventually peak up on the inside and you get that finishing maneuver That's the rock shelf that has it's caused a bit of havoc today, actually. A lot of our competitors finishing their waves right in front of this rock.
We've spoken about the honour roll here at SURFEST. It is packed with some of the greats. And on the men's side, we're going to have a new champion, a fresh name added to that list in 2025. On the women's side, Sally Fitzgibbons chasing a 4th SURFEST title. And if she can get it done, she'll become the most winning surfer ever here at this event. But Francisca Veselko is obviously going to have a great shot after putting together a fantastic heat to overcome one of the favourites.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a real big mountain to climb. She has been one of the informed women on the tour. But as we look at some of the past champs, Joel Vaughan, 2-time winner in recent years, local Jackson Baker and Julian Wilson as well, but littered with some CT names in that draw.
Just a small snapshot too of the former champs at this venue. Take us a few pages to get through the full list. Got to go all the way back to 1985 when Tom Curran broke through here. And just then it was kind of dominated by the Goofs for a number of years. Mark Occhilupo, Tom Carroll, Damien Hardman. Tom Carroll had a couple of victories here, as did Dorma. A couple of repeat performers, but Joel Vaughan, the only surfer to go back-to-back at SURFEST. 19 minutes remaining here. Matty McGilvray, he's out there looking for something better than a 2.5 to increase his lead. Still feels like there's a lot of surfing left in this semi-final clash, Rich.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen the best of these two blokes yet.
No. Again, it's the ocean can be a really funny thing. It tends to go in rhythms, and it'll just send through a number of sets, and then it'll go quiet for a little while. So as a surfer, you just need to stay composed, keep adjusting to whatever situation you're faced with. See all those white caps outside, just a real indicator of how strong that wind is. It's tracked a little bit further around to the south now, which is beautiful for the point here, because it's somewhat protected, Ron. These inside walls further down the beach, it starts to get really blowy. But mate, the promenade is packed. I went down, did a little Newcastle Airport board check, and it is standing room only. That whole promenade is just littered with people. Lots of Nova Castrians, and one bloke said, "Can you stop selling Newcastle as good as you guys are doing in the boot? Because we love it here, and we just don't want it to get too crowded."
Oh, you don't have any choice on the finals day at SURFEST. They're feeling in big time, gearing up for that next semi-final heat with the local boy, Merewether's own Ryan Callanan taking on Carly Vast. The opportunity to get your eyes on an Olympic gold medalist as well. But Rich, talk to me about the feelings these two would have right now. The finals, just a couple of good rides away. What's going through your head at this point in a major contest?
The hardest thing to do is to just stay in this moment and not get too far ahead of yourself, and afford yourself the luxury of going, "Oh, I'm so close to the final and a win." You really do, as cliche as it sounds, you got to stay present right where you are. You can't sort of predict what's going to happen even in the seconds and minutes as this event unfolds, or this particular heat unfolds. So it's just stay calm under this situation, have your game plan, just know that you got to wait for that good wave and then convert on it.
Yeah, Mark Richards, the great Mark Richards, kind of simplified the plan of attack for us yesterday. Get yourself on the two best waves. If you don't, it's near impossible to progress through, or a lot more difficult. Right now, though, we're just on 16 minutes to go. We're going to hear from our finalists in the women's division, who'll take on Sally Fitzgibbons, Francisco Veselko with Vaughan.
Kika, congratulations. What a start to the year. You are into the final of the Newcastle SURFEST. You must be absolutely thrilled.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say. It's crazy to be in this final against Sally. Yeah, I don't even know. That was insane. I'm just so stoked to be in this final, and I can't wait.
That heat, I mean, your opponent is obviously 14, but a real threat in this event. But one thing about your surfing throughout this entire week is you just seem to get better and better. You dropped the biggest score of your campaign so far. You must be feeling really great heading into this final.
Yeah, Tia, she's a ferocious competitor, and she's 14, but her maturity is completely above her age for sure. And yeah, she's been surfing insane and getting the best scores all event. So I knew with her I had to have a good strategy, pick the right waves, just stay calm and do my surfing. Yeah, and then just towards the end, I was needing a 7 something, and this magic wave came, and I just surfed it to my best and ended up moving into first. So yeah, just believing into the last second, and yeah, just believing in myself, and I knew that if the wave came, I was capable to do it. I've turned a lot of heats around in the last minute, so just trust myself, and that's what happened.
Well, congratulations. This is a massive start, as I say, and we can't wait to see you surf in the final. Best of luck.
Thank you so much. Let's go.
Yeah, she seems well and truly primed and ready to rip into that final heat, Rich. And she's shown that she can drop the big numbers.
She's going to need to, because Sally has been on a bit of a tear, but this is a really good matchup. It's sort of veteran status of Sally Fitzgibbons with one of the youngsters of the sport, really trying to make a name for herself on the Challenger Series and break into that next step on her career path, making the championship tour.
14 minutes remaining here. Still low numbers for our competitors in the lineup. Jacob Wilcox in second, but only after a 0.67. He's got the priority. We'll see what he does with it after this Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome to Lower Trestle, SURFEST. It's time.
There's Felipe Toledo.
Throws it out there, stomps it into the flats. Caroline Marks ripping into this wave.
Kanoa snaps it off the lip. Throwtail reverse.
Drifting Palapado up on a bomb.
Simmers on a fun lowers right.
The Trestles Pro, the next stop on the championship tour, always brings an exceptionally high level of performance surfing. Things have really tightened up at the top end of the ranks on both the men's and women's tour, and we're expecting a fantastic showdown as they chase glory at Lowers. Live coverage begins June 9th, which will be the 10th here in Oz. I'm going to watch every single second of it, Rich.
So am I, mate, and I actually just filled in my fantasy surfer team right before I jumped in the booth. Plenty of the people that you saw in there, put both the Colaprinto brothers in there. Felipe Toledo on the women's side, Katie Simmers, Gabrielle O'Brien, a few others. Yep.
A couple of cheeky ones.
A couple of little cheekies in there as well.
All the best, mate.
Thank you, mate.
11 minutes remaining here. Looking for our first finalists on the men's side here at SURFEST for 2025. Jacob Wilcox, he's got the biggest number at the moment, but still back in second spot. Huge lull during this semi-final clash. And Matty McGilvray, he's been on a few rides as well. And best he's been able to muster is a 4. He's kind of been hanging on the inside and now gets an opportunity to extend his lead here. But this wave is going to fade away
Yeah,
so he kicks out.
Just didn't extend across that to that next rock shelf. And Matty, he hasn't lost anything here. I think it's a really good strategy, just sitting under Jacob, just looking for these possible opportunities that slip by. Jacob's waiting for a bigger wave that's going to stand up, which for him with priority is also tactically perfect at this point.
Yeah, if you're one of the 4 surfers left in this draw, you know, you are desperately seeking out a local and begging them to give you a little bit of insight in this lineup. But I don't know how keen the locals would be on giving anyone any kind of local insights at the moment, Rich, because Ryan Callinan's in that second semi-final heat, and his understanding of this breaker and where to sit is a massive advantage with the swell the way it is at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is Camp Australia down on the boardwalk there. And that has been just where they've been positioned all week. Nathan Hedge, bunch of the Aussies there. We saw Morgan Siblick. They're all just bottling this energy, and Ryan Callanan has been amongst it.
Yeah, no doubt cheering on Jacob Wilcox. Yeah. I saw a couple of South African flags down there too on the beach. So Matty McGilvray, a very popular campaigner, no matter where he goes, and he actually has spent a bit of time here in Newcastle as well, hanging out with his good mate Morgan Siblick.
Yeah, COVID year, wasn't he? Like, he was stranded here for a long time.
Spent most of the pandemic on the Gold Coast or just in Tweed Heads. But just on 8.5 minutes to go, and both these competitors would love some opportunities. I mean, at this point, it kind of feels like Jacob Wilcox has a bit of an edge here, even though he's in second place, Rich.
Well, he's got that high number, the 5.83, and if you look at Matty's top wave, the 4, that 1.5 or 1.8 difference, it's significant at this point in the heat. With only 8 minutes to go, you have to think that we're going to see 1, maybe 2 more sets. If we get lucky, we'll get more than that, but you know, it just makes this next exchange really, really vital that the conversion from these guys is done.
8 minutes remaining in this one, and no situation change. It is Matt McGilvray out in the lead.
Just under 8 minutes to go. The only air we've seen today was by Matt McGilvray.
Yeah.
And I think just with the wind the way it is, and you know his upbringing at J-Bay, he's really comfortable in these strong offshores, whipping that board. It's actually sort of seen him evolve his rotation a little differently to some of the other people we see around the world. He flicks that board into the offshore really quickly, and you see like the entire underside of his equipment at the most critical moment in the air, in the rotation. It's something that he's, you know, it's a huge advantage to have that when you're seeking out opportunities on the inside.
Yeah, Matty's airs are more of a projection outwards rather than upwards. You see him stroking into this one. Is he going to get into it? Yes, he will.
Drops to the bottom, and again, there's just nothing standing up for him to lay into. Wilcox on the outside. Commits to this one. Bit more height in the wall. I think he'll ride through to the inside anyway and just try and better this throwaway number that he's currently sitting with, the 0.33. Nice little whipping turn, gets out of there now on the inside. Won't be a massive score, but I think he's flicking into grind mode with the lack of opportunities out there.
Yeah, well, this will put him out in front. So perhaps just going, okay, look, I don't want to be left short with just under 6 minutes to go here. I'd rather just take the lead, get a ride, guarantee my position out in front, and then I'll look to replace my lower score.
Ryan Callanan making his way down for this second semi-final. And they'll be giving him plenty of support as he leashes up here. Jacob Wilcox turning in a 3.17, just adding a little bit to the requirement for Matt McGilvray.
Yeah, I don't mind the tactics here. I like the fact that Jacob did take that wave. I think it was a sensible move.
He's been pretty sharp with his game plan through this event, but we'll see if Matty McGilvray makes him pay for taking that insider, because he's found a pretty decent wall, and it's a huge first turn for the South African.
Now just coming through this flatter section, keeps the board moving, banks off the foam and starts to load up for the big finish. And he's going to smash it through the lip there. We'll get the opportunity to build again. That offshore wind has really increased through these semi-final heats. But the first turn's so strong here, Rick.
Really good first turn. Just throws down that layback angle change right off the top of the wave, and then a couple of roundhouse cutbacks with the rebound off the foam. Then it goes again. And so Matty gets this oncoming section, blasts through it, and then gets some tidy work down towards the end as well. Just cuts out. But all these better waves, Ron, they're finishing past the rock. Anything that's finishing in front of the rock, it's got to have some really big moments on it for it to get a big score. So Matty, the 5.01 is what he's chasing. If it didn't have that outside manoeuvre, I'd say, nah, no way. But the judges will be thinking hard about this one.
So if you think back to the previous exchange, we'll get back to that in a moment. Jacob Wilcox, the rhythm working for him, and he's let go of a couple of monster turns on the outside. And lets one go in Matty's face.
He's going to get a low road here too.
And he's going to get over the hump. This wave's going to stretch out again. Climbs up over that final section. Not going to complete. But I think he'll still get a lot of credit for the outside work.
It's the best wave of the heat. By a mile, actually. Even if he had just pulled off before that mistake on the inside, he's looking at a big number. The Burton Automotive replay snaps it under the lip here, drives around this section, gets more vertical, and again, deep bottom turn, connects with that lip. Another couple of swooping snaps, and you can see here this little fold, this little double up on this wave. Jacob just tries to throw it up onto the roof, and the intensity of that wave breaking. Jacob just, unfortunately, the board just, you could see it just exploded underneath his feet. But I think most of the damage was done on the outside.
It's so interesting, isn't it? Because Jacob got, I think, a little nervous that Matty was going to turn in a score, so he went a smaller ride. It didn't really eventuate into much, just a 3.17. And then Matty was kind of the benefactor. He picked off a pretty good ride after it, and it felt like it was going to work against Jacob Wilcox, but he got back out in time, and he ripped the opening stages of this wave. If he finishes that last turn, it probably goes excellent.
100%. You can see it now. The scores have dropped in 7.33, and this puts the Aussie out in front and puts some real pressure now on Matthew McGillivray. Needing an 8.33, we know he can go excellent. He has done it time and time again, and he is a clutch finisher.
Yeah, seen him dig himself out of some tough heats, chasing more than an 8.33. So don't write him off just yet. 2 minutes to go. And a heat that was relatively slow through the opening stages has suddenly come to life here. A spot in the final up for grabs. How good. What a turnaround for Matthew McGillivray and Ryan Callanan already.
Yeah.
You know, getting bumped off the CT and turning up here at the first stop on the Challenger Series for 2025 and really, you know, upping the motivation. Matthew McGillivray, like Sally Fitzgibbons, missed the cut by 1 place. So it just goes to show you the resilience of these championship tour campaigners who've just suffered the devastation of being bumped off tour for the back half of the year, and they've just turned it around brilliantly, physically and emotionally.
They really have. Yeah, no, they really have. The mental anguish, the hurdle that you have to get over after being bumped off the tour, they've processed it. They've come back here with fresh eyes, and they've been able to turn it around. You know, the semi-finals on the men's in particular littered with relegated surfers from the championship tour, and it also speaks to me that the big surfing has been appreciated through the week.
Yeah, well, and quality conditions are always going to favour those championship tour competitors. They're just coming. You got to remember the company they've kept for the first 6 months of the year has been the very best. So they've been in those warm-up sessions with title contenders and as a result, you level up. And their level has been on display here at Merewether this week. Matty McGilvray might have to take a swing at this one. 20 seconds to go, and he's chasing an excellent score. It's a little flat on the outside, but he'll stick with it and just beg this wave to ramp up on the inside so he can throw one of his trademark rotations at us. This one, though, is just lacking in energy. It doesn't get past that section you were talking about, Rich, here in front of the rock shelf. And Matty McGilvray's run here in the contest is going to come to an end. And Jacob Wilcox, he's on his way to the final. Let's dive into the GWM recap. Some quality moments for both competitors, but a heat that was kind of starved the first 3 quarters for quality set waves.
Yeah, it really was. Matty McGillivray just showing beautiful form there. And then Jacob Wilcox, just the patience game, it paid off. And some really tidy surfing on the back end with that ability to square up. You can see that one there, that finishing turn, just pushing it a little harder, getting that tail release and slide. And Matty McGillivray picked up this nugget here. Beautiful layback slash to start things off, and he milks it all the way through to the inside. So really good kind of wave management, maneuver management through these exchanges here. And you could sort of say that the rhythm of the sets really fell into the favour of Jacob Wilcox, especially in the back half of this heat. And this is the one that sealed the deal. Beautiful turns on the outside. This wave just kept delivering. And at this point, Jacob had a big number. If he'd finished this, as you said, Ronnie, was going into the excellent range, but it was enough.
He's absolutely buzzing, the surfer from Margaret River, Western Australia. He's into the final, and we're going to find out who he's going to be up against. Ryan Callanan taking on Carly Vast. That's up next here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy.
I've grown up in Newcastle all my life, and to see what the city has become and to see the amount of people that are attracted to everything that's from here, the experiences, the restaurants, the beautiful beaches, it's an incredible place to live. The food scene here is just amazing. I travel a lot of places around the world and I feel like the quality here is just as good as a lot of places I go. Fine dining restaurants to a beer overlooking the beach. Whatever you're in the mood for, you'll find it.
Jacob Wilcox on screen has just made his way through to the final here at SURFEST. Surfing brilliantly, and he had a really tough opponent in that heat, Rich, with a whole lot of CT experience. Matty McGillivray, though, just couldn't connect with the sets, and when Jacob found them, he ripped them.
He sure did. He's looking really sharp, and obviously a really strong desire to get his position back on the championship tour. The grommets, as always, frothing down here to get an autograph and to get up and close and personal with their favourite surfers.
They're foaming at the mouth because we have a huge heat for the local community here. Ryan Callanan, who has been a part of the Merewether Surfboard Club for most of his life. He has his hands full with the gold medalist, Carly Vast, representing France out there. And these two guys in their quarterfinal heats gave us great backhand surfing. Kind of similar approaches, both big boys who can swing it around and really move some water.
Yeah, they sure can, and Carly Vast has taken the inside position here, so maybe a gentleman move from Ryan Callanan to let him have that inside, but mate, this local knowledge might come into play. Look, he's actually pushing him here, a little bit of jockeying, keeping him honest.
Yeah, there's not a section of this break that Ryan Callanan isn't familiar with. And pushing hard here for the inside. And he has a good look at it. And you can see there's a bit of hustle going on here, Rich.
Yeah, there sure is. And I think Ryan was just trying to push Cowley to the point where he was too far inside. And then Ryan could just swing at that very last minute. Kind of push him out of position.
I know with all your reps on the championship tour, you know, you would have come up against some tough opponents surfing their home breaks. Was it a rattle for you coming up against those hometown heroes?
In a way, but I actually also let it fuel the fire a little bit because a lot of the attention was off you and you could just really dig in and be like, you know, I'm going to stop the momentum here. I'm going to show these guys that, you know, we're up for the challenge. So, yeah, no, it's always a little bit intimidating, but again, you just have to quieten the head noise and just focus in on your game.
And was the reception like suddenly frosty when you found yourself coming up against the hometown hero?
Mate, I had a win at Florianopolis once, and I beat Pedersen Rosa, and the Brazilian crowd went absolutely berserk, and the security guards actually had to come out in the water and usher us in. They were not happy.
Wow. Well, this is a big test, but Ryan's got fond memories from competing here at Surfest and in the Championship Tour event that ran here in 2021. Always puts in a good showing at home, and this is another big result for anyone that cracks the semi-finals. You know, a real keeper.
Proper keeper.
Starting the CS at the top end of the ranks is huge.
Yeah, it's almost, if you can get a win at this first event, your position on the tour is almost yours to lose. If you can just maintain some consistency and bank a couple of other quarterfinals, maybe jag another final, you can almost confidently say that you're a good shot at making the tour. And for these guys, it's a bunch of points that they're about to put in the bank. And others looking at a throwaway score, throwaway event. We've got 6 more to go.
Bring it on. 22.5 minutes. No waves ridden just yet, but let's hear from our first finalists down there with AJ.
Jacob Wilcox on to the final here at Newcastle. Just tell me a little bit about how you approached that last heat mentally.
It's kind of simple. There's not too many waves out there, so you just got to sit and wait for your shot. The hardest part about the heat's probably the start when you're trying to get priority, and I made a mistake and went a wave, but it kind of put me into good rhythm. But feels like the wind's picked up like another 10 knots, and it's like just blowing the swell away right now. So final should be interesting.
When you have a situation like that where you know there's not going to be as many opportunities for you in a heat, how do you identify this is the wave that I know I can do something with to get me through to the final?
Oh, like they just like pop up. It's pretty much anything with size. I have like a good little lineup for where I want to sit out there. So it was just pretty much just sit there and wait for anything with size. We didn't have many waves at all in that heat, so we didn't really get to battle it out too much. It was a bit grindy, but I was so stoked that one wave just came at the very end because I went the 3 before that just to get into the lead, which was kind of a mistake, but it ended up just working out good. So sometimes you just have the rhythm.
And it seems like you have it. First event of the season, first final of the season. Just what can we expect from you in this last round?
I don't know. It's hopefully some good backside surfing. I wanted to make the final at this event. I felt like I was coming off some good form in Margs, so I'm stoked, and I'm going to be excited to surf against another Goofies. 2 Goofies in the final. Let's go.
We'll see you then.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, Jacob Wilcox, doesn't he look absolutely zeroed in on getting that big win.
He was twitching, man. He's ready to go.
He's probably freezing.
Yeah, this wind's definitely got some chill factor to it. The indicator shows us that there's some swell lines.
It does, and Ryan Callanan sort of pushing to get himself onto the inside now after paddling Cali Vast up the point a little bit. So eyeing off one potentially here as we watch on from the Newcastle flight cam. Here goes Callanan. Coming to life here in the semi-finals. Big section standing up. He hooks it out of the top. Getting some nice work done here. The wave now starting to flatten. He'll stick with it, just looking for any extras on the inside. Gets lost in the white water. Kelly on the outside now will assume that priority.
Okay, we're off and running. Check the replay here. Big swooping turn. I like that one, Ron. Gets really pushes on the tail. Gets a little bit of release and slide off the top. And some transition work. And then just gets caught up in the foam there, but not a bad way to start. So the rhythm of this heat has started. And we'll see Carly Vast assume priority. And he will really get into the position where he wants to take off. Here he goes.
Well, nice hawking carve out of the top there. For the young campaigner, already on the way to his best ever finish in a Challenger Series event. Nice little flex on the tail to finish that one off. So it's going to be relatively close, you'd think, on the opening exchange there, Rich.
Yeah, they're going to be, the numbers will stay somewhat conservative though. Let's have a look at the replay of Carly Vast. Just comes around this section. Beautiful snapping turn. And another clean wrap. Sitting well on top of the water here. The board looks fantastic under his feet. JS Industries board there, I think, on reflection. Callie is going to get the number here. He's going to get a good score, and Ryan's going to be chasing.
Yeah, he had a strong opening carve. Ryan with one big individual turn on the outside, but it's really all he got out of the wave. 4.33 for him.
I'm feeling at least a 6 in front of Callie Vast's wave.
Yeah, just got a cleaner finish on the inside. You look at these two. Ryan Callanan, 33 years of age. Callie Vast, 23 years of age. Really in the early stages of his career. Whatever happens for Callie Vast, his potential has been realised in the form of a gold medal, but it just still feels like Ryan Callanan's got so much more to show us. And he might be showing it right here with some big swell lines stacking up on the outside. Beautiful looking wall for Ryan. Rips into a big carve to get started. Now starting to build some speed down the line, hoping this wave will stand up again. Vast on the outside, he'll get another opportunity too. Ryan drives up into that section. Steep entry back into the wave. And now eyeing off a finish here right on the shore break in front of his fans. Belts it! Can he hang on? Fighting hard for it. Fighting all the way to get back out in front of the foam.
Yes.
And the Merewether Surfboard Club making a whole lot of noise right now. For one of their favourite sons, that was super impressive. You could see the determination in completing that final move.
Well, this was a no-brainer. This wave lined up so well. Ryan gets a big hook off the top to start off. The wave flattens out a bit. He sees all this stuff happening further down the line here, and he goes to work. The wave stands up. Ryan gets this rhythmic motion happening on the backhand. Beautiful, powerful turns with lots of impact. And then this moment here, Rob, the wave just stands up, really bottoms out, and Ryan just somehow throws the board straight under his feet, wrestles with the finish and ends up on the sand, but outside. Carly Vast, he got one as well. So a bit more of an elongated arc to start things off for Callie. Two very similar turns. Transitioning as he comes in, it stands up. Solid hit under the lip, and another one. Very, very nice angles. Just racking up the points. Comes through to the inside. The big long floater, and Callie Vast gets the finish as well.
Wow, what an exchange from these two. Callanan, his finish was so impressive, just the determination. But Callie Vast, his section was maybe even more gnarly. And it was a bit tidier, Rich, the completion of this move.
Yeah, so 2 ways to hit it, and Callie Vast just projecting off the lip. More of a snap to floater style manoeuvre. Whereas Ryan Callanan, he didn't have too much choice. He had to hit that thing, went vertical, but equally as critical.
So just a couple of exchanges, and these two really getting the most out of each of those rides. It was Callie Vast winning the opening exchange by more than a point. Pretty impressive, 5.5 to Ryan's 4.33. Felt like that was pretty spot on. And now we're waiting on the numbers to come through. And, you know, Vast, his wave just looked like it was a bit bigger. It actually didn't taper off. It broke before it got to the shore break. What's your feeling, Rick?
Oh man, I'm actually reliving the waves in my head at the moment, just thinking back to Ryan's strong opening turn. Let's have a look at it here. So bang, straight off the back, just gets a big solid carve, and then the wave sits down, and then he had this time through the middle where he had to just S-turn to get to these final moments, but he's such a strong series of backhand hits through the inside, keeps the energy and the momentum moving. This is live action.
Back to live action. It is going to be super close on the exchange as Vast goes to get rid of that 5.5. Could be in the lead already. Waiting on the numbers to come through. 14 minutes to go here. And Callanan about to turn in an excellent score.
They both felt excellent, mate. That's the thing. Both the waves felt excellent. It's just whose has got a little bit more pepper on it. And just thinking back to the weaving, that transition work that Ryan had to do, Cowley's seemed like it was just non-stop. He had the opportunity to just perform those manoeuvres one after the other.
He's going to win the second exchange, the Tahitian, and he turns in a 9.1. He's just had a 2.67, but a 9.1. Callanan, an 8.33. And this is stacking up to be one of the heats of the contest already.
9.1, so we've only seen just a couple of 9-point rides in this contest. And Carly Vast, he's peaking right at the right moment.
The evolution of Vast, it reminds me a bit of Jack Robinson. You know, already regarded as one of the best barrel riders. His results suggest that. His free surfing performances tell us that. I mean, the guy has surfed switchfoot in heats at Chopes and turned in great scores. He is one of the best, but, you know, it's in conditions like this where he's had to really improve, and all the hard work is on show here against one of the best backhands in the world.
Yeah, he really has worked on this part of his repertoire. And, mate, when you think about it, there's not too many events where it's held in throaty, barreling waves on a reef break. You know, you can kind of count them on one hand, on a couple of fingers, actually. So this is where the work needs to get done, and this is where he's done the work. The performance is really starting to show.
12 minutes to go here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Ryan Callanan looking for a 6.28 at the moment. These are the days we live for, pumping conditions. Finals day at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Big shout out to Burton, massive supporters of this event, title sponsors for over 20 years. So much to celebrate today as we see great performances from the world's best campaigning to get themselves on the championship tour. Callie Vass, Ryan Callanan locked in a good one here. Callanan, the local boy, needs a 6.28. He's got priority and he's got 9.5 minutes to turn this one around as excitement starts to build for the women's final. We're going to throw it down to Vaughan Blakey.
Good afternoon, folks, and welcome here to Merewether Beach for this beautiful finals afternoon of the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Let's get a round of applause. What a great day of surfing it's been. And it's tradition here at SURFEST to introduce our finalists. And to do that, we're going to give a very big Newcastle welcome to the Lord Mayor of Newcastle, Dr. Ross Kerridge. Come on up, Ross. Nice to see you, mate. It's been a wonderful day. Now let's meet our finalists. They have surfed brilliantly all week. And our first finalist is none other than Sally Fitzgibbons, a two-time winner here with the opportunity to become the most winning surfer ever. She'll be in red. And just stand there for a second, Sal. And our second finalist in her first ever Challenger Series, her first ever SURFEST final, Francesca Valesca from Portugal. These will be your finalists, so make some noise for both these champions. They've been wonderful all week. And thank you very much to the Lord Mayor. Ross, have a great final. Hawkies, back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Vaughan. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, good
Love
stuff.
to see it. Huge for the crowd to be introduced to the finalists before they go out and chase their dreams.
Absolutely. Only 8 minutes to go too. They were fizzing. Let's get this thing done. Put that last little bit of wax on the board and get out there.
Well, this has been awesome, but we've had to wait some time for this next big exchange, which is going to determine who goes through to that final.
Yeah,
we've got priority with Ryan Callanan, and while we've got a break in the sets, the opportunity to have a look at the two high-scoring rides here, both brilliantly served.
Oh, yeah, I love watching the split screen here. You can really make the good comparisons as to what happened on the wave here. So on the right, Carly Vast. On the left in red, Ryan Callanan. And at different moments, these guys got to really tee off on the back end. And you can see Carly, just the wave held her tight through this inside section, coming into these finishing moments here, and it's really close actually, and I can see why there is less than a point in the scoreline, and perhaps the nod just ever so slightly going to Carly Vast just due to those outside turns. He had two in a row that were just a little bit stronger than Ryan's. And I'm going to say as well, Ron, just that final finishing moment, it was super, super clean for Carly Vast, whereas Ryan just got caught in the foam just ever so slightly. You can see Sal Fitz, she's feeling the energy of the crowd. She runs down and prepares for the final.
Yeah, she's so popular, especially when all over the world, but especially when competing on home shores.
Yeah, she is. Got such a big fan base around the world, and in Australia. Every time she wins a heat, my mum texts me, goes, yes, Sal got through.
6 minutes to go here. Ryan Callanan just really having to compose himself here and gear up to chase down this 6.28. And those last couple of exchanges, Rich, those waves came in twos, those sets. So there is a chance that Ryan, you know, might be chasing more than a 6.28 if Callie gets in on that exchange as well, because he's only looking to replace a 5.5 as we see Sally now gearing up to hit the water. Really leans into the experience for the fans too, doesn't she?
She sure does. She's got a lot of time for everyone, and just feeds off that energy. You know, she loves hanging out with the grommets and just feeling the stoke. And I mean, Sal really, she's got that Grom vibe still, and she's able to channel it. But she'll the second she hits the water, the game face will come on.
Yeah, she'll be super focused.
Boards look great under her feet all week long. Glenn Pang has been working with Glenn for a couple of years now. And that partnership looks like it's really flourished. Both having a good understanding of what's required here.
4.5 minutes to go here. And these two warriors are still trying to work out the outcome of this semi-final heat. Well, we've got a moment. We'll have a look at the GWM recap. Lots to enjoy so far in this heat. A couple of huge numbers for both competitors.
Yeah, and this is Ryan Callan, and that was on his first wave. This is Callie Bast. Just ripping off the top. These are the opening exchanges here. And these are the waves that these guys are now wanting to replace. So Cowley got the better of the exchange. You can see why. Got to that finishing turn. This was the 5-5. And then we had this beautiful exchange of excellence. Ryan just ripping the bag out of that thing, just slicing the top of the wave in half. Some transition work as he waits for this wave to build up again. Now he winds up. Just powering off the top all the way through to the inside, and this really, really critical number on the inside here. Watch him square up off the bottom, slams it off the top, and somehow navigates through that turbulence. The wave drops out from under him, and then this is the 9-point ride from Cowley. Off the bottom, off the top, a couple of big opening swoops, and then the wave just held it tight a little bit more than Ryan's as he comes through to the inside, blasts that section, it goes again, and wow, looking every bit a gold medalist here. Jumps off the lip, gets to the finish, the crowd goes absolutely loony.
Yeah, just had that sort of 2/3 of the way through his ride. He had that opportunity to really piece together a solid combination. That's where he found the edge in the exchange. And a high impact finish as well. On the outside, medium-sized set rolls under. Ryan has a bit of a look at it, but can't see the points. Can't see the points in it. 2.5 minutes to go here. We know Ryan's for a long time worked with Richard Dogmarsh as his coach on the championship tour. Callie Vast has leaned into the experience of one of the most fiery competitors that we've ever seen on the championship tour, and Jeremy Flores to help him seal that gold medal, and no doubt Jeremy will be watching this all unfold. But Joan Deroux here working with some of the French riders, and I'm sure he's been having the odd chat to Joan Deroux as well in gearing up for this clash.
Yeah, so much experience just around surfing now. All the surfers really leaning into the advice and guidance of coaching. Saw Kai Otten down here earlier. He was been working with Winter Vincent, and you know, there's no better advice you can get from ex-pro surfers. They know the game, they know how it works, and more often than not, once you step out of the arena, the vision becomes even clearer.
Well, it looks like there's some swell lines on the outside. I don't know how big they're going to be, though. There's only a minute remaining here. And Ryan Callanan, he's got the priority. He just needs an opportunity here, chasing a 6.28.
It's not a big score in the scheme of things, not for these guys. A couple of big backhand hooks. There's so much power and intensity in the turns that Callanan can lay down. If he gets a section, if he gets a wave with just a couple of sections, he'll do it. Few swell lines were on. I don't know if they're going to be big enough.
This is where Ryan Callanan surfed his very first heats as a Grom, competing in heats at the Merewether Surfboard Club. The entire club is here. His dad was a life member of the club, and they would have loved nothing more than to see him power through to the final of SURFEST for a second time. I'm just not sure there's going to be enough height in this wall.
It's this one or nothing.
Yeah,
the cork's going to get him.
It's not going to cap. So unfortunately for Ryan, the opportunity to answer is gone. And Callie Vasti is going to earn his place in the final. He'll take on Jacob Wilcox, but you saw Ryan there. Just an absolute gentleman. Put his hands together for the young Tahitian, who is into his first Challenger Series final and starting to make his move towards the championship tour. Super impressive. And you've got to give him props, Rich. Not easy coming up against such a formidable opponent, but he really did step things up.
Yeah, he did, and just got the better of both the exchanges. So the opening exchange, Cowley got the nod, and then on the best set of the entire heat, he just he found that wave that produced all those sections he could just ignite on. So Cowley Vast, our first finalist.
Well, we are just moments away from kicking off the women's final. Sally Fitzgibbons taking on Francisca Veselko. We're going to bring in Jessie Starling, Stace Galbraith for the call. It's all going down here at Merewether this afternoon.
All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it?
It's been a huge week of surfing to get to this point. We are at the final, and it's a great one. It's Sally Fitzgibbons taking on Francisca Veselko. Took down some big names in those semi-finals. Teresa Bonvalot for Sally Fitzgibbons. Tia Zabrowski for Kika Veselko, who was a lot of people's pick to take out this event, but Kika dropping an excellent score in that semi-final. She's definitely hoping to do the same here. Taking you through this one, I'm Jessie Starling. Stace, how are you feeling about this final? Did you see it playing out like this?
I did not, no. I mean, looking at Sally, yes, but I think Francisca here, she's a dark horse. She's the one that she's kind of coming in with nothing to lose. Sally obviously winning this event 3 times previously, but Francisca here looking to get her first Challenger Series victory, and she deserves to be here. She's been ripping all week, and it's going to be an exciting final, I'm sure.
Best result she's had on the Challenger Series so far. Prior to this, it was a 3rd place in Brazil back in the 23 season, and she got that spot thanks to her World Junior title for 22. This is her on her first wave here, so a bit of a replay while we're in the break. It's a 3-1-7, so just a settler. This is a settler wave here for Kika. Just hit a bit of deep water. She put on some great performances throughout this event, but those rocks she doesn't want to make friends with. Sally during the break as well, Stace.
Yeah, it's good to see these ladies get a nice early start, albeit small scores. We've seen particularly Sally Fitzgibbons, her quarterfinal and her semi-final. Poor darling didn't get anything going on the board until about 8 minutes to go in both her heats. So for her to get a wave here with, 30 and a half minutes on the clock remaining, I mean, that's just remarkable. Well done, Sal.
And Sal gone for a 4th title here. So trying to become the most winning surfer at Surfest of all time. She's right now tied with just, you know, a casual 3 titles here with Pam Burridge, one of the greats of our sport. I know a lot of our greats are actually tuning in. I spoke to Pauline Menzer earlier. She's absolutely loved what's been happening down here for this event. And Kika, Sally, we know we're going to have an incredible matchup between these two, but guess what? We've just settled the men's final and Callie Vast is down on the glass.
Yeah, Callie still processing a victory over the hometown guy. Ryan Callanan knows this wave so incredibly well. How did you find an edge?
Yeah, I guess I made it again, so we keep going. Stoked. No, it was really, for me, it was an honor to surf against Ryan. I trained a lot with him the last couple years, with Doug also, and then so I know how he surf. His backhand is really amazing. I've been watching him, Connor, and yeah, especially here, I know he's the local. He grew up here. He knows the well more than anyone. And then, yeah, so it was a good battle. I've been here for a long time, so I knew pretty much where was the peak today. And then especially with Joanne, I've been training with. He knows exactly. We've been working on the seating. There's not too many options, too many waves, but it was a good battle. So I was really stoked. Even if I didn't make, I would be happy for this heat because yeah, I love Ryan and. Yeah, it was a goofy battle, so it was nice.
But you did make it, and a big part of that was because of that 9.1 ride. Talk us through that wave.
Yeah, I didn't know I would get a 9, but I at one point, I know he's the local, he's going to get big score, and then he was on the good one. So it's just like, I need to, yeah, hit the section where it is critical, and then I managed to make my last turn on the big one. I wait the right moment when it was the bigger section, and yeah, I made it. So stoked.
On to your first final. Before we let you go get ready for it, you have anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Yeah, merci, ça continue, let's go.
See you then. Thanks.
Thank you.
We have an all Goofy Foot final coming up on the men's side of the draw, and thinking back to some of the greats, Goofy Footers who have won this event before, Damien Hardman, Tom Carroll, Oki, he's won this event, and in more recent times, Iago Dora, Matt Wilkinson, Glenn Hall. There's a lot of really impressive Goofy Footers who have won here, and it's been a while since we've had all Goofy Footer final.
Yeah, all Goofy final. That's going to pull on the heartstrings of the likes of Oki, TC. I know they'll be tuning in. They don't miss a beat. So g'day, boys. And Cal, he's got to stop surprising himself.
I know.
He can't even believe he's still here, but I can. He's been absolutely ripping. And his first final, he's got one more heat to go. And like he said, working with Jean Deroux, Jean will remind him of that. A lot of effort to get to this point. You keep your head down and then do the job one more time, and you're going to walk away with the victory.
Kika in that last heat made us completely bite our tongues because all week, or mostly not the last 2 days, I won't put that much on us, Stace, but we've been saying that the second wave of the set has been better, and it honestly has been. And we saw this first wave of the set roll through, and Kika got close to an 8.5, an excellent score in that last one, and she did this really cool claim that you or I haven't seen before. And I got in touch with her mum, and back when she was going for her World Junior title, she went on this Roxy trip right before it, and everyone was calling her the bull because of how powerful she was, how determined she was to hit these big sections. So that claim she did, where she put kind of a rock symbol to her head, is her symbol for the bull.
Yeah, the bull was charging.
Got some stickers made when she did win her World Junior title, and we're going to see exactly what we're talking about. Finished off a beautiful ride here, and here comes the bull symbol, Stace.
Oh, that's classic. What
it's
a claim.
a signature symbol, and it took her all the way to a win at the World Junior title, and potentially it could do the same here. Stace, when you see this heat on paper, where do you see strengths and weaknesses for these two surfers?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest strength for Sally is just her ability to grind out a heat at any moment, like from any part of the bank, and we got to see that in the quarters and the semis. She really didn't have much opportunity, and she really sort of dissected a pretty tricky lineup. So I think Sally's skill, obviously, on the wave face is immense, but also, too, just her ability to kind of win from anywhere, win from in front, win from behind, win from the top of the point, win on the shore. She can kind of do it anywhere. So she'll take a lot of confidence out of that, the fact that she really didn't get the best waves or do her best surfing in the quarters and the semis. I know she knows she's got a lot more to give, so I think that's something that's probably, you know, a scary thought for her competitor. But then on the flip side, Francisca here, just that youthful exuberance. She can find herself on the best waves. We know she's got the quality surfing in her.
Sally as well, in her quarterfinal and semi-final, we touched on it earlier, had really grindy heats, won it in the last 8 minutes of both of them, I'm going to say, around about that 8-7 minute mark. She's really hoping to have a heat where she can get it underway well before that 8 minutes starts to wind down. Hoping it does so in this heat. We have seen conditions really start to slow up a little bit, but those last 2 heats gave us indications that potentially waves starting to pulse a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. We saw a lot of good quality rides. Some big scores, an 8 for Ryan, a 9 for Cowley. There's some great scoring opportunity out here. Set up, yeah, as you mentioned, set up an all-goofy final between Jacob Wilcox and Cowley Vass, which will run directly after the conclusion of the women's final here.
And you'd have to think, down here at Newcastle, obviously we just lost Ryan. He was the pick to win. You'd have to think on the boardwalk, the Aussies would be backing Jacob through this.
Yeah, I think they'll shift their attention pretty quickly from Ryan over to Jacob. And there's a big contingent of travelling Aussies, and then obviously all the crew that live here. They'll be getting right behind their boy Jacob.
Sally with a lot of support down here as well. She got massive cheers as she was running back up the beach. We can see some of the Aussies there on screen. That's Hoggy with the beanie on. There with Morgan Siblick, who had an incredible run of wildcards during the Aussie treble down at Bells Beach and Burleigh. And it felt like it was the year that we're going to see Morgs click back into that just no fault power surfing. And there's the rest of the Stace.
Joyous mob down there. Getting hydrated for the men's final.
Jacko Baker there as well, just playing entertainer for all of those guys, playing comedian. And he's like, oh, surprise, there's a camera on my shoulder. But a lot of talent sitting there on the stairs there, Stace.
Yeah, talent in and out of the water. That's for sure. Yeah, you're right. Morgan had a fantastic run through the wild cards that he received through those events at Bells and on the Gold Coast. And it didn't stop here. He chalked up a 9th place finish here, which in a year with counting 5 results of your 7 events that you enter, a 9th could be your 5th result, just depending on how the rest of the year plays out for him. But if you threw a win in there, a win and a 9th look pretty good side by side.
Absolutely. You've got some fans down the beach there as well. A lot of these guys building their profile, building their portfolio over the last couple of years. But Morgs, he's already got one. He's got 5th in the world on his rookie year onto, unfortunately, fell off shortly after in the year after. But he's fighting to get back there. He's definitely in great fighting form. Right now, a bit of a slow moment in this heat. 22 minutes to go. Small scores locked in for both of our surfers so far. 3-1-7 for Kika Veselko. A 2-6-7 for Sally Fitzgibbons. Sally with so many years on tour. 12 championship tour wins. I feel like there's plenty more as well, but what I was thinking of before. And she was really referring to today as channeling that championship tour experience, knowing that there was a lot of places on tour that had these really slow moments. She thought back to Bells, Honolulu, and that must feel comfortable knowing you've been in heats before, that there's been slow moments.
Yeah, particularly Honolulu Bay. It's one of the most beautiful waves in the world, and when the waves do arrive on the reef there, yeah, you'll struggle to find a better wave on this planet, but it can be really slow. And same with the wind here too. It's almost like creates these mirage moments where you can see the sets coming in, but then the strength of the wind, it almost is like, looks like it's just blowing the sets out to sea and off into the abyss. And so, yeah, Sally definitely drawing on that experience here this week, because, yeah, as you mentioned, she's been in these positions many a time before.
A lot of international surfers flocked here to Newcastle this week to be a part of an incredibly prestigious event, and everyone wants to get their name on that title. Sally going for a 4th win here. Kika trying to get a win on the board for Portugal. No women Portuguese surfer has ever won here before, so potentially an opportunity for Kika to be the first. And we spoke about it time and time again. This is a really great runway to the championship tour. We see so many people win this event and go pretty well towards that top end. And this year we've got 7 spots on offer and a really great looking schedule. with the addition of Pipeline, and we'll be back here for Surfest. Stace, with the addition to Newcastle as the final stop, and we're going to finalise who the Championship Tour surfers are. To start the season with a final here and knowing that you need to end here, it's got to be confidence to know you can get a result where you need it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see live action here.
Here we go, Kika Veselko, better looking wall in front of her. Slopes down a little bit on that first section, so just a bit of a two-stage carve to get back to the foam. Draws a really nice one, and she's just going to keep making her way through this inside section. You can see a bit of disturbed water there coming up from that reef, but she's going to hit it and get out of there right before the reef, so knew she needed more on that wave, and that's the body on the line attitude that we love from Kika Veselko.
Outside, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Sally, forever a competitor, wants to answer back and wants to put a score on the board here. Weaving her way through this dead water, tracking through this inside section. Now it steepens up. You hear the crowd loving Sally Fitz. She's going to race through. She's got a bowl to work with here. Lays into a beautiful carve. Takes it back to the foam again. She wants to get a finishing turn. Steep section and clicks with it for a finish there for Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, she did so well to get across that waves, flat water, and then where it steepened up on the inside, she absolutely went to town.
Kika just stuck on the reef here at Newcastle. We've all become friends with it at one point or another. She got a really nice end turn on this wave stage. Take us through this Burton Automotive replay.
Yeah, she tried to get creative with second priority here and get the first wave of the set underneath Sally Fitzgibbons. But as she's not used to, she's used to riding the first wave of the set and it being nearly a 9. But not on this not on this occasion, just had to work really hard to get to that end section, and she did well to get out of there at the end. And then this wave behind from Sally Fitzgibbons. Not a whole lot of damage at the start, but she did well to kind of identify this wave stretching off down the reef here. And the sand formation on the inside setting up this back half of the wave. Lovely here for Sal. Beautiful carve. This is where the wave really got going for her here. She had this nice, steep, strong finish. The big snap. And that will be by far the best wave of the heat so far.
A lot of fan support down there on the beach for Sally Fitzgibbons. I was walking out about before and I heard a couple young girls say, "Go Sal," as she was running past before she was getting introduced on the stage. Waiting for a score to lock in for Sally. We've got 17.5 minutes to go, so scores to drop. While we wait for them, we're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia.
We are back. 15 minutes to find presented by Bonsoy. I'm Jessie, this is Stace, and big score locking in for that last to Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, all the damage was done right at the very end of that wave, and she was well rewarded for the quick turns there, right on the shore break section. 6.5, and this heat would feel a lot different for Sal. This is how she wants to serve a heat. Scores on the board with 15 minutes on the clock. She won't know herself.
Yep, tick that box. We got a score on the board before that 8-minute mark, and a great one as well. I mean, that end turn had a really nice flare to it. She got super steep and vertical in the pocket. Kika getting a 3.83. So she's looking for a 5.35, but you're thinking it might be 2 waves at this point, because if another one comes through, Sal only needs to better on a 2.67. So Kika Veselko, depending on how this heat pans out, you never know. Might only have one more wave come through. We're hoping for 10. But it's probably going to look like it needs to be 2 waves, you'd have to think.
Yeah, or at least if she's going to surf her next ride, obviously 5.35. That's the minimum requirement. You know, the next option that could be for her is try to get something up what she did before, up in that 8.5 range, and really put the pressure back onto Sally. Just because, as you said, it's definitely been a bit slower, particularly for Sally's heats. Sally's kind of had the unlucky rhythm when it comes to the heats with the lower wave counts. So they'll know that too. They'll definitely know that, particularly Sally. She's had a pretty interesting day when it comes to her heats and how they've played out.
Yeah, unfortunately for Sally, she's just been on that other side of the scale where you really want to be in the heats where it's pulsing, but it's kind of been one heat on, one heat off all day today, and unfortunately Sally just fallen on the heat off side of waves here. But this one has definitely been more consistent than what we've seen. We've also got an extra 5 minutes with these finals, so 35-minute finals, 13 minutes till we find out who is going to be our women's champion. And then we have a pretty stacked men's final coming up. Jacob Wilcox taking on Cowley Vast, and 2 goofy footers who have been really in control and really consistent all week. Right now, though, it's an all-natural footer final for the ladies. Kika chasing a score here. Looks like a wave rolling through. No takers. A bit of a deeper one rolling through up towards the ladies' bath. And there's so many takeoff spots. We can still have free surf as well up the point. But right now, it's down the line here. Kika Veselko using up first priority here, chasing a 5.35, bigger looking wave face. Swoops it to start this wave off. She's going to put it back on rail, take it back to the foam. Here's a bowl. Really drives hard into that turn and gets out again right before the reef, so you can see how far up the point they're sitting.
Gee whiz, she's really giving it everything, isn't she? Sally Fitzgibbons out behind.
Just disengages the fins ever so slightly, but made up for it with that turn. A lot of speed to come back to that power source. She's weaving that board through this dead section and gets a really nice finish on that wave out in front of Kika Veselko. And I dare say we're going to have a good old-fashioned paddle battle on our hands between these two.
Oh, let's see who's been putting in the work, eh?
She's been putting in the hard yards, especially getting strong in those shoulders. It's not just leg day every day, is it?
Most definitely not. Kika Veselko and Sally Fitzgibbons here. An important battle for priority.
2 really nice sets there, Stace, and it feels like we're going to have some pretty interesting scores to lock in at this. You're going to have to think that Sally betters that 2.67.
I think she'll better, but only just. It's an important wave here for Kika. Definitely the fastest she's looked in this final so far. It was still, unfortunately, though, just a little flat swoop to start that wave, and then a setup carve here. This turn was money. Nice carve, gets there nice and early and gets out of there just before those rocks. Sally here. Similar start to Kika on her wave, and then Sally's been pretty good at identifying this next little peak down the line to get a bit more damage done, but unfortunately on that occasion she just wasn't able to get all the way across the sandbar there, and was just getting a little tap there to finish.
So as we wait for scores, priority was awarded to Kika. 10.5 minutes to go, Stace. How do you see how important priority is at this stage in the heat?
Yeah, massive, massive. And Kika did well there to get that priority, and now she's going to waste no time and get into this wave.
Yeah, waves rolling through. This is more like it for this final. Kika straight to her rail game on this one. Looks like it's going to bowl up pretty nicely. Pushes harder through that one. and is going to get a big finish here. Holds on, and she is dancing with danger. She is so close to that reef, and it feels like she might be slightly on top of it there. Yeah, she is. Big sigh of relief there. Sally Fitzgibbons now out the back, scores to lock in, 2 waves for each surfers now. Kicks us off with a really nice roundhouse carve. Now this one's going to bowl up for Sally. She's racing down the line here, lays into a big turn, and it's just that one big end section there for Sally. So 9 minutes 45. Judges got a lot to think about here.
Yeah, they do, as Kika just finds herself in a precarious position there. She's from Portugal. Plenty of rocks over there. She's used to dealing with it.
She doesn't look too phased by it. She's just like, it almost feels like she's like, wow, I'm back here again.
Back here again.
Kika on a DHD Juliet picked up a bunch of boards when she came over to Australia about a month ago, spent a bit of time on the Gold Coast training and working up there. Spending a lot of time in the Holistic Pro Health Gym, and you can see it paid off with that paddle battle. Replays here, Stace. Talk me through them.
Yeah, you can just sort of see the different approaches to the wave here. Like Sally Fitzgibbons has been getting going early and trying to race across that sandbar part of the wave to get out on the open face and past the rocks. And she didn't quite get to execute here, Sally. She had to kind of get this second wrap in just to stay with it. But even here, you can kind of see she wants to get going and get away from that crazy end bowl section, and which sort of resulted in her getting to the lip a little early there. Probably didn't get the most out of that turn of what she was hoping. Nevertheless, she got a finish.
We are still waiting for scores, but while we're waiting, we are going to cross down to Vorno.
Good afternoon, folks, and welcome to the final heat of the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Let's meet our men's finalists. But before we do, we're going to invite these absolute legends up to the stage. 21 years of sponsoring SURFEST. It wouldn't happen without them. Please put your hands together for Kim and Janine Burton. Come on up. These guys will be presenting our finalists with their rashies. A very warm welcome indeed. Thank you so much for your support of surfing in Newcastle. All right, our first finalist is a former CT competitor all the way from Western Oz into the final. Please welcome Jacob Wilcox from Australia. Mate, head over there and grab your rashie. And our second finalist, he broke our hearts moments ago, but I'm sure we'll all get behind him in the final. It is the Olympic gold medalist from Tahiti, Kylie Vast. So we'll get a photo of you guys with Kim and Janine. And don't forget, folks, cheer these guys on. The women's final is starting to light up, and we're going to be giving away this MR surfboard in just a moment.
Thanks, Vorno. Massive men's final matchup coming up. You just saw him on your screen. Jacob Wilcox, Kylie Vast stays on the spot. Who's your pick?
Oh, next question. I was just thinking about it, like, Jacob was the first name that came to my mind, but Callie seems like super relaxed and really kind of cheeky, which is what he's known for. And I think that I think it's going to be really tight. Callie's been able to identify some of the better waves out here today, and that's what this is what the finals day has been all about today. It hasn't been really high wave counts. It's about putting yourself on the best waves, and Cowley's definitely been doing that. As I talk myself around in circles, I'll get off the fence. Jacob Wilcox.
All right. Love it.
Does that mean you're going to take Cowley?
I'll take Cowley.
Is that our bet?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, I'll take Cowley.
Yep.
I actually think I probably would have, not very Australian of me, but I probably would have picked Cowley. I just feel like he's looked really clean and sharp. So is Jacob, but nevertheless, it's going to be a great battle. Scores are in. We are waiting on one last score for Sally Fitz, but it's actually been locked in. So we're just under 6 minutes to go. We've got a heat on our hands here, Stace. Kika Veselko, last wave, 7.5. The wave prior was a 6.17, so she's gone into the lead. Sal with a 6.5 and a 4.83. She's asking for a 7.18 to move up into the lead. She's got priority though, and potentially is gonna go straight into a wave. Looking for a score here. It's a 7.18 for Sally Fitzgibbons. Looking for her fourth title here at SURFEST. Starts off with a roundhouse carve. This wave starting to slope out a little bit. You can see she's really trying to attack this end section, moving her way through. Waiting for this one to steep up. She's got a bit of room. Floats it for a finish. Is there more down the line? She's going to stick with it. Nice snap in the pocket here, and drifts the tail for a finish there for Sally Fitzgibbons, and the beach loves it. So we were hanging on edge there to see if she was going to get that finishing turn, as she did. Kika Veselko looking like she got a wave as well. Saw brief moments of Chippo, Hogg and Jacko Baker. That's a pretty cool trio.
Yeah, Jackson Baker really bringing that reserve grade footballer coach energy to the promenade down here.
Trying to listen into Hoggy's words of wisdom. Oh, I want to know. Replays here of Sally.
Couple of nice opening carves here for Sal. Beautiful rotation there through her turns. And sticking with that same sort of theme of racing across the wave through that middle part, which has been working real well for her all event when she can get a hold of a premium wave. Unfortunately, this one, it sort of lost its size and it sort of tapered down. She still ripped the lid off it here at the end. So we'll wait to see what the judges think of that wave. A 718 is a requirement. Behind here, here's Francisca Veselko. Her lowest score is a 617. She's currently in the lead. Not a whole lot to speak of at the start of this ride, as she'll just kick out of there.
Waiting on scores to lock in for these two surfers. It is Sally in second, looking for a 718. Waiting for scores. There's 3.5 minutes to go. Judges saying it's not quite enough. Waiting on one last score here for Sally Fitzgibbons, but you've got to think it's going to average out around that mid-5 range or high-5 range. She's a 5.7, so it does go into her top 2, but she needs more. It's a 718. Kika Veselko using up first priority here with 3 minutes to go, so this was a big call. She wants to improve her wave score on this wave. Belts it for a finish here for Kika.
Oh my goodness.
Even closer to the reef than she has her last few waves. She is giving it her all on that inside section.
She's pretty much 4 from 4 on her scoring rides, finishing right in that same spot. Putting that DHD to the test. Beautiful looking set wave here. I mean, typically you would see a surfer hold priority with this amount of time remaining in the heat, but I guess Francisca either hadn't heard Sally's score get read out, or she just went, you know what, I'm just going to surf my way to victory here. This is way too good of a wave to pass up, and I'm going to give it my best and really try and shut the heat down with this wave.
It was a big decision to make, to let go of priority so late in this heat, but she made the most of it. That end section turn was one of the most vertical turns of the heat, and that board right now, the glassing's looking kind of rock-proof. She's still taking it back out, and with 2 minutes to go, Sally currently looking for a 718. Are we thinking that last wave score will go into Kika's top 2?
I think it will. Yeah, just on the strength of that last turn.
Sally having a look at that one out the back. She's got a line up to herself right now. Looking like there are a few lines starting to roll through. We know how few and far between they are, so it probably is going to be now or never for Sally Fitzgibbons. 90 seconds to go. See where this last wave of Kika drops in. She's won a World Junior title. She's already got that to her name. 2022 took out victory there. Chasing her first Challenger Series win here at Newcastle and looking to be the first ever Portuguese woman to win here. Sally chasing her 4th title to become the most winning surfer ever at SURFEST, and it was a big score, Stace, a 7.1.
That leaves Sally Fitzgibbons chasing an 8.1 with a minute to go. I'm just sitting here trying to rack my brain to think, has a Portuguese female surfer ever won a prime or a 10,000?
Yeah, Teresa Bombalot won Manly back
Thank you very much.
2022.
6,000 though, or was it a prime?
No,
And it was a 10,000.
Yep.
Yes, it was. You're right. So they're well represented, the Portuguese. They have been in the men's events for many years. You know, think of Tiago Perez, Frederico Moraes, and obviously the Europe continent as a whole, well represented in professional surfing. But it's Kika Veselko today representing Portugal. She's got one hand on the trophy, Jess.
20 seconds to go. Last-ditch effort here from Sal. She has a big paddle to get into this one. Needs an 8.1. 10 seconds on the clock. All right, she's got to go down the line here. Nothing quite happened on that first section. She's got a bowl here. Big turn for Sally Fitzgibbons. Goes for a big finish. Can't hold on there. Was chasing excellence. It was an 8.1. It's not going to go there. Not with the fall, Stace.
Not with the fall. She's could have been on her way if she had been able to get that turn done.
Wow, so scores are in. It wasn't enough for Sally Fitzgibbons. Francisca Veselko is your 2025 Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST champion for the women's division down here, and won in such a convincing way, a 7.5 and a 7.1. First ever Portuguese woman to win down here at Newcastle. She's just taking it in right now, Stace. That must be a really cool feeling.
Oh, unbelievable scenes here. The emotion just pouring out of Kika. And what a way to start the 2025 Challenger Series for this young woman.
The Bull, as she's known.
The young Bull. Yes, congratulations.
Huge win for Kika. She's got a big victory in her lineup already. We've said it. She's a World Junior title, but to have a Challenger Series win with extra spots this year, it's such a massive way to kick off the season, and it's such a good feeling to know that it's a step in the right direction to making your dreams come true.
This is all the sacrifice, this is all the hard work, all the support from family and friends. This is what it's all for, these moments, Jess.
Oh, absolutely. When I was 16, she came over and lived with us for about 2 months just to put in the time in Australian gyms, went up to the Gold Coast, got to know it up there, worked with all of the best shapers, and Kika represents her country, Portugal, so beautifully, her family back home. So proud of her. She's put in so much time training, getting ready. Just the fact that she came over a month early, was working out every day, surfing as much as she can, figuring out boards with Darren. All of it paying off right now for Kika, and a first major win, and the first of many we hope for Kika. No words can describe what she's feeling right now.
Very fitting that she is the victor here. She's had an amazing week. She's surfed a variety of different conditions. She's won heats from the beginning. She's had some come from behind victories. And as you mentioned, Jess, what a way to start the season.
She talked this morning about feeling really comfortable here. It felt like home. These cold mornings, these strong offshore winds, and she's just taken a moment before she goes to the beach. You can already see people flocking to the water's edge to congratulate her. She's so loved. You can see the tears streaming down her face. Kika Veselko is your champion, and there's that bull claim we know and love from Kika. Just doing Portugal so proud. Teresa Bombalot there. Sally Fitzgibbons, one of her idols on the inside, and this is what it's all about.
Look at that, how stoked. She had a big task taken on Sally Fitzgibbons, obviously a 3-time champion here at SURFEST, multiple runner-up to the world title. She had to put on her best display of surfing, and that she did.
Look at the Groms. They're like seagulls to hot chips. They just want to get Sal and Kika's autographs, but right there to them is her team. It's her Portuguese friends, one of her best friends, Teresa Bombalot and Sally Fitzgibbons, cheering her up the beach. Your champion of the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, 2025 women's winner. It is Francisca Veselko, Kika, as she's known. And this is just really special moments here for Kika. As we are feeling the love for Kika Veselko right now, we're getting excited to see Jacob Wilcox and Callie Vast take it on. We've got a huge lineup in the booth. Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, Vaughan Deadly taking you through it.
There's your champion here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. It's Portugal's Francisca Velasco. What a performance. So impressive. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Richie Lovett, Vaughan Blakey, and look at Sally Fitzgibbons. What a champion. A runner-up finish for Sal, so resilient, bouncing back after being cut from the championship tour, Rich, and still has the legs to chair the champion to the stage.
All class, Sally Fitzgibbons, just coming just short of getting the quaddie and becoming a record holder, but it is Francisca who will take the win on the women's side. But our focus now goes to the men's final.
It sure does, and it has started. We've got Jacob Wilcox up against Carly Vast. These guys have been dropping big numbers. Obviously have established themselves as the form goofy footers here on finals day. Carly going into the 9s against Ryan Callanan, looking well and truly primed. But Jacob Wilcox, he has been so switched on. He's come through some really tough heats through the earlier rounds in particular. Had some of the most difficult draws, I think, on his road to the final. So he is well and truly primed, ready to go. We saw him getting ready with Nathan Hedge, who's been coaching him through this Challenger Series event. Both these surfers are obviously going to be sitting on top of the WSL Challenger Series ranks when we leave Newcastle. And hopefully we see a whole lot of set wave action in this final. Vaughan, what's your prediction on what's about to unfold here?
It's obviously a hard one to pick. Both guys have really brought similar attack modes to this wave. It's been swoopy. There hasn't been a lot of pockets. So that sort of hit the lip and pivot and blow the tail out the back hasn't really featured too much. It's been big punchy end section finishes, big swooping outside carves. That's how both these guys find themselves in this position. It's actually remarkable that we have two goofs in this final, considering that it looked like, for all money, an easier day to be a regular footer out here to get scores. You know, like the wind was howling offshore. It felt like the rail game was going to be where all the points were going to come from. And sometimes backside carving is just not, it just doesn't have the same sort of meat that frontside carving has. So these guys have done extremely well. I think Jacob, he looks the most settled I've ever seen him. You know, his run throughout this event has just been so measured. It almost feels like he has got a little bit left in the tank, whereas Carly was describing in his post-heat interviews that he's just kind of blowing his own mind that he just keeps getting through heats. So, yeah, this is an amazing final, and it's great to see Carly getting a result here in the first Challenger of the year. Both these guys, Ron, both these guys have the ability to get onto that CT and do damage in waves of, you know, real quality. So they've done an amazing job here.
Yeah, definitely. We were talking earlier, Rich, about Carly Vast, and just already, you know, recognised as one of the best barrel riders in lefts in particular in the world, and we're starting to see him really clean up his performance surfing as well. We're going to talk more about these two individuals as they fight for the title here at SURFEST. But our champ, Veselko, she is on standby with AJ. Let's hear what she's got to say after the biggest win of her career.
Ronnie, she's still processing what this moment is. Your very first win on the Challenger Series, and you get it done against one of the winningest surfers of all time. How did you do it?
I'm tripping. I don't even know what to say, honestly. This is the best day of my life, and it's insane to share a final with Sally. She's such a warrior, a legend. I really admire her. She's a true inspiration of someone who fights until the end, and she just got out of tour and she's right here fighting for a spot again. And yeah, she's not afraid to go against a new generation. She pushes hard for us, and it's insane to go against her. She's a, I don't know, she's a legend. I love her.
And you are the champion here at Newcastle. You've been so connected, so focused this entire first event of the Challenger Series. What does it mean to have all that hard work from the offseason, all of the sacrifices pay off to now hoist the trophy of the very first event of 2025?
Yeah, it's crazy. So much work has been done behind the scenes, and I'm really proud of myself and my team, everyone who's around me, my family, sponsors, my coach Rodrigo Souza, who's been traveling with me all around the world and making a huge effort, being away from his family, his daughters, to be here with me supporting. And yeah, he's I don't know, he's insane for being here with me, and I can't thank him enough for everything he's done for me. He's known me since I'm 8 years old, and he's my coach. I'm 22, so it's a lot of years, if not just a coach, but like a father to me. And yeah, I'm really stoked right now. Gosh, I won a challenger. What the heck is going on?
What the heck is going on as you're off to a really strong start for 2025 and representing so well for the entire country of Portugal. For them, descreve o que significa ganhar esse evento a primeira vez.
Não tenho palavras, ganhei o meu primeiro Challenger Series da minha vida. Estou super contente de começar assim o ano, mas isto não é um sprint, é uma maratona. Há muito pela frente, mas sem dúvida que é um boost enorme ganhar este campeonato. Não só a nível de pontos, mas de confiança. E o meu sonho é chegar ao CT. Bora.
Parabéns, Kika.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Veselko is the champ on the women's side. We're handing her that big trophy in the not too distant future, but let's get back to the final for the men. We've got Jacob Wilcox hammering away at this one, taking it right through to that rocky shelf on the inside.
Yeah, he'll be dry docked here. But this was the opening manoeuvre, or the opening wave, excuse me, for Jacob Wilcox. As we look at the replay, had to do some work to get into it. I like the spice on these first two turns, a little drift there on the lip, comes around the section, squares up, and really pushes it. Gets some tail release there, brings it through to the inside. Just rail work here, and then that final turn, you could see Jacob was just totally put off by that rock shelf in his peripheral vision, and just caught an edge. But those opening two turns, that was something different that we haven't seen from Jacob the whole event.
He chose to save his equipment. That was already dry on the inside, and he opted to quickly get out of there, so he didn't knock a fin out on the shelf. But the outside work, Vaughan, you mentioned before you felt like he had another gear to get to, a bit more release in the tail out of those turns.
Yeah, and that's the kind of backhand surfing that I've been expecting from him that we haven't really seen yet. So it's been awesome to see him get the first wave of the final. It was an insider, but it was steep. That's what allowed him to push the tail out over the back, even with the offshore still strong. And that inside section, I mean, that's where the final was won, the women's final, I should say. You know, there was a lot of commitment in there despite that rock shelf. So, you know, Jacob got in there, didn't quite get the clean ride out, but plenty done on the outside.
Almost feels like that wind has just laid down just ever so slightly. That wave was so groomed. It didn't have that really strong offshore breeze hitting it. And like you said, Vaughan, it allowed him to really just hook into it, really engage with the face of the wave, get that slide off the top without being blown over the back.
6.83 is the reward for Jacob Wilcox. Galibas now on the outside with that priority. And the 23-year-old will look to answer in just a moment. Taking a trip across the Merewether rock break here on the Newcastle flight cam. Magic couple of days to watch the first leg of this Challenger Series wrap up. And Jacob just taking an inside position there. Just trying to plant some doubt in the mind of his less experienced rival. Jacob, of course, was on the championship tour back in 2024. Didn't survive the cut, so finds himself here campaigning on the Challenger Series, and what a start to his year. And a pretty good start to this final too.
Yeah, I don't mind the tactic of just getting a couple of scores on the board early. The last final was really slow in patches, and when the sets did come, there was actually like 2 or 3 waves in all of them. So, you know, getting scores, applying pressure early, and then just being in position, especially without priority, like in position to still get a set wave is a good move.
I think it's Galibas who's out there waiting for his opportunity now with some set waves approaching, and he's gonna try and scrape into this one. Has the paddle steam to get into a pretty flat section. This wave not really standing up on the outside, but he commits, hoping that it gives him something here on the inside. Loading up, widens that stance, looks for the air rotation.
But the wind's still getting the better of him there.
Advantage Wilcox in the opening exchange. Just checking the equipment. And this looks like Jacob got one outside, or is this live action?
Live action. Threw a couple of backside carbs and straight away just didn't have the same fireworks as his opening ride, so he gets out of there.
It's such a fine line, isn't it? These sets, how they break. It's a foot to half a foot difference, which is the difference of whether they hit that inside runner and get all the way to the beach and get past the rock break. And this one for Kylie Bast, just it laid down. It didn't have that line to it, didn't have enough energy. And just a couple of S-turns all the way through to the inside. At this point, he knew he had to try and salvage something really big. Goes for the backside rotation, but was never really connected. As we look at the Stonewood slow-mo, let's see what happens. Board just gets disconnected from his feet, and it's a downhill slope from there.
Well, both these guys have done so much damage as wildcard competitors on the championship tour. Kelly Bast making a final in Tahiti, losing out to Miguel Pupo back in 2022. Jacob Wilcox getting to the quarters of a couple of CT events as a wild card. Didn't really make the mark that he wanted to on the CT, Wilcox, but if he keeps surfing like this, he'll get a second opportunity to fulfill his potential in those ranks as we go to that replay of that backup score.
Yeah, well, Chippo did mention in a post-heat interview, you know, the one thing that he's really been hoping for in his campaigns on the CT or in all the rashies is to get into some serious waves and show what he's made of. So, you know, in his brief appearance on the CT, he never really got that chance. We didn't get to see him with his true strength, sorry. But yeah, you know, that's what he's motivated by. He wants to be able to showcase what he can do in Waves of Truth with a rashie on, and you know that he can do damage.
Agree.
Yeah, Kelly Bast, you know, we touched on it during his semi-final heat, Rich. He's already realised his potential at the highest level, winning a gold medal, but he wants more. He wants to get onto the championship tour, and he's worked really hard to get himself into a better position to do so, just by really improving in the rail work, and we've seen it on show, fetching 9-point rides. He's always been an exceptional surfer, but there's been a refinement in his approach, and we're seeing that on show here. Great combination to kick this wave off. The way he's fading back in these bowls and squaring up is super impressive. Has a lot of extension off the top, maintains great speed, a tidy finish there, gets out before the rock shelf, and he's going to get himself right on pace here with Jacob Wilcox with 21 minutes to go.
Great comeback wave here from Bast. Let's have a look what happens. Tags it off the first section. The second one had a little bit more in it. Similar to Jacob Wilcox in that he had two strong outside manoeuvres. But then Carly gets the little finishing turn as well and pulls out clean. Great vision here from above, and you can really see just how tight he's squaring up off the bottom. And it's something that you touched on, Vorno. The natural footers are almost forced to go more lateral here, and these goofy footers have had the ability, when these pockets present, these guys can square off the bottom. Watch the angle here, straight up. Gets that tight pivot turn with a little release. And backs it up. So this is going to be, in my mind, pretty close to Jacob Wilcox's score. It may even eclipse it, given that it had that finishing turn. I still think that Jacob's two outside combos, just with that controlled flare and drift, had some excitement to it.
Definitely felt like there were moments on that ride, didn't it? So
yeah.
You could really feel the link and the power.
Well, Jacob up again here. Understanding he might have work to do. Cowley Vast has a good score on the way. As a surfer from Western Australia lines up the inside. Nice flare there. Got a great flow happening. Wants to find this open face down the line. Punches through the pocket there. Out onto the open face. Really casual between his turns and doesn't get the finish. So again, leaves points out there.
Not in the final. No. No. Have to make those final turns. He'd done so much good work on this wave.
Oh, that's a huge error, really. Got down the line of...
This is the first wave.
Yeah, so this is the control of the tail drift. Plenty of drive, never got the finish.
And this is his last one. Burton Automotive replay, and you can see here, Jacob had to be really patient for this wave to start walling up. Now it gets steeper, and as a result, the turns start to get more angle on them. Little rebound projection floater over that foamy section. It's not tight the pocket here. Just wrapping cut back, and then all the way through to the inside, just digs a nose. Just on the flight cam here, just looking at it from above. He almost appeared to be a little relaxed on this wave, didn't he?
Yeah, it's one of the dangers when it goes flat here. You've almost got to look like you want it, because if you're just cruising too much, it feels like the wave's going a little bit dead on you, and the judges just kind of, like, they're in danger of sort of going, well, what's going on here?
Callie Vast has fallen under Jacob Wilcox's opening ride, the 6.83. I think a bit of credit for the release, maybe for Wilcox on those outside sections, Rich, but
definitely
loving the deep track and the drive that Cowley's surfing with. I thought his combination at the start of his ride was equally as impressive, and that's on show in the scoreline. But, you know, it was one of those ones that could have gone either way.
Yeah, so Jacob on the DHD program, we got the inside word that he's on a bit of a modified Juliet. He's on the Mick Fanning signature FCS fins. Carly Vast on the JS program, running the Monster 10. He's on the JS Industries signature fin. So both the boys here just so connected to the equipment. It's been looking great all week.
Big opportunity missed there for Jacob, falling on that final turn. Could have been another 6, another point on the requirement. You know, not a whole lot of pressure for Callie Vasta at this point, but still, you know, you're after a certain type of wave to turn in that score. So we see that wave again, as you said, Rich. Bit of downtime, but just maintain great flow and speed through the entirety of the wave.
Yeah, we could see all this stuff happening towards the end of the wave. He just had to get there. Now it starts to bowl up. You can see the attack. It was more up and down, more vertical. And just this little moment here where he just pushed too hard, didn't anticipate that wave, just fully cupping out under him.
Yeah, it came through at a 4.93. So 16 points to go here.
Very close as their high number, the 6.83 versus the 6.53. 0.3 of a point in it, so it really is going to come down to what happens in the backup score.
We're going to see this final seesaw. Callie Vast is going to get that 5.64 at some stage. Just under 16 minutes to go. We'll take a quick Bonsoy brew break and find out who our champion's going to be right after this.
eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it?
Iconic trophies on offer here at Merewether today. And there is just 13.5 minutes remaining in this Aussie leg. And we've still got to uncover our men's final winner. Jacob Wilcox has the edge at the moment, but there's not a whole lot in it. Priorities with the Tahitian, Carly Bast, who's after a 5.64. And they are forced to wait patiently out here. But man, reflecting on some of the conditions we've had this week at Newcastle, it's been exceptional, Vorno.
What a comp. Yeah, it's been mind-boggling just how good the waves have been for the past 3 days. You couldn't ask for better canvases for the world's best to really unleash. Let's just hope we see a little bit more opportunity in this final because, you know, looking at the top scores, the 6.83, that was taken on a little insider right at the very start of the final by Jacob Wilcox. And then Corley Vast got his high score under Jacob's priority on an insider as well. So we want to see some sets. His comp deserves it.
It absolutely does. And even reflecting back to the opening days, you know, we've had great waves through the whole period, and it is it's a bit of a bonus when we get continuous days of just great surf for our competitors. Just noticing on that last shot, it almost looks like Jacob was in a little bit of pain there, maybe. Could be some fatigue happening. Looks
I
like
saw that.
Yeah, the hips might be just starting to seize up a little bit. It's been cold, really cold down here in the mornings. There is the man on the screen now, Jacob Wilcox. I mean, this guy is no stranger to big waves. You know, he loves these reef breaks. Spends a lot of time up the desert in WA. A real waterman.
Yeah, he might have just been trying to get eyes on his coach, Nathan Hedge, and just staring into the sun there. But have a look at these two just primed athletes. Two surfers you could just picture doing damage, and they could be surfing against each other in a championship tour final already. They're so ready for it, and yeah, I expect that, you know, this next exchange is going to be a huge one. These two just don't feel like they're having any nervous heats. It's been a pretty impeccable run through the contest for both of them. And look at the Aussies just begging for some big exchanges here, I think, in the final 11 minutes of this clash, of this day, really. We're going to have so much to talk about in the post-show, though. So many highlights to run through. And some big stories, too, because while we saw the resilience of some CT campaigners who've just recently been knocked from the CT, we also saw some favourites fall out of the mix pretty early in the event. So some upset results too. Some people who've had great campaigns on the Challenger Series kind of dropping the ball on one of those trickier days of the comp. The four people heats are just so competitive and really difficult to survive.
There's a different rhythm to them, isn't there? And it's almost a bit of a scramble sometimes, especially with the surf that we had the other day.
It's a lot of Aussie.
Callanan, yep.
Challenger.
Morgan Siblick, Mikey McDonough, Liam O'Brien. They're all there. They're all here. Great to see them just backing Jacob Wilcox.
Sophie McCulloch, Jacko Baker down there as well. Yeah, I think one of the sort of silver linings, I guess, about being knocked early here, regardless of where you're at in your career, is that, you know, with the 2 extra events added, one of them being Pipeline, you know, a wave that's really going to showcase who's up for it, who's up to make that step to the World Tour. And also just the breathing space of having those 2 extra events. You know, you can afford to sort of, I guess, have an event here or there that doesn't pan out, particularly on those rougher days. You're going to get your opportunity throughout this year.
Yeah, it's a good call. You know, you trip up in the early rounds, that throwaway result is gone instantly in that first event. And really, that's going to build pressure on you. And no one wants that, Rich.
No. It's in contrast. You know, these guys are you know, not riding easy, but it's one result down. 1 of 5, done. So they're going to have another 6 chances to get those other results and bank them. And pressure builds when you don't get a result, especially in the first event.
Well, it built a lot quicker and with a lot more intensity when it was only 5 events, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just I can feel the nerves starting to build just in anticipation of the final 8.5 minutes here. No big scores locked on the board. Can't overstate how important this next exchange is.
There's been some good surfing though.
Yeah, we're so locked up at the moment. When you look at the numbers, you know, we're really looking at each surfer's highest score, and there's less than half a point in it. A couple of tenths of a point between Jacob Wilcox and Cowley Bass with their highest number. So, you know, the next exchange, just based on how inconsistent the surfer has kind of been through this final, Rich, could determine our winner.
It could indeed, and the way the priority sits at the moment, it's almost forcing Carly Bass to be patient and sit there, and it's giving Jacob the opportunity to potentially get an inside wave, something that he may be able to build on that 5.33 and put more pressure on Carly. He might just get stuck with priority. But as you said, Vorno, early on, the sets today have been kind of coming through in 2s and 3s. It seems like, you know, both the surfers are getting a crack at it when a set does roll through.
Let's dive into the heat recap. The final is nearing its end, but we're going to have a reflection on what we saw unfold early on. You can see where Jacob Wilcox found the edge on the exchange, exploding the fins through those opening turns.
Oh, some radical surfing there, showing us some more variety, even in the final moments of this competition. Bring it all the way through to the inside. Little slip up, but he's still got the high number.
Yeah, and then Carly on the wave behind, he just went berserk on this one. Beautiful punchy moments through the lip, and was able to link through onto the inside. And this thing has been standing up. It's been treacherous. You get washed up straight onto that rock shelf, but he got the job done.
Yeah, the backup score from Jacob Wilcox here. Just beautiful form on the backhand, reacting really quickly to these little pockety sections. And I love it that he's pushing extra hard, showing us this bit of tail release slide. We haven't seen it before. He's waited to put that on show in the final.
We know we're going to have 2 new champs here at SURFEST this year. Francisca Veselko already claiming that crown on the women's side. But it's just it's an honour roll that you just dream of adding your name to. Number of world champions. And yeah, so many surfers who won this event as a qualifying series event went on to campaign on the championship tour as well. Big launch pad contest for a huge career as we reflect on the more recent history at this venue.
Yeah, well, one of the names that stands out there to me is Matt Wilkinson, because he really used SURFEST as a huge launch pad into one of the best years of his career. I think he won this event, he won Snapper, he won Bells.
Yep.
He didn't lose a heat, so 45 heats in a row or something. So that was incredible, and we've seen surfers do that in the past as well. Mick Fanning did that in his world title year. So, yeah, it can be one of those events that just kickstarts really good form.
Most definitely. And obviously Joel Vaughan. The impressive thing about Joel, he went back-to-back here in the regional QS events, the only surfer to go back-to-back on the men's side. And, yeah, obviously he graduated the championship tour and survived that mid-season cut. So looking forward to seeing him compete at Lowers, which is just a couple of days away from kicking off. Getting eyes in to see if there's any set waves approaching here in the final 4.5 minutes. It's been a long time that Carly Bass has had to sit there with that priority, waiting for his opportunity to turn in the score required, a 5.64.
You almost get the feeling that the ocean may govern the result here. Carly Bass in the box seat with priority. Only needing a 5.64. We know how capable he is at getting that score. It's only going to be a couple of backhand hangers and he'll net that number. The Aussie boys, Nathan Hedge, they don't look, they look a little bit nervous.
Yeah, there's a lot of pacing going on there.
A lot of hands in pockets, a lot of arms folded. We've got 4 minutes. You may see the arms go above the head, but we just want to see another set. Come on, let's see this come down to the wire. Another big exchange.
Yeah, big shout out to everyone out there watching too. We love the fact that SURFEST is just a celebration for the city of Newcastle. These competitors really, I think, lift their performance levels with the great crowds that turn out here, especially on finals day.
You're so close. You're so close to the action. That boardwalk, I mean, the rocks there, that's what they're getting washed up on when they finish their last turns, and it's just a stone's throw from where everyone is on this boardwalk. It's packed, superstars mingling with, you know, people just walking their dogs. But everyone comes down, doesn't matter where you're from. If you're in the vicinity, you're coming down to watch the SURFEST final. It's a great afternoon.
Seeing amazing exchanges and fights for championship tour wins happening on the CT and on the Challenger Series. I think we've got a lot to look forward to this year, Vaughn. It's going to be hotly contested because the announcement of the changes to the 2026 schedule and how we crown our world champs moving forward is something that all these Challenger Series campaigners really want a piece of.
Yeah, and it's a gritty tour. I mean, yeah, there's quality waves all over it, but because of the 4-man heats and just because of the generational representation on there, you've got experienced campaigners coming up against kids who have just dreamed of this their whole lives. The desire comes from different places, and so you've got to tap into some sort of mongrel that you didn't know you were even capable of to get success on this tour. It is the most competitive sort of place, and you get tested on every level.
Yeah, I guess, Rich, that's one of the big challenges of this tour for those, you know, favourites that you look at their surfing. Guys like Jacob Wilcox and Carly Bass, you look at them and you say, these are CT level surfers already. But if you're starting in a 4-man heat, your opportunities are limited. Priority becomes a factor. Just a slight hiccup and you might find yourself bumped out at the hands of some way less experienced competitors who are so hungry for big results as well.
Yeah, it happens, and you have to grind, and that's why they call these tours, you know, that they are grindy tours. You've got to get through these events. You've got to do the work early on in the picture, you know, the round of 80, round of 96, whatever it is. You've got to find your way through to get through to these man-on-man, you know, brackets, and then you really start to compare apples and oranges.
Yeah, you go down the line too, and before you get to this point, the Challenger Series, you've got to fight your way through your regional QS. We know that there's incredible depth across all the different regions around the WSL QS calendar. Vaughn, you've been to a lot of those events, as have I, and yeah, it's amazing. It's equally as challenging just to get to this point.
It is, and this is tense now. Under a minute, a little bit of movement ahead here.
Yeah, time winding down, 45 seconds remaining in the final. Jacob Wilcox hanging on to the lead. Carly Vast begging for the opportunity. Only needs a 5.64. Something standing up on the outside here. It's a smaller wave. They're moving through to the inside. Jacob sells it. Cowley happy to take it. Might be his last opportunity. It will be for sure. Up into that first section. Glides through the car. Banks on the rail again. Now building speed for the big finish down the line. Needs to get this turn done before the rock section on the inside. Tidy work, but was there enough in it to turn the heat? We're not sure. 10 seconds remaining. And not sure if we're going to see Jacob Wilcox up.
I think by the sounds, the sounds of the crowd indicate that Jacob Wilcox must have ridden a wave.
And it must have been a good one. Vaughn, take us through it.
Let's have a look here. So Kylie had already finished on the inside. Wilcox out the back. Nice smooth re-entry to get things going. And he's come through onto a nice little section. He'll smash that. And will he get the finish on the rocks? He does. And he's dry docked completely. Here's the reaction from the Aussies. And if you compare the two waves, what are you thinking, Rich?
I'm thinking that Jacob got the better of the final exchange. So you don't have to be a mathematician to work this one out. I'm pretty confident that Jacob Wilcox is going to get the win here.
He had a 5.33, so to push the requirement up for Carly Vast, had to add the extras, surfed that last wave brilliantly. As we see the replay of Carly Vast, he looks so switched on. His board is just moving through the water so clean and beautifully, Rich.
Did so well to get to this final turn as well, really patient off the bottom. So at that point, he needed the 5.64, which it's right there. But I just feel like that Jacob is going to extend the requirement and he's going to get rid of that 5.33.
Waiting on the numbers to roll through, but you've got to give props to this kid. What an amazing effort, and we are waiting for the numbers to come through for Carly Vast. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough to turn the heat. It's going to fall just short of the requirement. A 5.03. Jacob Wilcox, he turns in a 5.47, and the celebrations begin here at Merewether.
Epic scenes. What a result. This guy has been due for this moment for so long. And you can see what it means to him. He's absolutely pumped up. And why wouldn't he be? He's got his peers carrying him up the beach, the flag. And the most impressive thing about Jacob Wilcox this week has been his demeanour in heats. He has put it together strategically so well on top of great performances.
Absolutely. So resilient. He just keeps coming back time and time again. This guy went at the Challenger Series for a number of years, didn't crack it, stayed in it, finally made the tour, got knocked off, and now he is a huge step, a huge leap closer to reliving that dream of making the championship tour. What a victory.
A huge victory. And as we mentioned, it's such a difficult road through this contest. I'm sure we'll reflect on it when we get to the Stone and Wood post show. But there he is, your champion of the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. It's Jacob Wilcox taking the #1 position on the Challenger Series rankings as we get set to move to stop number 2 over in South Africa for Bolido. But this is a massive achievement for Jacob.
Huge props to his team here. That was a really tricky final, wasn't it? You had to have a game plan and a strategy, and his game plan seemed to be just get something on the board early. And it was a meaningful score that is in his top 2. It was actually his top scoring ride, so whatever the plan was, it worked to a T here, Rich.
Good stuff as we see him just share this moment. Nathan Hedge, Mike Madonna, all the Aussie crew.
Can I have your leggy, please?
Yeah, Tim McDonald.
How good's the grommet?
Tim Mac there. And he has obviously coached Jacob for a long time. Nathan Hedge assuming that role in this event and getting him well and truly primed for that final.
Such a well-deserved moment.
A big shout out to the Bonsoy board caddies too, who've just kept our athletes stoked, kept them ramped up and energised as they've campaigned through this event.
Yep, hung out with them a lot. Absolute frothers. They were just so stoked to be down here. Bonsoy, huge supporters of the entire Aussie leg of the tour. They've just come on as well, extending their support throughout the rest of the QS and the Challenger Series as well. It's a great sponsor to have, and those Groms are sick. And look at them. They just want to be close to the star.
Richie, you got to the championship tour yourself, but at times found yourself down the back end of the ratings needing results, and you got on the QS and you got yourself some victories. What's it do for your psyche to get you prepped to have a good run at the championship tour again?
It sets you up. You need those little injections of confidence along the way, because it can so easily get sucked out of your veins. You know, you've got to deal with more losses than you do wins when you're on this tour, when you're on any of these surfing tours. And so these moments are really special. It reminds you of why you do all the work. It reminds you that you do have the talent. You can mix it up with the best, and you deserve to actually be there. And we talked about the resilience of this guy, and he just keeps getting better. His performances have gotten really solid over the last year. And the consistency is there. That's one of the most important things, is to be consistent in your wave riding,
Yeah, huge. He's going to get a big round of applause here as he makes his way up to the Bonsoy athlete area. I think everyone on the Challenger Series recognises the talent of Jacob Wilcox, understands that he's, you know, one of the best. Not campaigning on the CT at the moment, but he's taken that big step here with the victory at one of the most prestigious stops on the Challenger Series. And we'll hear from him now. We're going to throw it down to AJ.
Ronnie, Jacob and Sally celebrating a moment here, and what a big one it is for Australia, for you, Jacob, to win this event, to start off the 2025 Challenger Series. What does it mean for you to get the victory here in Newcastle?
I don't even know. Oh, that's been a long time coming.
It's been a long time coming, and you've been through so much in the last year, especially this time last year, dealing with missing the cut, having to go through the Challenger Series, not making a finals day last year, and now here you are, your very first victory on the Challenger Series. What did it take to earn this moment?
A lot of hard work, that's for sure. I'm like speechless. I'm just so stoked. That was one of the best moments of my life right there. I love Newcastle. It's such an amazing spot, and big thank you to the Blatchford family for having me down here. I feel like I'm in a dream right now. I'm like tripping, and this fancy lights got me tripping even more. Oh my God, I'm just so happy. That was the final itself was actually probably pretty boring for everyone at home, but the last like 8 minutes I was like, well, sometimes you just have rhythm and luck, and last year I felt like I didn't have much rhythm or luck, and this event just felt like I've had rhythm and had a wave whenever I needed it. And it's just like the weirdest thing about this sport. You just never know when your moment might be just about to happen, and mine was today, so I'm stoked.
And you've done so much work to prepare so that when that moment comes your way, you're ready to execute. You have a great team around you. What were they saying when you hit the beach?
Oh, they were like, it's like, it looks really good. I reckon he probably won. And I was just like looking at Hoggy and Timmy Mack, two guys that have helped me so much, especially Timmy Mack over my whole career. And just to be able to share that with a bunch of lads that I travel year in, year out with, and it's that was so special. And yeah, massive thanks to my mum and dad as well, my girlfriend at home, my brother and sister, all their support, and all my friends watching. Like, I'm so pumped. Like, I feel like I'm tripping.
As you should be pumped. Congratulations, Jacob.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Ah, so great to hear from the champ. Oh, look at that, Rich. Magic scenes here from Newcastle, the Burton Automotive SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Stick around for the post-show in just a moment.
Welcome in to the Stone and Wood post-show. We have had an incredible day of surfing here for finals day at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. I'm Jessie Starling. This is Richie Lovett and Stace Galbraith. Incredible finals day today.
Incredible finals day. An incredible event. SURFEST just turned it on. We've had incredible waves, especially for the last few days. We got absolutely wiped off the earth. We got Armageddon swell that came and just blew us off the planet. And then we reset. And then, yeah, just the performances have been amazing. I love this. Challenger Series, stop number 1, done and dusted. We got 2 very worthy winners.
Yeah, indeed we did.
Stace, you picked the winner of the final.
Did I?
You did.
Well, when there was 2 blokes left. I felt a bit better about it if I picked it from the round of 80. But yeah, Jacob, I heard Ron talking about it earlier. Jacob and Cowley, they're both World Tour surfers. And Rich, I think you made that point as well.
100%.
Well, we're going to crown those winners now. We're going to send it down to Ronnie with the presentation.
Thank you, Jess. Merewether, make some noise for our competitors. What a finals day it's been. Great to have your company. Welcome to the official awards presentation for the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, the first stop of the 2025 Challenger Series. And they call it the Challenger Series for good reason. This is the ultimate challenge in getting yourself to the championship tour. And well, Newcastle, the city of Newcastle really turned it on for our competitors this week. Well, we're going to get some audio out to the crowd here in just a moment, but we're going to keep powering. Can you hear me now? Oh, yes. Make some noise for our competitors, Newcastle. Fantastic to have your company. Before we get into things, the World Surf League and SURFEST want to acknowledge the Awabigal people as the traditional custodians of the lands and the waterways in which we've been playing on this week. We pay our respects to Awabigal people, their elders past, present and emerging. We want to extend obviously that respect and acknowledgement to all First Nations people here today and also tuned in on our broadcast. Thank you very much. The great MR's on stage, ladies and gentlemen. 4 world titles. And also you can, of course, recognise the classic Wounded Gull style on that classic SURFEST trophy, which we're going to be handing over shortly. Before we get to that, though, we want to thank some of our incredible partners for getting behind this event and also many of the other stops on the Australian leg. A big shout out to the City of Newcastle and Destination New South Wales for getting behind SURFEST once again. And a big special thank you to Bonsoy, who absolutely love surfing, and our Bonsoy board caddies. Where you at? Here they are. Put your hands together for the Groms on fire this week. Also want to give a massive shout out to the Port of Newcastle, GWM, Red Bull, Surfline, Stone and Wood, Hydrolite, Oakberry, Fat Boy Bikes, Boost Mobile, BioGland, Bond University, Vycobi, the Mutual Bank, Apple Watch. We've got a couple more. Newcastle Airport, the Beach Hotel. See you in a couple of minutes. The Newcastle Herald, and of course, Hit 106.9. Can we get a big round of applause for all our supporting sponsors? Thank you. This event is made possible by a very special man with an unbelievable team. We want to send a huge shout out to Warren Smith and his team at SURFEST, who've been running this event for 40 years, and we all love coming back here for that reason. A huge round of applause. This is a special one, not only for the town, the city of Newcastle, but also for our competitors. You look at the honour roll for this contest, it's packed with world champions. The winners often go on to, strong championship tour careers. So to Warren and his team, thanks for giving us the platform to discover this talent and create magic memories. Good on you, Warren. Put your hands together. More noise coming from the Merewether Surfboard Club than just about anyone else, because they had some horses in the race here at SURFEST this year that performed incredibly well. Thank you for giving us your lineup. Thank you for being such fantastic hosts, for looking after us, and thank you for helping us celebrate tonight. Big round of applause for the Merewether Surfboard Club, one of the strongest in the country. We got some special guests up today. I mentioned 4-time world champ Mark Richards. We've also got Kim and Janine from Burton Automotive.
And we appreciate your support and hope you had a good time in G-Land celebrating Peter McCabe's 70th birthday. I can't believe you made it. How was it? Awesome. Did you get a surf or just a party? Oh, a bit of surf. Good stuff. We've also got the Newcastle Lord Mayor, Dr. Ross Kerridge, with us. Good to see you, Ross. Thanks for your company. And WSL Director of Global Regional Tours, Will Hayden-Smith, doing a fantastic job this week. Thanks for giving us a couple of days off so we could rip in, get out and watch the Knights beat Manly. Good on you, Will. That hurt. Being a Manly supporter, that hurt. But it was a great game. All right. This event, you know, I can't overstate just how gnarly it is for these competitors. They rock up on day one, the round of 80. 4 people out in the water. You've got to scrap out there and try and get yourself a couple of excellent rides. Well, all the competitors in the field did that. They gave us unbelievable moments. We had really challenging conditions. We lost some big names. We saw former world title campaigners back in the mix. Who enjoyed the run of Julian Wilson up there at Burleigh Heads? I think that deserves a round of applause. He's proud to call this place home, and I know we'll bounce back after losing out early here at Newcastle. We had a magic run from Philippa Anderson. She's one of the most winning surfers here, and the first Hall of Famer at the Merewether Board Riders Club, first woman to be inducted into the Merewether Surfboard Club Hall of Fame. So a big round of applause for Philippa as well. Getting to the end of an event like this, as I said, is really difficult to keep turning up, and just turning in such huge numbers on your road through to a final is massive. For some competitors, they come here after the disappointment of being bumped off the championship tour. We're going to get to that in a moment. But the other thing that we have going on is so many Olympians turning up on the Challenger Series. And our gold medalist from Tahiti surfed his way through to the final. It's his biggest ever result on the Challenger Series. Please put your hands together for the runner-up on the men's side here at SURFEST this year. It is none other than Cowley Vast. Big round of applause for this man. Well done, brother. Cowley Vast has obviously established himself as one of the best barrel riders on the planet. Some big performances as a wild card over in Tahiti, mate, but obviously doing a lot of hard work to get yourself prepped and ready for this Challenger Series. It couldn't have started off in a better way, and how good is that trophy?
Yeah, it feels good. Yeah, it's been hard for me to make a couple hits after the Olympics. I had my time to enjoy, so no, yeah, I built my new team, and yeah, now I'm feeling good, and to start the year with the second place in the final. It's amazing, yeah, stop.
A magic performance, dropping some of the biggest numbers of the contest. I was talking about how challenging it is, this series. You've been on it for a few years now, and this is your biggest result. How have you prepped to get ready for this campaign? And obviously you're in a great position to make that move onto the CT now.
Yeah, the dream. I see my good friends making the tour, making the cuts, and yeah, it's still now the main goal since I'm a kid. Try to be on the CT with the best surfers in the world. And yeah, now I took time to focus on myself with the good boards. I have good boards. I have good team. Yeah, and I'm good mentally, I guess. And yeah, keep training really hard because it's not easy. And yeah, I'm just enjoying the moment. I love this place. Thank you, everyone. It was a great support. Even if Australian first, I know. It's amazing, and thank you for the good vibes, and yeah, stoked for a final, stoked.
Beautiful surfing, mate. We wish you all the best for your rest of your campaign on the Challenger Series. One more time for Cowley Vast, please. Our runner-up on the women's side had the opportunity today to become the most winning surfer here at SURFEST, but I don't think she'll mind too much. Sally Fitzgibbons, one of the most resilient competitors that we've ever seen. I think we get to ride the highs and lows with Sal. It's so good to see her back in a final and one step closer to getting back onto the championship tour. Put your hands together for the runner-up at SURFEST this year, Sal Fitz. Well done, Sal. What a performance. Hoist that thing. Just another SURFEST trophy to add to the collection. But Sal, you and I traded some text message after you were cut from the tour, and you know, it's hard. You know, you've been in this position before where you've got to rebound, and how good does it feel for your resilience again to shine through, to put together the performance that you have through this contest and remind yourself where you should be?
Oh, just like turning around today and looking in, it's just so special. It's like putting your heart and soul in a washing machine and trying to hop back up 2 days later and and try and do what we do best out there and ride waves. But yeah, it was extremely hard. There's a lot of emotion that goes into what we do, and I'm just so proud to be an Aussie and walk through you guys and just hear your cheers and see all the groms, and that's why I still want to do everything I can to fight for my sport and put on this jersey.
Mate, it's been a remarkable career. It's been a remarkable career, and I don't think anyone here has finished watching and cheering you on. I think everyone's pretty keen to see you back on that CT, and it's got to be something that you're excited by, the big announcements, obviously the addition of Pipe to the Challenger Series schedule, returning back here to Newcastle to find out who's going to make the grade and get back onto the CT. But, you know, just a couple of years ago, you were third in the world, and now you face this challenge of trying to get yourself back to the CT, but you must be loving the announcement of all the big changes for next season, the accumulative points. It seems to really work in your favour. You've always been so consistent.
I just truly love surfing. I love competing. It's where my heart is. I want to keep showing up for this dream. It's been a long game, a real long game, and I want it to keep going. So any opportunity I get, I'm going to just put my heart and soul into it. And every time I'm in the lineup, I just thank you for just caring for my journey and sharing that stoke. And these Aussie surfers and these communities are so deep in my heart. And from 10 years old, I've been out this point in the grom searches and in the rain and everything, even when there's no one on the beach. There's just someone to come up and say, go Sal. So, I appreciate it. I hope to see you at the finish line with as much stoke come 2026.
Congratulations, Sal. An unbelievable performance once again. Another trophy from SURFEST, and all the best for the rest of the Challenger Series. Well, this guy has been to the CT. He desperately wants to get back, especially with the announcement of an unbelievable schedule on next year's championship tour. He's a fighter, and he fought extremely hard for the victory today. Put your hands together for the champion of the Burton Automotive SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, Jacob Wilcox. Yeah, brother. There it is. Get it up there. I'll step into the middle here. Sorry, Sal. Mate, how's it feel?
Oh, dude, I've been waiting a long time for this. A lot of losses have gotten me to this point. But it's so special. I love Newey, bloody God's country, mate. I stay with an amazing family down here, have so much support, and I'm kind of in disbelief, to be honest. I've dreamt of this moment so many times, and now it's happening in one of my favourite spots. Like, I'm so stoked.
Look, Sally just spoke about the resilience required and just trying to rebuild yourself after you realise your dream of graduating the championship tour. You get knocked back to the challenges, and it takes its toll on you. What's it taken for you to get back to this point and in the incredible form that you showed through this contest?
Yeah, the cut sucked. Everyone knows that. And last year was really hard. I struggled to find any rhythm and get any good results. And yeah, I just felt like this event, I just had rhythm, and I felt like the ocean was on my side. And sometimes that's all you need. Everybody in this event surfs so good. Everybody can win. Sometimes you just need a little bit of luck and the ocean on your side. And this week was just meant to be.
It was a beautiful performance, mate. One thing that was really obvious is that you're travelling, you're competing against your contemporaries, guys that want the same thing you do to get to that championship tour, and you've been that mate that's cheered your friends on. How was it today arriving to the shoreline and seeing all your Challenger Series countrymen there ready to celebrate with you?
Oh, so special. Like we've all been through so many ups and downs together. We all stay together, you always feel each other's losses, and then to watch Mikey win last year was so special. That was definitely my highlight of the year. So to see him on the beach this year, and Kalani Ball and Jacko and Lobby and like a few of the Timmy Mack, the coaches, like I can keep going naming people for ages. Morgs, like it was just so special. Like I'll remember that for the rest of my life.
Mate, obviously the support starts at home and back in Margaret River. I'm sure people are celebrating this huge win for you. Anyone you want to send a shout out to?
Oh, massive shout out to everyone in Margs. I feel like this is where this run kind of started in Margs. Just feeling the support over there and getting a little roll on. But yeah, massive shout out to my mum and dad. I wouldn't be here without them, all their sacrifices, and my brother, sister, girlfriend, all my friends. Like, you're gonna make me cry up here, Ronnie.
That's the goal. That's the goal. Tears of joy, though.
Cheers, mate. No, thanks everyone for the support. Like, I'm over the moon.
Mate, congratulations. You are the champion of the Burton Automotive SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. What an effort and what a trophy. Just one more champion to crown here. And she, much like all these competitors, has been super resilient. She won a World Junior title years ago, hit the Challenger Series, and quickly learnt just how difficult it is to break through for a massive result. Well, today she's claimed her best ever, a victory at the Burton Automotive SURFEST here at Newcastle, presented by Bonsoy. Give it up for your champion, Francisca Veselko. Well done. Get on down there. Unbelievable. Francisco, well done. Such a difficult draw. You're coming up against Championship Tour surfers on your road to victory. And when you look at this trophy and you see the world champs that are listed there, your name is now going to be joining those icons. How good does that feel?
Wow, it's insane. I'm lost for words. I'm really happy, and yeah, I don't even know. But I'm just so happy to share this final with Sally, such a legend. I've always looked up to her. I even have a memory when I was really young, and there was a CT in Cascais, and she was surfing in my home break in Carcavelos, and I broke my leash, and she grabbed the board and gave it to me, and I don't know, I just always looked up to her, and she's such a warrior, a true inspiration, and super resilient. She just fell off of tour, and she's here fighting for the dream to be on the world tour again. And yeah, she's not scared to be back and go against the new generation. So I'm really stoked I had the opportunity to surf against her. And yeah, it's just super special. First time in Newcastle, and couldn't be happier, and happy to be back also in the end of the year.
Let me grab that back for a second. Just an incredible run, and you know better than anyone just that it doesn't get any easier. You know, you get that World Junior title, you get on this Challenger Series, you earn that spot via your World Junior title, and you get here, you're competing against CT caliber surfers, but every year they just keep coming, the new wave, and you had to overcome some of those teenage sensations on your road through to victory. What do you think about the state of women's surfing at the moment, and just how much harder is it getting to break through? I'm going to hang on to this. You hold your trophy.
Yeah, it's been a huge process to be here right now, grabbing this trophy. Like you said, I won the World Juniors in 2023. 22, but it was in 2023. And yeah, actually that year on the Challenger Series went pretty well. And then the next year was kind of terrible. And, you know, I'm just proud of myself for fighting through and being resilient and really believing. And yeah, I just want to be on the world tour. My first contest was when I was 9 years old, and it's been a dream since a little girl. So I feel like this is, of course, not a sprint, a marathon, and there's so much ahead. But right now, I'm #1 in the rankings, and I just want to keep going and make that dream come true.
Absolutely. Obviously, you're a long way from home. Every single one of your competitors has a big team supporting you, sometimes travelling with you on the road, but give a shout out to all your friends and family back home. I know they're watching on and really proud of this achievement.
Yeah, I want to thank my mom and dad for being surfers and for me to be a surfer, because this is what I like to do the most, and I fell in love with surfing when I was really young and have a really special connection with the ocean. I want to thank all my sponsors, all the crew, my coach Rodrigo Souza, who's here and travels the world with me and is far away from his daughters but still makes the effort. He dreams to be on the tour as much as me, so we're a great team. And Teresa Bonvala, Yolanda, they had also a great result, and can't wait to be on tour with them.
What's going on over there in Portugal? You're on fire. So many women emerging through the ranks and 3 really solid contenders you just mentioned. It is going to be amazing to watch your campaign this year. Congratulations once again. Any final words that you want to say to the people of Merewether and Newcastle?
Thank you for having me. The beach has been a great vibe since day one. Everybody cheering on and just good vibes. Let's drink some beers and have a good time.
I'll back that. Put it together for your champions. It's time to get some photos of these guys. We're going to throw it back to Jessie on the Stone and Wood Post Show. Take it away, Jessie.
Awesome. Thank you, Ron. And what an emotional presentation there. We had one of our greats, Sally Fitzgibbons, in tears. Jacob Wilcox getting choked up. I mean, Rich, you've been here. Wins like this, it makes it all worth it.
It really does, and I talked about it in the final. The wins are few and far between. If you look at the span of your whole career and you look back and you go, I maybe had a dozen victories over 10 years.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky.
It's hard to win a heat at these things.
It is, mate. It's so competitive. So these moments are special, and great to see all the emotion pouring out. You can see how much it means to Sally. Just a great result, huge step in getting her position back on the tour, and the breakthrough victory for Jacob Wilcox for Chippo. We've been waiting for this one for so long.
Oh, for so long, and it's really, I feel like Australia's feeling this one for Chippo, and it hasn't been an easy week. We've had a lot going on, from small waves on the start to big Armageddon, as you call it, Rich, in the middle of the weekend. We've had a long road to the final here, and these guys have just pretty much dominated from start to finish, had to fight their way back a few times as well, but these smiles, these victories, cheeky vibes there from Cali, it really does just make the challenges here. It's so hard. We know it's so hard, but moments like this, it's so enjoyable for us. Stace, you've coached. What does it mean for these support crews as well to experience these wins as well as these guys?
Yeah, well, it's massive. You think about someone like Jacob Wilcox. He's been so well publicised. He's had all the video parts, magazine covers when they were a thing, trials, wins, wildcard results that have been really big. But he's nearly 28 years old, and that's the first Challenger or 10,000 or even 6,000. This is his first major event win. And these are the things that matter, obviously, for the athlete and all the teams that support these men and women to get to this point. So, yeah, they are few and far between, but, gosh, they mean a lot.
Let's take a look at how we got to this point and how we crowned our champions today. It was a big day of competition, actually. We started off with quarterfinals this morning, and they were stacked. Jacob Wilcox, Xavier Huxville, we picked that to be a pretty big one. He got the win over Zave, Maddie McGilvray, Cowley getting the win over Pedersen, who's making his debut back to the championship tour. Got the win of the local lad as well, Ryan Callanan, and it was a big final. Jacob, though, coming out victorious, and we're going to have a little bit of a highlight reel because Jacob was just on fire today, Rich.
He sure was, and a little bump in the action in terms of the swell this morning. We came down, we had that strong offshore wind, and these are the sort of conditions that Jacob Wilcox really thrives in over in the west. It's in the elements, and geez, he looked good on the backhand, just squaring up time and time again, and really in control and minimising the mistakes. For me, Jake has been guilty of falling off, and I'm just being completely blunt. He's had moments where he hasn't completed his waves. We've seen that happen once or twice, but it's been fully minimised, and the completions were there. And his wave knowledge and the placement of turns through the whole event, not just finals day, was just impeccable, and just rock solid. His pace on the wave looked really nice as well. He never looked rushed, and really just laying down these big, strong turns, and I think that was the difference.
Stace, he came up against Xavier Huxtable this morning. You were calling Xavier Championship 2 already. It wasn't an easy road to get to that win.
No, not at all. I think Xavier's one of the form surfers at the event, but as Rich said, Jacob's used to surfing in these wild and woolly conditions, and placement of your turns is so critical on a day like today, and to be able to have that kind of risk in your surfing and that flare when the waves look like this is not an easy thing to do. The slope and the curve of the wave out here doesn't really lend itself to crazy high performance surfing. It's definitely a much more traditional approach, but Jacob has that in him, and he's certainly pieced together his waves here. But I totally back your point in there, Rich, and I'd even say in this event Jacob was still guilty of falling. He was just good enough when it mattered, and the trophy doesn't say how many times you fall, it just says you won.
Well, the other thing too that Jacob did, he's built to finals day, and he started to show us some more variety. We hadn't seen these tail releasing kind of lip slides from him on the backhand, and you talk about a surfer peaking at the right moment, and that's exactly what Jacob did.
The final was a little bit slower. He really had to keep his cool. And there was that last-minute ditch effort from Callie Vast, but Jacob just answered back so beautifully, even ending up on the reef. And I feel like our champions today, they were the ones who got in touch with that inside section more than anyone today. And he was victorious, and look at the elation there, and just that Australian support network, Rich, it's making a difference this year.
Oh, absolutely. And Jacob's been right there, as Ronnie mentioned in the presentation. He's carried a lot of surfers on his shoulders, and today he gets the chair. And I can tell you that feeling, it lives with you forever. And you won't be able to wipe the smile off that man's face for a long time to come.
Don't think you can wipe the smile off a lot of people's face. Hoggy had a big one on it in that graphic, but Jacob Wilcox getting the win with a 6.83 and a 5.47 over our Olympian, our gold medalist, Callie Vast, and he got so close in the dying stages of this heat. I mean, incredible stuff. It's just been an amazing day. Stace, we had a little chat before the final went out. We both picked, and I owe you a beer probably tonight. You did pick Jacob to win.
I'll look forward to that, Jess.
The men were impressive, but the women were just as impressive today. Sally Fitzgibbons coming second. Kika Veselko, she was getting her win. The first Portuguese women to take the dub here at SURFEST, and she had a hard road, especially in that semi-final there, Rich.
Yeah, she sure did. Tia Zabrowski, she was just lit this place up all week, and for me, she was one of the real standout in this quarterfinal bracket. And you get the feeling that when Veselko got through that semi-final, it was sort of, okay, now I got to match up against the veteran Sally Fitzgibbons. She was sort of the underdog, really, in the field in this bracket, and she handled that pressure well, and she just stuck to some good, wholesome, rock-solid surfing through the finals day, and now she's the winner, and what a feeling.
Yeah, it started off with a golden hour this morning for Kika, but this is her road to the final and her road to the maiden Challenger Series victory for Kika, and it was a big one, Stace. She just looked so impressive all day.
She did not care about that inside rock section. She was just attacking every wave that came. But Rich, I'd be curious to know from your perspective, after beating arguably the best surfer in the draw in Tia in the semis, I don't think she would have been... I mean, surfing against Sally in the final was just the perfect matchup to keep that underdog spirit alive.
Absolutely, yep, exactly. And she sort of handled the moment well, and sometimes coming in as the underdog, it actually works in your benefit, because you take all the pressure off you. You go, oh, look, great. The second's good. If I can get the win, it's going to be amazing. So she just stuck to her guns. And again, just rock solid surfing, just real dependable, real just placing the maneuvers in the really smart place on the wave, and just not overextending when she didn't need to. And this wave here was one of the best she surfed all day. Just love that carve down. There was a bit more variety on this one. I think this is where the horn started to pop out.
Yeah, it did, right at the end of this wave. The bull, her signature claim. I mean, Kika made Stace and I bite our tongue on that one. We were saying the second wave of the set was the best. That was the first, and one of the best waves we've seen today. Into the final now against Sally Fitzgibbons. She talked about one of her idols, and she held a really great memory with her over there in Portugal. And this is where you're talking about Stace. She did not care about this reef.
Nah, every end section that came her way, she wasn't looking to chase the wave down the line. She wanted to finish where it was the most steep and critical part of this section, and she absolutely dealt with it every single time. And yeah, this wave here is no different. Another big finish there on the inside and gets it. It's just like this perfect little lagoon shape in the rocks there, and she was just finishing in that spot every single time. Yeah, 20 metres either side of that, she's going to end up with a surfboard looking like a Muro Suzuki's.
We went over her surfboard actually up on the glass with AJ, and we were trying to look for some dents and cracks, but held up pretty well. It was a 7.5 and a 7.10 that got her the win here at Surfest. And Sally, she had a great fight, opened up with a 6.5 and a 5.7, had so many heats where she surfed in the last 8 minutes, but Kika, really emotional about this win. We touched on how much it meant to her and her family back home, but to be a Portuguese woman on this honour roll of women who have won here before is incredible. How do you see, you know, it coming back to Surfest in March? How do you see Kika doing here?
I think she's going to do really well. She's going to come back with incredible memories of what's happened this week. It's what happens in between that is what's really going to count. You know, these surfers are going to go globetrotting, basically, and they're going to have to figure out every different wave and every different stop on the tour. It's going to be great to watch. Can't
Got
wait.
a target on your back now.
She does.
Definitely do. Well, now that we have the first event underway, let's check out the rankings. We're going to start off with the women's, and obviously it's going to be Kiki Veselko at the top, Sally Fitzgibbons in second. Take a look at this top 10, Stace. We got 7 spots available. Do you see that top 7 looking the same by the end of this season?
Nah, it'll move around a lot, as any good Challenger Series year does. It'll shift and change, and look, it might end up looking pretty similar. It might even look the same, but just ebbs and flows of the year are guaranteed. You know, I think about Francisca now. She's out in the lead, and it's a position she's never been in before. She would have never been used to being in a year-long series where you win the first event and you're the one with the target on your back. So it's all new learnings every time you come up to a new event. There's a new challenge, and you know, she's going to have to work through the jigsaw puzzle on that one and figure it out. 6 events to go.
It's a good looking top 10 there. Now moving on to the men's, Jacob Wilcox in that top spot, exactly where he wants to be, and a lot of Aussies in that top 10 there, Rich.
Yeah, the Aussies were pretty strong at this event, and Jacob right at the top of the list. There's a couple of picks here that you're kind of going to go, okay, these guys are going to remain on this front page here, and they're going to be here at the end of the season as well. There's a few more ex-Championship Tour competitors that have found their way into this top 10 on the men's side of the draw. Really good result for Ryan Callanan and Matty McGillivray just off the back of getting booted off the tour. You know, this is a big step back to the Championship Tour, and Pedersen and Crisanto as well. You know, he did well. He's been on the Championship Tour before, and he was really impressive this week.
Yeah, he was super impressive. He looked like the guy to beat. Didn't quite get out of his heat this morning, obviously, but yeah, it was a super impressive event from Matthew and Ryan, like you said. I mean, they've just done 7 events back-to-back on the World Tour, this being their 8th event in a row without a break. I find it remarkable even for them just to get out of one heat, let alone find themselves in the semis. That's a great start to the year for them.
Yep.
It was a big start to the Challenger Series season, and it was everything we expected it to be. Let's look at the rest of this schedule with the big announcement of Pipeline and Newcastle coming back to it. Rich, you spent so much time on that top tier. How does this schedule kind of live up to your expectations?
Well, with that addition of Pipeline and Newcastle, I reckon it stacks up really well. There's a good variety of different breaks here, you know, beach break, reef breaks, and everything in between. So obviously the fun and excitement of Huntington Beach, but we've got to squeeze Bolito in there first. Then we'll head over to Portugal, Ericeira, and that's another sort of fun right-hand point wave. And yeah, the standout event, though, is clearly Pipeline. And to give our Challenger Series competitors that experience, there'll be some competitors in this field that have never even been out at Pipeline before, and they're going to get thrown right in the fire, which is going to be
You've competed and won in Hawaii. You know, people talk about winning Surfest being right up there. You look at that honour roll. You know, Hawaii obviously in another category there of just, you know, history, what it means to the sport, all of that. You know, talk to us about how big that event has been on the tour.
Look, it's just, it's the benchmark of whether you're a complete surfer is being able to compete and compete well in Hawaii, because it is just, it's big, powerful surf. You know, it's surf of consequence, and it stacks up. So, you know, you can get a win on a beach break, but if you get a win in Hawaii, it's a huge feather in your cap. So to see it on the Challenger Series Tour now is welcomed, and the whole field's excited about it.
Pipeline is going to be a big one. We are going to go to a break, but don't go anywhere, guys. We're coming back with our top 5 and a little talk about trestles.
Welcome to Lower Trestle, surf fans. It's time.
There's Felipe Toledo.
Throws it out there, stomps it into the flats. Caroline Marks ripping into this wave.
Canoa snaps it off the lip. Throw tail reverse.
Griffin Colapino up on a bomb.
Simmers on a fun lowers right.
For surf fans, the action does not stop. We have trestles coming up from the 9th to the 17th of June. And I'm pretty excited about this one. Someone who I know loves this event is Richie Lovett.
Do indeed. I can't wait for it. You know, we've only got to wait a day or two and then we're back on. And, you know, this is one of the most high-performance, innovative waves in the world when it comes to surfing. And go.
The highlights were all good. The world champs and that, but I want to see 2003.
Well, we might have to
dismantle the joint.
We might have to dig deep in the files, but no, it's a wave that you can really put your best surfing on show, but it also exposes you if you don't stand up and give us, you know, everything you got. So
who'd you get in the semis?
Had Parko, Taylor Knox, and then Taj in the final.
Wow.
What a day! What a day at the office.
What a run! I take my fantasy surf team quite seriously. If you guys, do you take it quite seriously?
I've already locked mine in.
And who do you choose as your power surfer?
I'm going to keep it a secret.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Is it Felipe?
Yep.
Ah, I'm good. Stace?
Yeah, secret. Can I take the fifth? Yeah, Ethan.
Yeah,
Ethan.
Ethan's in my top bracket as well. I had the Colapinto brothers in there, and then a few little surprises, and on the women's side, Katie and a few others. It's I've got Gabrielle as my double whammy surfer there too.
Not giving away too much though. Back to this event, we have our Bioglan top 5 moments of this event, and they were some big ones. It's the Daily Dose. Number 5, Eden Waller with this one. Stace, you loved this one.
Oh, it's great. Just a positioning at the peak there, coming from behind the section. Sick tube, and then this turn was even just as good. Smashed it up there in the lip, and the Grom there had a hell week. She did.
Number 4 with Mateus Hurdy. He was just pretending like he was still at Stab High here, Rich.
Yeah, Mateus, the star from Brazil, it continues to rise and shine bright, because this kid gave us some memorable moments. He's so good in the air, but what I really noticed through this event is he's really worked on that rail game. He's up the power.
Coming in at number 3, 2 917s, our highest scoring wave, Sammy Pupo. We got to call this one, Stace.
Yeah, that second turn, it's going to be seared into my brain for a long time. Just the variety that Sammy has on the rail, and he's a fantastic surfer to watch. Beautiful style, heaps of flow, and plenty of power. This turn right in front of, I think, Pedersen Crisanto's face, who, funnily enough, got the win in that heat. Never easy losing with the single highest score, but I know he'll take a lot of confidence out of that wave.
And equally as high as this one is Yolanda Hopkins here. She got a 917 for this one too, Rich.
Yeah, and this one was clutch. She needed a score right at the final stages of this heat. This is one of the biggest waves that came through yesterday afternoon. She surfed it so well, had to get that final finishing moment there. You could see all the drama as she rides through the whitewash here, but such a tenacious little competitor. And I saw her just briefly. I was having a chat with her and Borno, and she's like, I'm going to be on tour next year. So I love the confidence. I love the fact that she's backing herself. We're going to see this lady shine through 2025.
Number 2, we can't go past Chippo getting his maiden victory. We've been waiting a long time for this one, Stace, and it felt good today.
Yeah, Chippo on fire here. Like Rich mentioned earlier, he really tapered up well into finals day, and he had really started to show the variety that he's got, and just the maturity in his competing. He didn't make too many mistakes, and that's what finals day is all about.
Just beautiful surfing from Jacob. Rich, you got to call this final. It felt like a great one.
It really was, and so much resilience from Jacob Wilcox. You know, he's sort of been beaten down over the years so many times, and just that determination to stick with it and hang in there. And now he's reaping the rewards. This is so good for the confidence as we come in. First event done, and this is almost. Your position on tour is almost his to lose now. I hate to say it, but he's just got to back it up with some consistency.
And coming in at number 1, it is Francisca Pacelco, coming in as our women's champion, the first ever Portuguese woman to win SURFEST. And Stace, she just had this beautiful flow with the ocean today.
Beautiful flow, but then also a bit more than a bit of grit. She did not bother about the inside rock section there. She just, every single time a section stood up, she wasn't looking to surf around it. She wasn't looking to pull out of the wave. She was just standing and delivering, as we see a couple of her standout rides here from finals day.
Yeah, it was sort of master and apprentice situation there, and Pacelco gets the victory over the veteran Sally Fitzgibbons. And you could see, a huge step, a huge leap in her career. The World Junior Champ, and the career path. It seems to be, she's just hitting all the markers, isn't she? She's doing all the right things, and you feel like she's going to have a great year now.
Well, an incredible start to the Challenger Series so far. I mean, we really did have a mixed bag of everything. Thinking back to that massive day, we had crazy moments from Josh Kerr that day on a twin fin as well. Rich, on the spot, highlight moment for you this week?
Oh, my goodness. It just the waves the other day. It was non-stop barreling, just perfect canvases, and it was consistent. Some of those, semi-poopo and some of those big scores. Jacob Wilcock's backhand, it's etched in my memory. It's going to be a great one to relive as I go to sleep tonight.
Yeah, big time.
Stays for yourself?
Oh, thanks for asking me second. Got some time to think about it. I'm just loving the storylines between young and old. I think of someone like Pedersen Crisanto, sort of he's been on and off the Challenger Series and the Tour for the last couple of years. We haven't seen him competing a lot. And to see him come back here and look so strong, that was pretty impressive to me. And then the youngsters like your Eden Wallers and the Tia Zabrowskis and stuff like that, like it's just, no matter what generation you're looking at the moment, there's electric surfing going down, and especially when the waves are like that, it's, a pleasure to watch.
It's been a pleasure, guys. And that
Sure
is a
has.
wrap on what has been an incredible event. Thank you so much for watching. Tune into Trestles. It does kick off on June 9th. You can find that on worldsurfleague.com. And we're going to leave you with some of our event highlights. We'll see you guys soon.
What a day today. One of the best days of my life. Awesome.
Local heroes, world title contenders. It is a difficult draw, but somewhere in amongst the pack are going to be the new qualifiers for the 2026 season. Massive swell moving in.
The name Challenger is going to live up to its name because it is challenging out in the ocean today. Round the section and snap into the lip. Whoa, he's completely gassed. Nervous moments here.
To see you. Hello, mate.
What a beach, what a town, what a city. And it is the morning of the finals. Quarterfinals underway here.
Really classy stuff. I love that turn.
And we see Coley up and riding. Beautiful first tag in the pocket. Big section now.
Oh my God, look at the nose of that board
Double
today.
back.
Beautiful wave here. It's making its best impression of J-Bay. Tucks in for a barrel.
One local still going, the whole town fires up. And it is the local boy Ryan Callanan up and riding.
The women's final is set. Francisco Vaselko taking on Sally Fitzgibbons.
Jacob Wilcox on the back end.
Kiki Vaselko is your champion.
Jacob Wilcox, and the celebrations begin here at Merewether.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.